Mr. Fernley and the Lady. Written by Angela Johnson. Narrated by Grace Noble. Chapter 1. Lady Rosalind Bailey loved everything about London and the season. Dressed in her finest evening gown of sparkling white muslin, and on the arm of her fiancé of less than 3 hours, Rosalind was easily recognized as a diamond of the first water. "Darling, would you mind terribly if I leave you with your parents for a bit?" Duke Wharton kissed her hand and gave her a smile that melted her heart. "You will not be gone long?" Rosalind asked. She didn't care to sound overly attached, but being on the arm of the most eligible duke of the season should result in morning gossip. Conjecture of bans from society's matrons regarding Rosalind and Duke Wharton was exactly the type of gossip Rosalind wanted whispered about the ton. "Not at all. I need only to speak with an acquaintance, and then I shall return." "You could introduce me to this acquaintance. After all, we shall be married before the end of the month." Wharton tapped his finger upon the end of her nose as though he were placating a small child. She was 15 years his junior, but she'd never played the dim-witted fool. She brushed away the unease his condescension pushed upon her. She simply needed to understand him better. "We must be patient, my dear. There will be time for introductions and the frivolities of society. Once the bans are posted, I will introduce you to everyone I know." Nodding in a pretense of understanding, Rosalind stepped toward her family and took her brother's arm. "I will save the seat next to me." "Very well, darling." As Wharton walked away from her, Rosalind watched the eyes of every lady he passed. Heads turned to follow him, and the young ladies were hard-pressed not to swoon as they held out hope for a simple glance in their direction. It was plain to see she was the most fortunate woman in society. Of all the women he had to choose from, Duke Wharton had chosen her. "Where is Wharton off to?" Catherlough asked as he secured her hand in his arm. "He saw an acquaintance. I am certain he will not be long." She allowed her brother to escort her into their box while the warmth of Wharton's finger against her nose slowly faded away. The evening had been a whirlwind of surprises, starting with Wharton offering for her hand and ending with a night at the theatre. It would take little time for her nerves to find normalcy after the rush of excitement and pride his proposal had brought. As she took her seat in her family box, Rosalind put a hand to her chest expecting her racing heart to settle, yet it didn't. The Royal Haymarket was one of the best theatres in London's West End, and their performance of Hamlet had made the season a splash. Since this was her 3rd time at Haymarket, Rosalind didn't expect much of anything to happen outside of the adoring compliments she'd received while on the arm of Duke Wharton. Speculation would rise to gossip, and before the night was through, every debutante would wonder if they'd lost the chance to be the new Duchess of Wharton. As the curtains rose for the opening act, Rosalind leaned toward Catherlough. "He will miss the opening scene if he does not arrive soon." "Give him time. The Duke must have pressing business to leave you so soon after securing your hand." She'd been utterly shocked by the offer of marriage, given they'd danced only once during the season. But she had admired him from afar and wished to be the woman on his arm for the rest of his life. As the excitement and shock of the unexpected proposal faded, a tinge of doubt crept into her mind. "Catherlough." "Yes?" "Why do you think Duke Wharton asked for my hand? We are hardly acquainted and have never really spoken other than pleasantries." Catherlough shook his head, indicating he hadn't an answer. "He must be mesmerized by your beauty. Women rarely realize when they have left an impression upon a man. It is best not to concern yourself with questions of this sort." "I suppose." Rosalind turned to the stage to see the actors had taken their places and the production was in the opening act. What impression could she have made while speaking during a dance? She'd remarked upon the number of couples in attendance. He'd mentioned the state of the roads. She'd agreed that the weather had been terrible. Their conversation had been dull and lacking substance. The pounding of her heart increased as she considered the possible reasons the Duke had asked for her hand. None of them involved admiration. "What sorts of conversations would impress you?" "What do you mean?" Rosalind leaned toward him and whispered a bit louder. "What topic of conversation would impress you enough to ask for a lady's hand in marriage?" Catherlough gave a soft chuckle that made his shoulders shake. She'd have to have a dowry equal to yours to convince me to become engaged off a mere conversation. I see. Rosalind turned away from her brother to see the seat next to her remained unoccupied. Her mouth turned down and tears threatened to spill as she took in the full meaning of the joy she'd previously felt. No one in society would envy the situation she found herself in, not if they knew the truth of it. To have her dowry desired above her accomplishments and worth was alarming. The pride of moments before melted into the chair she sat upon, making it highly uncomfortable. She fidgeted in the chair but found only lumps within the cushions. Seeing her distress, Catherlough put his arm around her shoulder. I am a lout, Rosie. Can you ever forgive your elder brother for not thinking before speaking? You are right. Money is the only reason a man would ask for my hand so soon. I said nothing of great consequence. I did not even sound intelligent when we were speaking. He knows nothing of my likes and dislikes, nor do I have any knowledge of his. The revelation of the proposal sent a shiver of anger through her. Rubbing her nose where Wharton had last touched her, she wanted any lasting effect of the man removed from her senses until she could determine the truth of the matter. You are connected and titled as well. The daughter of a marquess is an enviable catch. Pulling a handkerchief from her reticule, Rosalind shook her head as she wiped at the tears rushing down her cheeks. I am a fool to think the most desirable man in all England could want me for more than money and connections. I must go home before I make more of a spectacle of myself. Dear girl, Catherlough said, pulling her closer to him. Why do we not find Duke Wharton and discuss the matter with him? It will take but a moment for him to put you at ease, and then we will be back before the second act starts. What about father and mother? I will make our excuses. Meet me by the door. Rosalind agreed, and then righted her emotions while awaiting her brother. She pinched her cheeks, hoping to hide the evidence of shed tears. As the daughter of a marquess, Rosalind had prepared herself for an eventual arrangement. But once she'd entered society and had seen the number of men asking to stand up with her, she'd set her heart upon a marriage of love. In her silliness, she'd forgotten to keep a vigilant eye on fortune hunters. As Catherlough took her arm, they walked through the near-empty halls in search of Duke Wharton. They checked behind closed doors and in every corner, but failed to find him. Ready to give up the search, Rosalind turned back the way they'd come. She was ready to wait out the performance to speak with Wharton when she heard a giggle in the chamber to her left. Catherlough's eyes rested upon the door and a frown creased his brow. He tried to hide his reaction as he pulled her back the way they'd come. Rosie, we are out searching for Wharton when he could already be in his seat. Come back with me. Rosalind shook her head. They'd searched nearly every room where guests were permitted, and she was determined to find Wharton and discuss the terms of his proposal without delay. Taking her arm out of his hold, Rosalind walked back to the door from which she'd heard a bit of noise. If he is not in here, then where could he be? Be a good girl and return to your seat. Wharton will settle his business and meet you there. Pushing forward, Rosalind would not be dissuaded. She turned the doorknob and entered the room to find Duke Wharton and a woman sequestered in a corner. She'd already determined his proposal hadn't been made out of love, but it hurt nonetheless to see he would step out with another woman when he was supposed to be her escort for the evening. Pardon me. Turning from the stunned couple, she looked to Catherlough. He was her older brother and would know what to do. Without hesitation, he whisked her away from the scene. Controlling her emotions, Rosalind held to Catherlough's arm until he deposited her in the family carriage. When she was finally alone, waiting for her parents and Catherlough to return, she pulled out the handkerchief from earlier and allowed tears to fall. Love match or not, Duke Wharton had delivered the greatest insult she'd ever received. She continued crying as the carriage jostled with her parents' arrival. When she didn't greet them, her mother reached out to lay a comforting hand on Rosalind's knee. We may have misled you on the subjects of courtship and deportment. Curiosity is the cause of this terrible ordeal. Your father will speak with Duke Wharton on the morrow. Chapter 2. Archibald Fernley stepped out of his townhouse in the Mayfair section of the city and took in the brisk morning air of London. Dressed in his smartest black jacket, gold-embroidered waistcoat, black breeches and black polished Hessian boots, Archie was ready for the most important interview of his life. He entered the waiting carriage his elder brother Baxter, the Earl of Grafton, had sent and knocked twice on the top to let them know he was ready to leave. Although Archie had carriages of his own, they were stationed at his estate, Brookside Manor, and he had never seen the need to use them. A horse would do fine for his usual travels, but Baxter was looking after him, and arriving in a carriage for such an important event would appear much more dignified than a horse. Settling in for the ride that would take a little over a quarter of an hour, Archie went over his opening statement, hoping he wouldn't sound rehearsed but natural. Nothing would be worse than starting out a conversation with a lackluster attitude and a monotone recitation of overly practiced lines. He was certain every possible introduction had been done in the past, and nothing he could say would convince the editor to speak with him for more than a few moments. The morning air took on the scent of burning wood as the occupants of the overcrowded city came to life around him. Entering the working area of London, Archie knew the decisions he made this day would set him apart from those of his same class. Publishing was not the work of a man born to privilege. He'd heard the arguments more than once in favour of sitting back and enjoying his life as a gentleman. With £7,000 a year, he had the ability to live a luxurious life. Fortunately for him, his passions lay in the written word, and he would not have to give in to the same tedious idleness as the rest of the ton. As the second son of a deceased earl, Archie had a portion from his father's estate allotted for his living. A surprise had come 5 years previously when his uncle Walter Langford passed away and named Archie as his heir in the will. Due to Uncle Langford's generosity, Archie had inherited the estate in Scotland and a townhouse in Mayfair, along with the means to live a comfortable life amongst the gentry. He was thankful for the inheritance and the freedom it gave him to pursue his talents as a writer. But that money didn't mean he would live a life of ease without a profession. He was determined to occupy his time with non-frivolous matters. The manicured lawns and stately homes in Mayfair drifted across his view behind the carriage as it ambled down the streets into the working sector of London. It was a stark difference from the world in which he'd grown up. Children roaming through the streets with baskets of goods to sell was the biggest indication that he was no longer amongst people who would send him invitations to dine or join them for a night of dancing. As the carriage came to a stop, Archie took a deep breath to consider one last time what he was doing. There was no going back, not if he planned to fulfill his dreams. This one decision could take him out of good standing amongst the ton and plummet his reputation to the scorn of gossip in the parlours of every respectable home throughout England. Surely there were others in his social class who had tried their hand at the written word. Lord Byron was a stunning example of a man who hadn't fallen from grace for his choice of publishing, but there were others who chose to employ a pseudonym for fear of discovery. It was a heavy burden for him to consider. Taking hold of the lapels of his jacket, Archie tugged at them and then patted them down. He straightened his waistcoat and removed his watch to check the time. Were he too early, he would take on the reputation of a foolish schoolboy. If he were late, he should simply stay in the carriage and go home. No need to waste the editor's time with his tardiness. As the case to his pocket watch clicked open, he saw the hands were exactly where they needed to be. He had 1 minute to spare. Nodding to the footman, Archie waited as the man took hold of the knocker, alerting the occupants inside the Morning Herald that he had arrived. Mr. Chalmers, the man with whom Archie hoped to connect, had worked as an editor for the Herald for many years. The man's scrutiny was second to none. As a man revered amongst the writing community, Archie feared his writing was not on the sorts of topics Mr. Chalmers cared to publish. "Mr. Fernley is here for an appointment with Mr. Chalmers." The footman handed Archie's card to the doorman, and Archie's decision was made. He was entering the world of authorship, a profession beneath his situation. Entering the building, he followed the doorman into a waiting area that held a sofa and 2 armchairs. With his nerves on high alert, not even one looked comfortable. The doorman wasn't impressed with Archie. He glared at him, his nose scrunching as if he were allowing a smelly ruffian into the building. Pointing to an arch that led down a sort of hallway, the doorman spoke with a nasally tone. "Mr. Chalmers will send out his secretary when he is ready for you." Since Archie was exactly on time for their interview, he didn't expect to wait long. As he was the only one in the room, Archie walked to the window and looked out. He much rather preferred to examine life happening around him than to sit and stare at a wall. It didn't take long for Archie to look past the coach waiting for him to see a young boy sitting on the steps of a small, dilapidated house. The boy played with the thin rope, tying it in knots and then untying it again. The task seemed pointless and dull, but for some reason the child smiled each time he completed a knot and then released the rope once more. A sense of satisfaction, Archie mused internally. Archie had been blessed with activities such as books, fencing, and horse riding to entertain his time during his childhood. A rope would have seemed plain and unnecessary to his youthful mind. But was that rope the only thing the child possessed for entertainment? The idea might seem ludicrous to one who had been raised with a golden spoon in his mouth. To a child born in poverty, a rope might well be the pinnacle of entertainment of his day. Instead of fetching water or doing odd jobs to keep his family from starving, the boy was having a rare moment of pleasure. Pulling out his notebook, Archie jotted down a few observations. The gentle kindness within the dark eyes and the pure joy of accomplishment that wasn't marred by the film of filth upon the boy's cheeks were a few of the lines he produced. All he knew was it would be a travesty if the beauty of the moment went unrecorded. "Mr. Fernley, the editor will see you now." A short, gangly, red-headed boy with a pointed nose stood at the arched entrance waiting for Archie. Nodding his head in acknowledgement, Archie took one last look at the young boy to see the rope was back in a knot. The evidence of life being so simplistic nearly brought tears to Archie's eyes. Most people spent their time rushing from one moment to the next, and they were never able to see the beauty of life happening around them. They spent less than a minute in the hallway as his long legs nearly carried him past the secretary's scurried movements. Mr. Chalmers looked exactly as Archie had expected, and his Scottish accent filled the room, leaving Archie aching to set out for his estate to write. "Mr. Chalmers, I thank you for taking the time to speak with me today." "It is my pleasure, Mr. Fernley. Would you take tea with me?" Archie nodded as the secretary's shuffled footsteps echoed through the room. Each slide of his boot scratching against the wood floor showed the young man's nervousness. The secretary took great care to place Mr. Chalmers' cup in front of him, and then nearly threw Archie's in place as the liquid sloshed up the sides of the cup and landed on the plate beneath. With a sip of the tea, Archie withheld his dissatisfaction at the lack of flavour. Instead, he gingerly replaced the cup and lifted his eyes to meet Mr. Chalmers. "I trust you received my portfolio?" Yes. Mr. Chalmers patted his belly as he stared at Archie, not making any effort to find the papers Archie had taken great care to send to him. Certain the meeting was over before it had begun, Archie called on his upbringing to never look the fool in a situation. Although he was there to procure an editor, he wasn't there to be treated poorly. "May I inquire as to your thoughts on the writings?" "Accepting a meeting with you should have provided my opinion." Archie avoided his need to squirm under the scrutiny of Mr. Chalmers' piercing stare. The entire narrative he'd planned for the meeting left his mind. He was so far off course with the lack of conversation there was no way to repair it and return to the safety of his memorized lines. "Thank you for your confidence in my writing." "I do think you spend too much time on the mundane. The pages lacked the needed passion to truly be great. Your talent would be better spent exploring political ideology of the many instead of the few." "Pardon me." "Let us take what you wrote about, right before entering this room. What are the last scratches within your notebook?" Archie didn't have to look back upon the words. He simply raised his eyebrows in surprise at the man's ability to perceive the content. "Nothing political." "Ah." Mr. Chalmers leaned forward and pointed his finger at Archie. "But it was." "My man tells me you were watching the street brat next door while you waited. What did you write about him?" Feeling every bit the fool, Archie kept his head held high. His father had long ago instructed him to never lose confidence, even when the odds were stacked against him. "I do not know what you mean by political, sir. I looked upon a young boy and saw the magnificent way he viewed a rope, and I yearned to write about the joy such a trivial item brought into his life." "Political! Passionate!" Mr. Chalmers spoke as though he were announcing the winning ticket at a horse race. "No one cares about the plight of a child. The people in your society do not care to know his name, or if he will end up a gutter snipe begging for food." "They will care when he picks their pockets."
Yes! Ha ha! Chalmers gave a booming laugh and went back to patting his over-large stomach. Well said, Mr. Fernley. If you do not think my writing about the poor is of interest, then what would you consider an appropriate topic? Oh, do not misunderstand. I enjoy a political masterpiece as much as the next editor. But would it not be better if the political intrigue was within a passionate storyline palatable enough for even royalty to enjoy? Your topics have meaning, but you simply do not take the writing far enough. Help us see the shame of passing by a child at the docks. Tell us what we are to think when we see a beggar without shoes in the winter. Make the reader weep at the travesty of their actions. It would be an honour to write something of note to our royal family. I could write with passion, if you prefer it. Mr. Chalmers laughed and hit his fisted hand against the cherry wood desk in front of him. Now we have a plan worthy of pursuit. I want to see the first 50 pages in no less than a month. Archie knew he had been dismissed. 50 pages in less than a month was a tall order, but he would do it to work with Alexander Chalmers. The man had a reputation for working with the greatest literary minds of the century. Excited about the prospect, Archie made his way back to his home in Mayfair with a smile upon his face. His current manuscript had died a fiery death in Mr. Chalmers' office, and he had no idea what he would write next. But he had secured an editor, and no amount of the unknown would take this triumph away from him. Chapter 3. Rosalind slowly entered her father's den, her hands clutched in front of her stomach to hide the trembling. Although she wore gloves, her hands were dampened with nervous sweat, causing the fabric to stick uncomfortably to her skin. She'd expected the summons the previous night, after they'd arrived home from the theatre, but her father had kindly let her spend the night reviewing the events alone. There was no comfort to be had in the realization that she would not be Wharton's only companion. He'd proven himself to be a man who sought companionship outside of marriage. As her feet moved forward, she reviewed every possible moment of the previous night, starting with the proposal and ending with the stunned expression on Wharton's face. He'd been caught, and couldn't deny any claims of the rakish sort.
"Come in, Rosalind. There is no need to skulk in the doorway like a frightened maid."
Her father, the Marquess of Berkeley, stood as she entered, along with Duke Wharton. She hadn't known what to expect, but the Duke was far from a possibility in her mind. The audacity of paying call after the insult of his actions left her stunned. "I did not expect to see the Duke, father." Her father sighed, which set her nerves on end. He didn't look as sympathetic as she'd hoped. Her stomach churned with the remnants of the morning meal.
"Please take a seat, Rosalind."
Ignoring the Duke, she walked to the closest chair and sat. "I would prefer to speak with you alone. Please send the Duke away."
"I am sorry, dearest, but given your acceptance of an offer of marriage from Duke Wharton, I must insist you are a part of this conversation."
Very well. She planned to sit silently while Wharton and her father discussed their business. Certainly her father would not allow the bans to be read after the previous night's disgrace.
"Wharton, I believe you have something to say?"
To her dismay, Wharton stepped to the side of the chair she sat upon and took hold of her hand.
"My dear Lady Rosalind, I am in earnest as I beg for your forgiveness. Can you possibly extend your charming mercy toward me? I was such a fool."
A duke on his knees begging for forgiveness must be a rare find amongst the beau monde. Blushing from his repentant behaviour, Rosalind nodded. "You are forgiven, Your Grace."
"I am in your debt."
Her father's pleased expression told her forgiveness was the right course. She was engaged to not only the handsomest man in all London, but the most eligible as well. He was the envy of every debutante this season. Her father handed Wharton a glass of amber liquid.
"Glad this whole debacle has been sorted."
"As am I," Wharton said as he took a sip. "I will keep my entertainment a bit more discreet in the future." Rosalind sat in the same chair Wharton had knelt before with his apology, wondering if she were a fool. Did he truly mean to carry on in such a heinous manner?
She knew society boasted a few rakes each season, but did they not settle down once married? Knowing this was her one opportunity to make her wishes known, she had to speak up. "Whatever do you mean, Your Grace?" Wharton eyed her over the glass in his hand, his eyebrows raised. "You will never hear of my exploits again. I will keep to the shadows when I need a diversion." As she'd had the entire night to ponder, she had concocted a plan for this exact situation. She would not be in a marriage with a philanderer. "Duke Wharton, it is customary in such a situation as this to thank you for the offer of marriage, but I cannot continue forward. When I accepted your invitation last night, it was with the understanding that I would be the only woman with whom you would spend time. Finding out I was misinformed, I must withdraw my acceptance and wish you the best in your future." Her entire body shook as she said the words, but once they were out, she found a sense of relief. The hardest part had to be over. Rosalind stood and curtsied to the Duke before turning to her father and offering a curtsy. She exited without a backward glance to join her mother in the morning room. The conversation between her father and Wharton turned to an argument that echoed through the first floor of the house and ended with the slamming of the front door. She snuck a peek out the window of the morning room to see Wharton charging down the front steps to his waiting carriage. "Come away from the window, Rosalind. A lady does not spy on guests." Her mother's admonition sounded much like something her governess would have said. "Yes, Mamma." Allowing the lace curtains to fall back into place, Rosalind picked up her embroidery and moved to the sofa. As she took her seat, her father and brother joined them. A long-suffering glance in her direction and a deep intake of breath preceded her father's announcement. "We must make an appearance at Lord and Lady Chesterfield's party this evening." Rosalind crinkled her nose as she pushed the needle upward through the material of her project. She'd known the Chesterfields since she was a little girl, and they weren't her favourite people. Her mother glanced up from her needlework. "I had hoped we were finished with society for the season. Summer is upon us. Can we not leave for Berkeley Castle?" "I am afraid we cannot, my dear. Your daughter chose to end her engagement to Wharton this morning."
"My daughter?"
Her mother's lips turned up in a sly smile as she continued to work on her project. Her father grunted as a response. He took a seat across the room and crossed his legs before gazing at Rosalind. "What do you have to say for yourself?"
"Only that I cannot marry a man who would seek comfort outside of marriage."
"He is not the only man to wander. You must not expect so much from a young man of considerable means."
Her father adjusted in his chair as she gaped at him. "Close your mouth, dear. A lady does not show emotions by gawking like a ninny." Her mother's chastisement rang through her head as she quickly clamped her mouth shut. As her father continued speaking, an invisible sheen of hopelessness wrapped around her heart.
"Wharton is a fine connection for our family. As his wife, you will be busy with the duties of your household and producing an heir. It is best for a wife to look away from her husband's activities outside of the home. Consider it a respite from your duty."
"A respite?" Rosalind managed to squeak the response out as she turned to her brother. She hoped he would offer a small dose of sanity to the conversation. Instead, his eyes were firmly set upon the flooring. Her mother leaned forward and placed a hand on her knee. "I know of no man in society who does not keep a paramour. It is our burden as ladies to ignore infidelity. Your duty as a wife is to your husband and his comfort." "Every man in society keeps a doxy." Rosalind ignored her mother's reproving intake of breath at her word choice as she looked to her father. His guilt appeared with the reddening of his ears. Dreading what she would see if she looked to her brother, Rosalind didn't turn her head. Instead, she viewed him from the corner of her eye. He too showed signs of embarrassment. Her father cleared his throat and pulled his timepiece out of his waistcoat. With a click, he checked the time before speaking once more.
"Now that you understand this hidden secret of society, I expect you to apologize to Duke Wharton. Once you have done so, I will speak to him about his offer of marriage."
Rosalind looked to her mother.
You cannot agree with this behaviour." Her mother gave an impatient sigh and then repeated the often stated words every well-bred lady knew from the age of comprehension. "A young lady of gentle breeding must assume a sedate and positive character when faced with an unwanted marriage prospect. A lady must be unobtrusive and amiable to avoid criticism in all situations. Such behaviour could lead to respect and admiration from the men in her life, mainly her father and her future husband." Deflated by her mother's lack of passion on the topic, Rosalind kept any promises from leaving her mouth. She refused to nod her head in agreement, or to even acknowledge her father's expectations. Instead, she sat with perfected posture from years of practice, staring at the wall across from her. She wouldn't marry Duke Wharton, or any man who kept a doxy. Within one evening, her entire world had turned upside down. There'd been nothing in her training as a lady to indicate she must endure marriage to a rake. Turning away from her family, she decided the conversation had been more than enough to turn her stomach. "If you will excuse me, I plan to lie down." Dreading the upcoming apology she must make to Duke Wharton, Rosalind retired to her bedchamber in a fog of melancholy. While her friends prepared for summers in Bath and Paris, Rosalind had just received the finishing touches on her education to being a lady. She'd known her parents weren't happy in their marriage, but they'd maintained their duties. Was that the future waiting for all women of the beau monde? As the afternoon sun moved across the sky, Rosalind knew she would be required to dress for the party. If possible, she would apologize to Wharton and find a friend to occupy her evening. She would have one last hurrah before handing herself over to a man who cared nothing for her happiness, nor valued the virtue she brought to the marriage bed.
"My lady,"
Beth touched Rosalind's shoulder when she didn't respond.
"Her ladyship has requested I assist you to dress for the party."
"Is it truly so late in the day?" Rosalind chose to keep her tear-stained face hidden within the folds of her bed-sheets.
"We must start with your dress and hair so you are not late."
Rosalind closed her eyes and groaned as more tears fell down her cheeks. "I am unwell. Will you please pass my apologies to my mother and father?" Beth didn't bother catering to Rosalind's distress. Instead, she went about her duties. Rosalind rolled into a ball, pulling her legs against her chest as the door to her wardrobe creaked open. She recognized rustling of fabrics as clothing was pulled from the depths of their hiding places.
"I don't know why you are so averse to marrying a duke. It isn't every day a young lady is matched with a handsome and wealthy man."
Rosalind threw the covers off her head so she couldn't glare at Beth. The maid ignored her while holding each of the dresses aloft for inspection. "It is the man I refuse to marry, not his title."
"He has a country estate larger than Berkeley Castle.
You will want for nothing.
I would think any young lady should find it a suitable situation."
"Perhaps some would."
"He is young and handsome. His heir will be a lovely combination of you both. You will be the envy of every young lady in society."
"Not when they discover what I know. He cannot be trusted with a woman's heart and virtue."
"You mean to say he is a rake?"
Beth giggled and continued with her work. "I could have told you as much."
"You knew?" "Everyone in the house knows. I thought you did as well."
"Apparently, I am the only one who did not know."
"If it is so detestable, then do your duty within the first year by giving him an heir, and he won't have need to touch you again."
Rosalind recoiled at the callous suggestion. She couldn't imagine allowing a man she despised to take liberties with her.
"Perhaps you would like to marry the Duke."
Beth dropped a pair of slippers on the floor and held up a light blue muslin dress and a white dress with pink embroidered roses.
"I wouldn't say no to a man offering to marry me, especially a wealthy, titled man. I'd give him whatever he wanted if it would mean I'd have the allowance you'll have."
Rosalind sat up and looked at her maid in confusion. You would give a man the most valuable possession you have for money. Security, my lady. When you are in my position, you can't be picky. Her maid had always been outspoken, but Rosalind found the entire conversation distasteful. You would not mind for your husband to find comfort with another woman? No, my lady. Beth pulled Rosalind up from the bed and started unbuttoning the back of her morning dress. If you have any sense in that spoiled brain of yours, you'll accept the Duke's offer of marriage and give him an heir. Rosalind sniffed at the renewal of tears. If you knew the man would never be pleased with you, you would not say such cruel things to me. I am certain I would, my lady. I've served your family long enough to know you haven't the sense you were born with. You should be thankful a man is willing to take you as a wife. It was obvious to Rosalind that Beth didn't understand the entire situation. She didn't continue the argument as she pointed to the white party dress. If she was forced to marry Duke Wharton, she would never wear white again, for there would be no purity in their union. She allowed her maid to arrange her hair in an elegant coiffure, and once rouge was applied to her face, she was ready to spend her evening pretending everything was as it should be. Chapter 4. Lord and Lady Chesterfield's townhome resembled an art gallery. Delicate trinkets and expensive artwork adorned each wall to the point of excess. Rosalind had been in their home more than once, and each time she'd found it suffocating. Upon entering the ballroom, her father left in search of Duke Wharton. Catherlow quickly left in search of his friends. Rosalind stood on the tips of her toes and followed her brother's movements with her eyes, wondering if she could join him to sneak away from her mother. To her dismay, she watched as he expertly touched a woman's back before leaving out one of the side doors. Turning to her mother, she pulled on the Marchioness's arm. "Mamma, who is the lady in the dark green dress with the feathers in her hair?" Her mother turned from the women she was greeting to give a response. "Which lady, my dear?" "The one in the green dress, leaving out the doors to the veranda." "Mrs. Lawson." "She is married?" "Yes, dearest." Her mother quickly went back to the conversation with her friends, leaving Rosalind to an imagination that needed no encouragement. Catherlow had no business with Mrs. Lawson that would require a whispered conversation and a private assignation in the garden. A sickness entered her throat as she considered the information her family had shared that very morning. She realized it was possible that while innocent females were seeking a love match, there were more rakes and scoundrels roaming the ballrooms than she'd originally realized. And worse yet, her brother was amongst the rakes. Shuddering from the assumptions her mind made about her brother, Rosalind decided she must find Audrey Benton and spend her evening with a friend. She played the dutiful daughter and followed her mother to a secluded area of the room while waiting for her father to produce the Duke. They waited for less than an hour before her father and Duke Wharton approached with an air of expectation. "Lady Rosalind, I understand you have something you wish to say." She'd prefer to tell him he was a cad, and she wanted nothing to do with him, but she knew her duty. Making a scene at a societal event of any magnitude would ruin her reputation. The shame she'd brought upon her family must be rectified. Swallowing her pride, she attempted to keep her voice calm while she petitioned a man who didn't deserve her apologies. "Your Grace, I apologize for my hasty words this morning. I have recovered from the shock of last evening, and I find myself repentant." "Very well. I will take your words under consideration." Rosalind nodded, and then looked to the ground to avoid the condescension upon his face. She knew her parents expected him to request a dance, but she silently prayed he would find another diversion. "If you will excuse me, I have another engagement for this dance." Duke Wharton lifted his eyebrows and tilted his head in a slow of smug delight before taking his leave. Rosalind curtsied. Before she was fully to her height, her mother's whispered words reminded her of the shame she'd caused her parents. "I have never been so insulted in my life. Rosalind's apology warranted the offer of a dance." Her father laid a calming hand on his wife's arm.
Dearest, Wharton will lick his wounds, and then we will post the banns before we leave for the country."
A shiver ran down her spine as she considered what she knew about Wharton. She didn't know him well, but she knew enough about the man to determine they would not be well suited. Instead of speaking her mind, Rosalind looked to her mother. "Might I take a turn about the room with Audrey Benton?" "Yes, but do not chase after trouble." "No, Mamma." Rosalind curtsied to her parents and then made her escape. If she didn't leave quickly, her mother or father would find a reason to keep her with them. Spotting Audrey amongst the crowd, Rosalind nearly ran the distance between them. As the daughter of a marquess, Rosalind had many friends. Audrey happened to be the most amenable of the group, and a confidant. If ever there was a time in her life when she needed someone to listen and offer advice, it was now. Slipping into the group, Rosalind greeted her friends and then convinced Audrey to take a turn about the room. Arm in arm, they walked the perimeter of the ballroom while couples happily danced and chatted. None of them knew the turmoil in Rosalind's life. Yet the majority would consider a match with Duke Wharton as advantageous. It was discouraging. "You look absolutely dreadful, Rosalind. What has happened?" Audrey was never one to keep her thoughts quiet when she had something to say. "Am I so obvious? Others might not notice you have been in tears, but I know you too well to think anything else could cause the mournful look upon your face. I do not want to shock you with what I have to say." "Do not concern yourself with my sensibilities. What has happened?" Rosalind squeezed her friend's hand and gave a shockingly detailed description of everything she'd been through over the previous day and into the morning. She left out the most heinous details, but when she finally came to an end, she looked at her dearest friend and asked the question that had haunted her since that morning. "Do you think it is true? Are all men philanderers?" Audrey's face was pink, but she recovered quickly. "I admit I did not expect such a confession." "Take your time to recover. Heaven knows I still have not found my footing after such revelations." "I cannot believe all men have courtesans." "Why?" Rosalind needed something of significance to convince her the information she'd learned about Wharton and her own father and brother was not the way all men behaved. While Audrey scrambled to find a reason for her beliefs, Rosalind searched the ballroom for her brother and Mrs. Lawson. It had been nearly an hour since they'd left the ballroom, and she hoped at least one of them had returned. "Men are different from women, that is certain. But I cannot believe all are lost to propriety." "How can you be certain?" As she asked the question, her brother entered through the doors that led to the veranda with a satisfied smile upon his face. Rosalind shuddered to think he had acted inappropriately. "My mother would not stand for my brother and father behaving in such a manner, and my father dotes on my mother as though they were newly married. My family cannot be the exception." "I suppose my parents have never shown care for each other outside of duty. They are cordial at best." Rosalind frowned as Catherlow joined a group of women. He took each of the ladies' hands and kissed them with the flourish of a peacock as Rosalind finally turned her attention back to her friend. "What makes you think your brother does not have a doxy?" Audrey's face contorted in displeasure at the word choice. "You should not use that term, Rosalind." "Why?" "It is a despicable word. So is the activity in which they are engaging." "I agree, but is it possible you have been misinformed? I cannot imagine any man of my acquaintance behaving with such impropriety." Rosalind laughed and shook her head as her world unravelled around her. She'd been taught to prize virtue above all other tastes and appetites in human frailty. She now realized it had been a lie to tell little girls, while their brothers were trained in the amorous ways of the world. What purpose did it serve to tell females to guard their virtue, while teaching males how to take it without thought or consequence? "Rosalind, are you unwell?" Wiping at the errant tears forming in her eyes, Rosalind forced a smile upon her face. "Perhaps the last honourable men of society hail from Yorkshire." "I cannot believe all men are dishonourable. Let us ask Fletcher Fernley." "Audrey, no!" Rosalind took hold of her friend's arm to keep her firmly rooted in the spot in which they stood. "Why ever not? He is not related to either of us, and he is my friend." "We cannot ask him such a question. We will blush. He will blush. It will be a scandal.
Audrey's lips turned up in a smile as she pulled Rosalind toward the corner where two of the Fernley men stood.
Then I might become Mrs. Fletcher Fernley much sooner than planned. For you know I set my cap years ago, and he has yet to realize it.
Holding tight to her friend's arm, Rosalind protested.
We must not encourage debauchery in the presence of so many witnesses. There is no time for a private conversation. If the Marquess and Duke form an alliance tonight, you will be married to a scoundrel in a month's time.
Allowing her friend to take charge, Rosalind demurred as they approached. She held fast to Audrey's arm as though her life depended upon the connection.
Mr. Archibald Fernley and Mr. Fletcher Fernley, might I introduce my dearest friend, Lady Rosalind Bailey? She is the daughter of the Marquess of Berkeley.
Rosalind curtsied to the men and then waited for their pleasantries. She couldn't help but admire their height, kind smiles, and dark brown hair. Audrey, what brings you to our corner of the ballroom tonight? Do you not have partners enough to keep you entertained? Mr. Fletcher Fernley's response confirmed Rosalind's suspicions of his complete ignorance to Audrey's admiration.
I most certainly do, Fletcher. I have not seen Phineas here this evening. Is he still in Yorkshire?
Phineas set sail for Egypt this very week. We will likely never see him again. Rosalind's curiosity was piqued.
Egypt?
Mr. Archibald Fernley nodded in response. Our brother is adventurous. He has dreamt of travelling the world since boyhood. Mr. Fletcher Fernley pulled on Audrey's curls in a teasing manner, much like a brother would do to his sister. You were not seeking Phineas out, were you?
Not at all. I had a distressing question for one of my dear Fernley friends. Since you and Archie are the only ones in front of me, I suppose I must ask you.
Fletcher held his hands behind his back and smiled like a schoolboy at Audrey. Your servants. Although do not make it too ghastly otherwise, we may blush. Rosalind chose to keep her eyes on Mr. Archibald Fernley to assess the truthfulness of his reaction to Audrey's upcoming question. Although it would be terribly embarrassing to have her friend ask such a question, she thought it was best to know if her expectations were too high.
Fletcher, do you or any of your brothers hold with the belief that men should seek comfort outside of marriage?
Pardon me? Fletcher's tone made Rosalind look to him. It was hard to rip her eyes away from the disgust written upon Mr. Archibald Fernley's face, but to see the same emotion genuinely reflected in Mr. Fletcher Fernley's expression made her believe there was truth in Audrey's assessment of their family.
I do apologize for shocking you so, but it has come to our attention that we cannot expect men of society to hold sacred that which is entrusted to them. We must know if this is accurate.
Audrey's neck and face resembled a tomato, but she did not falter in her inquiry. Mr. Fletcher Fernley took a moment to collect his thoughts before responding, but the sincerity in his response left Rosalind in little doubt that Audrey had set her cap for one of the last respectable men in society. Any man who behaves thusly should be horsewhipped. Audrey turned to Rosalind and took her hands.
Did I not tell you there were still honourable men in this world?
She turned back to Fletcher and continued speaking.
Rosalind is in a bit of a scrape. She is expected to make a match with a man who was promised discretion in his wanderings. I cannot allow her to go into a marriage knowing there are good men still available for a match.
Audrey, Rosalind wanted her friend to stop sharing the details of her situation. No one needed to know of her impending match with Wharton. She didn't even know if her father would secure the agreement, given her behaviour of that morning.
I am sorry, Rosalind, but I did not want Fletcher and Archie to believe us capable of discussing such matters without a cause.
There is no need to fret, for either of you. Mr. Archibald Fernley held his hand up to stop Audrey from continuing in her apologies. This conversation will stay between us. Rosalind noticed her brother approaching, so she reluctantly made introductions.
Mr. Archibald Fernley and Mr. Fletcher Fernley, this is my brother, Viscount Catherlow.
A pleasure. Catherlow took hold of her elbow and pulled her toward him. Rosie, you were supposed to only be gone a short time. Duke Wharton is searching for you.
I was with Audrey. Mother knew where I had gone.
To her dismay, her father and Duke Wharton approached.
The entire situation played out like a poor performance upon the stage.
Lady Rosalind, will you honour me with the next set? Duke Wharton held his hand out, expecting her to take it without delay. Her hand shook as she slowly lifted her arm away from Catherlow's grasp. She didn't know if she could endure a dance with Duke Wharton after all that had occurred. She wanted to discourage him from making another offer of marriage, but there was no way to do so in front of her father, Catherlow, and the Misters Fernley. Knowing it would be best not to make a scene, Rosalind understood her duty. A dance did not equate engagement. As she raised her hand, she found it resting in the grip of someone other than Duke Wharton. I do apologize, Wharton, but this set is mine. You will have to claim another.
Chapter 5. Archie didn't know the exact dynamic between Lady Rosalind and Duke Wharton, but he knew from the slowness of her reactions that she didn't want to dance with the Duke. Stepping forward, he took her hand and led her to join the queue.
I apologize, my lady, for my assumption on your behalf, but I determined from your reaction to the Duke that you preferred not to dance with him.
Tears formed in her eyes as she met his gaze. I have no words to express how thankful I am for your assistance.
There is no need. I am happy to offer my assistance with a dance whenever it is necessary, although I cannot boast about my skills.
The couples around them moved closer, and Archie realized it wasn't a quadrille.
The waltz?
I believe it is. Taking her hand and resting his other on her waist, Archie was ready to dance the moment the music started.
I assume Wharton is the man who presented you with the distasteful prospect of marriage.
Lady Rosalind laughed, and her cheeks brightened in a delightful shade of pink. I should not speak of it. My father is determined I am to wed Duke Wharton. Please do not mention it to anyone. The announcement has not occurred, and I would prefer not to cause a scandal.
You have my silence, my lady.
I should be most displeased if rumour were to connect Duke Wharton and myself.
You are an enigma, Lady Rosalind.
How so?
Wharton pays attention to few women. Any number of ladies here this evening would have swooned if he had asked them to stand up with him.
He smiled as Lady Rosalind visibly bristled from the comment. Not one of them has sense in their head if they think he is worthy of their time.
I see. So the Duke is the source of the uncomfortable conversation you and Audrey brought to our attention?
Yes, sir. I will not soon forget the shame of knowing the hidden details of certain men and their hobbies.
No woman should be subjected to such debauchery. I am sorry to hear you have suffered.
As the dance neared finishing, Archie looked down upon the diamond of the first water he held in his arms. He'd never imagined dancing with a lady of her caliber. He was, after all, a second son and not the heir.
My lady, if you are in need of further assistance this evening, I will happily oblige.
She looked up at him, her eyes swollen from a day of tears. You promise? Anything at all?
I am your servant.
As the musicians played their last chords, Archie bent down with the intention of kissing her hand. It had been a lovely dance, and he fully expected Duke Wharton to whisk the lady away without a glance in his direction. He slowly lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles.
Thank you for honouring me with this dance.
It is I who owe you a debt of gratitude. If not for you, I would have found myself in Duke Wharton's company. Tucking her hand in his arm, Archie led her back to Fletcher, Audrey, and her waiting brother. But when they arrived at the spot where they'd left everyone before the dance, their party had moved on.
Do you remember where your mother is? I could return you to her.
There is no need, Mr. Fernley. Audrey is returning. He turned to see where Lady Rosalind pointed and then escorted her to meet her friend.
Audrey, where did Fletcher wander off to?
I am unsure. Duke Wharton suggested they speak in private, but he has not returned, and I cannot seem to find him.
Archie frowned. Why would Wharton want to speak with Fletcher?
Fletcher is a barrister. Perhaps Wharton is seeking legal advice.
It was possible, but highly unlikely, given Wharton would look down upon a man with a profession. If you will excuse me, ladies, I will search out my brother.
Archie bowed to both women and took his leave, only to find they were following him.
He knew Audrey fancied Fletcher, so it didn't surprise him to see her concern, but he was intrigued by Lady Rosalind's insistence on helping to search. They walked through the hallway and into the gaming room to see Fletcher was not at the tables. Archie made his way to the men's resting room and confirmed Fletcher was not taking care of personal matters. He led the two women through various open areas of the house, but Fletcher was nowhere to be seen. Opening one of the closed-off rooms, Archie allowed the women to enter as he followed them in. The room was dark, but a spark of light filtered in from a door that led to the outside. "I will see if he is out there." Audrey nearly skipped across the room before Archie could volunteer for the task. He turned to Lady Rosalind and smiled as he noticed the amusement on her face.
"Should we wager a bet that Fletcher and Audrey are married before the end of next season?"
Lady Rosalind sighed. "I do not think he notices her as more than a friend."
"I will speak with him."
A wide grin creased Lady Rosalind's face, and two perfect dimples pressed into her cheeks. "You would not dare."
"I would. I have thwarted a duke this evening. Matching my brother with Miss Benton is my next challenge."
Archie moved toward her conspiratorially to whisper his plans.
"I will ensure Miss Benton is married to Fletcher by Michaelmas. What do you have to say to that?"
Lady Rosalind laughed and pressed her hand upon his chest to push him away. "You, sir, are a cad." Archie placed his hand over hers and winked at Lady Rosalind as the door to the library pressed open and a group of men entered. Fletcher, Duke Wharton, Lord Catherlow, Baxter, and Marquess Berkeley all stood in the entrance looking at Archie as if he'd lost his mind. Without missing a beat, Archie looked at his elder brother, Baxter.
"What, have I forgotten my cravat?" "No, brother, not your cravat. But it seems as though your sense of propriety was left at Grafton House this evening."
Baxter's response left Archie in little doubt of the assumptions made by the men standing before them. Looking around the room, he saw the door to the outside area was still open.
"Miss Benton was here with us only a moment ago. She is searching for Fletcher outside that door."
He hoped Audrey would walk back into the room as Fletcher crossed the distance to retrieve her. When he came back into the silent room, he shook his head. "I do not see Miss Benton. Where did you say she went?" Archie had to see for himself. Crossing the room, he flung the door open as wide as it would go to find the low-burning candles and the moonlit sky entertained no one. There was nothing left for him to do but take responsibility for being alone in a darkened room with a lady.
"Mr. Fernley, what do you have to say for yourself?"
Marquess Berkeley's hands were clenched in front of him, his rage barely contained as he refused to look toward his daughter. Archie had never been at a loss for words. As a writer, he had a plethora of sentences and possible storylines always running through his head, but as he considered what he could say to resolve the upcoming confrontation, he had nothing on his mind. Thankfully, he was saved the embarrassment of spluttering out a response as Baxter spoke.
"Berkeley, do you not agree that privacy is of the utmost importance?"
Berkeley cleared his throat and ran a hand through his hair.
"Yes, Grafton, you are correct. I am certain our hosts will not begrudge us the use of their library, but Wharton, I will ask you to leave so we can discuss this matter in private."
Archie tried to exchange an exasperated look with his brother, but found Baxter was not in the mood for any light-heartedness. He looked to Fletcher to see the same stern and sullen glare upon his face. With an expression of impending doom, Baxter motioned for everyone to take a seat.
"Now then,"
Marquess Berkeley said as Archie sat in the nearest armchair,
"what have you to say for yourself?"
"My lord," Archie thought it best to address the Marquess properly. He also hoped it would give him time to consider an answer. He had nothing but his bewildered thoughts to share.
"I rightly cannot say anything of great importance occurred. We truly were searching out my brother in the company of Miss Benton. I never thought to cause a scandal. I apologize most profusely." "My daughter's reputation is threatened by this entire charade. By morning, every woman in London will be sitting in a parlour with their tongues wagging, and your pathetic apology will not do justice."
"Papa!" Rosalind tugged on her father's arm to gain his attention, which allowed Archie a moment to compose himself. I am to blame for the misunderstanding. I was overcome with the enchantment of Mr. Fernley's kindness. When he offered a dance, it was appropriate to accept. I admit I was intrigued with our short time together and thought to spend more time with him. It is I who insisted on following Mr. Fernley in search of the other Mr. Fernley. There truly was nothing in our actions to warrant a ruined reputation.
It is unfortunate Miss Benton did not stay in this darkened room with you and Mr. Fernley. Otherwise, the situation would be beyond reproach. As it is now, your reputation dangles on a thin thread that is ready to break.
Baxter shook his head and moved to a chair. The apparent scandal was obviously too much for his brother to handle.
Fletcher, will you please seek out Miss Benton?
Before Fletcher took a step toward the door, Baxter gave another admonition.
Do not seek her on your own. Make certain you have one of our brothers with you.
Archie groaned as his stomach did somersaults with the light refreshments he'd eaten throughout the night. He was in a spot of trouble, and there was only one solution that didn't include dishonouring Lady Rosalind. Before he could rectify the situation, Lady Rosalind stood and placed her hands on her hips. I cannot believe an innocent situation has turned so bleak in the eyes of not only my father, but Earl Grafton as well. Can we not brush this off as a youthful indiscretion? I will spend the summer at Berkeley Castle out of the eyes of society, and no one will be the wiser to what happened here this evening. The Marquess shook his head.
I fear you do not understand the extent of the situation. If it had been Lord Grafton and me alone to see you and Mr. Fernley in a compromising position, we could easily dismiss this, as you say. But Duke Wharton was party to your youthful indiscretion, leaving us without a choice.
Lady Rosalind's voice rose in volume as she argued with her father. Duke Wharton has participated in much worse than what was witnessed between Mr. Fernley and me. I cannot believe you would side with that horrible man over your own daughter. My brother led a woman out into the grounds to spend nearly an hour with her outside of anyone's company. Yet an innocent moment is turned into scandal when we were simply conversing.
Do not resort to hysteria, my dear.
Berkeley patted Lady Rosalind's hand in an attempt to calm her and pull her back to her chair. Under his breath, he lamented,
Leave it to a waltz to destroy my daughter's reputation.
A waltz! Lady Rosalind's tone left Archie's eyes wide with amusement. He'd seen a very docile side of the lady while chatting and dancing. The waltz had nothing to do with this. Why is Wharton not forced to marry the woman I saw him with last night? Why is Catherlow allowed to have a dalliance with a married woman under the noses of everyone at this party without either of them suffering consequences? Berkeley matched his daughter's tone as he pulled her back to the chair she'd vacated. His stern rebuke left Archie ill.
You will hold your tongue. We are not speaking of Wharton and Catherlow. Their indiscretions were not seen by anyone of importance.
Raising her hands to her temples, Rosalind rubbed a finger against each side of her head, likely calming a headache. I am not important.
You have no power to ruin their reputations, but Wharton can destroy you with the snap of a finger. You and Mr. Fernley forgot your manners and allowed for further closeness after the dance. No debutante should ever be allowed to dance a waltz.
The Marquess pointed his finger in admonishment toward his daughter.
I plan to make my grievances known to whoever will listen. I will have the waltz banned from every social gathering amongst the ton by the opening of Parliament.
Very well, father. I apologize for my moment of weakness. It will never happen again.
We are past simple apologies, my dear. The only concern now is a resolution everyone can live with.
Berkeley growled and turned away from his daughter. Archie was certain it wasn't in anger or disgust, but a show of pain. Archie stood. He couldn't offer for a woman's hand while slumped in a chair.
Lord Berkeley, if you find my suit amenable, It would be an honour to marry your daughter.
Lady Rosalind's gasp brought everyone's attention to her. Marriage? Can it truly be so terrible a situation to warrant marriage?
You know it is, my dear.
The Marquess nodded to Archie.
I have a contract already prepared that was between Wharton and myself. He is a shrewd negotiator, which should fit your needs.
Without having seen the agreement, Archie wasn't certain he could fully agree with the assessment, but there wasn't time to write up a new marriage contract.
It will have to do. Grafton, I will expect you to have a vicar on hand at your residence on the morrow with a special license. I will see to it.
Baxter nodded his head to the Marquess and turned to Archie.
You will accompany me to see to the details?
Archie wanted to stay and speak to Lady Rosalind, but before he could ask for a moment, Berkeley whisked her away. Resigned to a night of hurried preparation, Archie nodded to Baxter.
Lead on.
Baxter placed his hands on Archie's shoulders.
I'm sorry this has happened. What can I do to help?
Will you arrange everything with Gilbert? Gilbert was younger than Archie, but he was a vicar. It gave him a small sense of pleasure mixed amongst the doubt and tension building in his chest to know his brother would officiate the ceremony.
Of course. Let us find my wife and our brothers. We must leave for Grafton House before you find yourself further compromised.
Archie agreed. A simple search for his brother had turned disastrous, and he was reeling from the entire debacle. As he neared the door leading to the hallway, a sickness entered his throat, and he had to clutch the nearest chair. How will I explain this to Gigi?
You will be in Scotland, out of the watchful eye of society with your new wife. I will share this news with our mother.
It is not your responsibility. Baxter took hold of Archie's shoulders.
Let me do this for you. I feel helpless with this entire situation. As head of the family, I should be able to find a solution that doesn't include you marrying a woman with whom you shared one dance.
Archie looked down at the ground as he considered his brother's words. It is no more than you would have done in the same situation.
Duty sometimes costs us more than we are ready to give. Your decision to marry Lady Rosalind instead of allowing the Marquess to ship her off to a cottage or a convent shows you are a man of honour.
And yet I find myself fighting the need to be sick. Baxter laughed. It was a dry, nervous sound without any pleasure.
I will gather our brothers and meet you at the carriage. We have much to discuss this evening.
Chapter 6. It had been a daring move on Rosalind's part to snub Wharton for Mr. Fernley. Yet she hadn't expected the consequences of her actions to result in marriage to a man she'd danced with only once. She hardly knew Mr. Fernley. She couldn't imagine him being anything like Duke Wharton, which calmed her racing heart for a mere moment before she again realized she was to be married to a stranger. Rosalind looked at her reflection and closed her eyes as Beth tugged at her curls with a brush. As a particular piece of hair pulled at her head, Rosalind's eyes watered. I'd be crying too if I were marrying a mere mister when a duke had offered for my hand. Mr. Fernley is a kind man, much more regal than Duke Wharton. And what about me, my lady? Here I was bragging to all my friends and family that I was to be a lady's maid to a duchess, and now I must swallow my pride and admit you have feathers between your ears. Rolling her eyes toward the heavens, Rosalind sighed. You may tell them I am at fault for your lowering in station. A mere mister. Beth hadn't seemed to hear Rosalind's reply as she continued to lament her situation. I would have been so proud of my mistress if she were a duchess. You can still be proud, Rosalind said, annoyed at her maid. Mr. Fernley is not a pauper. He isn't a duke. No, he's not. And I find him much more pleasing than all the gold in Duke Wharton's coffers. I've heard what everyone is saying below stairs. No one knows anything about this Mr. Fernley. Not even you know his likes and dislikes. He could be as much a scoundrel as Duke Wharton, but with less money and no title.
Beth's brash way of speaking the truth left Rosalind at a loss for words. Rosalind had based a decision of marriage off a moment in time. She'd wanted out of her engagement to Wharton so badly she'd decided a perfect stranger would be best. For the first time since she'd followed Mr. Fernley into a dark room, she realized how foolhardy it had been. "Beth, is it possible to find out information on Mr. Fernley before I am wed?" "The carriage is already waiting for you, my lady." "I know, but surely someone below stairs knows something about the man I am to marry." She looked to her maid, praying for a sliver of hope, but found nothing but regret in the woman's eyes. Focusing on the jar of ointment on her dressing table, Rosalind spread a small dab upon her hands. She was in a spot of trouble. If she'd exchanged one rake for another, she would never forgive herself. As a knock sounded on her bedchamber door, Rosalind called out for the person to enter. She'd expected her mother much earlier than this to oversee the dress and hairstyle. Instead of seeing the Marchioness, her dearest friend entered. "Rosalind, I find myself utterly jealous of you." Audrey threw herself on the settee next to the dressing table in a dramatic fashion. "You are to marry a Mr. Fernley, and although it is not my Mr. Fernley, Archie is as wonderful a man as any woman could hope to wed." "Jealous?" Rosalind asked. "I am not so certain I would be jealous of a friend who has lost her reputation due to a simple misunderstanding. Why did you leave us in the library?" "I was caught up in my search for Fletcher, and I completely forgot to return to the library. Will you despise me forever?" "I could never despise you. Tell me what you know of my Mr. Fernley." "Archie is the second son of the 5th Earl of Grafton. The Fernley family has been out of society for more than a year to observe mourning over the late Earl." "Yes, I know that. But what about his personality? Is he kind?" "The most genuine of all men." "Even more than your heart's desire?" Rosalind exaggerated her words and quirked an eyebrow at her friend. She knew well how besotted Audrey was with Fletcher Fernley. "They are of the same caliber." "Tell me more." Audrey picked up a small tube of lip rouge and applied a dab to her lips. "Archie is a writer. He is brilliant with prose." "You make him sound every bit a gentleman." "He is more than a fine gentleman. He will treat you with respect and will see to your every need." "I would not mind a generous husband." Just as she was accepting the choice the scandal had made for her, Rosalind noticed a frown on Audrey's face. "Are you unwell?" Audrey hesitated and picked at the lace on her gown before responding. "Rosalind, why did you refuse to dance with Wharton?" "It seemed the only logical solution to my problem. I wanted to offend him so he would seek out another young woman. When Mr. Fernley offered to dance with me, it was the best solution." "I'm thankful it was Archie who landed in the scandal with you. If it had been Fletcher, I think I would die." "I would never betray you so. Perhaps this marriage will be the start of a future for you as well." "What do you mean?" "As Fletcher's new sister, I can lay hints about marriage and choosing a woman he's known most his life. Also, I happen to know someone else who is invested in matching you with Fletcher." "Who?" "I cannot say, but this person has influence." "Very well. What would you say to him?" "I am not certain. What do you think is best?" Audrey sighed and picked at the edges of her gloves. "Do not worry about it. Wallflowers are never noticed by tall, handsome men. They prefer women of your beauty." "You are not a wallflower." "I have come to accept my fate. When Fletcher marries, and it is not me, I will ask my father to set me up in the cottage. I do hope you visit me." Rosalind laughed and embraced her friend. "I shall not visit you in a cottage because you will find yourself at Primrose Hall as my sister. I am determined it will happen." Before she was mentally ready to leave for Grafton House, Rosalind was ushered down the stairs and into a waiting carriage. The distance didn't seem to take long as she nervously prepared for the moment she would be married to a man with whom she'd shared a dance and one very simple conversation of little depth. Far too soon, the carriage pulled to a stop in front of the Earl of Grafton's home, and she was stepping down from the carriage with the help of her father. This day was nothing like she'd imagined for a wedding. As the daughter of a marquess, Rosalind had imagined a lavish wedding at St. Paul's Cathedral, surrounded by extended family and the many friends she'd met during her years at finishing school and her first season. She'd also imagined parties leading up to the day of the announcement and posting banns. But none of that was part of her future, now she had lost her reputation. In a blur of nervousness, she followed every instruction, greeted each of Mr. Fernley's family members, and promptly forgot each of their names. She wasn't certain she'd taken a single breath since leaving the protection of the carriage. Now, as she stood in the library, waiting for the wedding to take place, she had a moment to herself to breathe. Rosalind closed her eyes and calmed her nerves by reassuring herself that Mr. Fernley was a good man. She had Audrey's word on this. Audrey would not fabricate information of importance. She walked the perimeter of the room and then stopped as she heard a conversation leaking through the cracked door to a den. "We will do all we can to silence the rumours, but I do think it is best you and my daughter leave town today." Her father's words made her face turn hot. As a marquess, he should have the connections to fix the scandal without a hasty removal to the country. Moreover, she'd hoped there would be a celebration of her marriage within the coming weeks. She was a victim of circumstance, and yet everyone was acting the part of a family in deepest shame. "I was already planning to leave for Scotland, my lord. I have an estate in Ladykirk." "Part of Grafton's holdings?" "It is free from my brother's title. I inherited the estate from my mother's eldest brother. He had no heirs upon his death and named me. It is free from entailment." "Very well. Do not return to London before I send for you. It is true that one scandal can outweigh another, but it will need to be something dreadful to force most of society to forget about this one." "I understand." Rosalind walked away, dismayed. She didn't want to live in Scotland. She wouldn't mind residing in Yorkshire near Audrey, but Scotland was a completely different country. She needed to find her mother. Her mother would not approve of her leaving the country and would put a stop to this nonsense. She was nearly to the hallway when her mother and Lady Grafton entered the library. Lady Grafton walked forward and took Rosalind's hands. "I cannot express how lovely it is to have a wedding for one of my brothers. Archie is a good man." "Thank you, my lady. But I do not think I can be married today." Rosalind looked to her mother, pleading for understanding. She was ready to go to her knees if it would help her cause. "I cannot live in Scotland, Mamma. Do not make me leave everything I know." "Dearest, you will not be gone forever." "If it is our home, then we will have to live there most of the year." "Mr. Fernley has a home in the Mayfair district as well. We will see each other often when you are in town." "Father has never had anything complimentary to say about Scotland. How am I to make my home there?" "You will do so as a lady, with propriety and decorum." The Marchioness within her mother appeared, and Rosalind knew she'd lost any argument against the marriage. Acquiescing, Rosalind bit her bottom lip and turned back to Lady Grafton. Her voice broke as she spoke. "Have you seen the home in Scotland?" "No. I arrived in England less than a year ago. I was raised in the States, Boston to be precise, and I have not seen much outside of London and Yorkshire. But Earl Grafton tells me Archie's estate is beautiful. I do hope you will find comfort there." Before she could speak another word, her father and Mr. Fernley were by her side. She wanted a moment alone with her would-be husband, but her father pushed everyone from the library into the parlour. Without any pomp and circumstance, Rosalind was escorted to stand before a vicar who looked to be one of Mr. Fernley's brothers, and was promptly married. Chapter 7. Although they were the only two people in the carriage, Archie found it suffocating. He wanted to stretch out, loosen his cravat, and remove his boots. Instead, he kept everything on his person as it should be, and focused on the trees passing by the window. It would take 7 days of continued travel to reach his estate. Since he had a wife to consider, he planned to stop at coaching inns along the way. This would complicate matters if they couldn't speak more than pleasantries to each other. Wiping the sweat from his neck, Archie lifted his head to look at the beautiful woman he'd married. Lady Rosalind had hair the colour of peace lilies and eyes that resembled emeralds. Although her bonnet now covered the elegant coiffure, the ringlets framing her face made her youthful countenance glow. "Please do not gaze upon me so." Archie smiled at her. She had to know the allure her beauty had on men. She'd been in society for an entire season and had captured the attention of Duke Wharton, who looked upon women to find fault and reasons to stay clear of them. Even the smattering of freckles upon her cheeks and across her nose hadn't counted as an unpardonable blemish for the Duke. Finding his voice, Archie decided it was time they came to know each other. "I do not mean to make you uncomfortable. It is a bit hot in this carriage." "I must agree. I wish we had stayed in London." "It is quite different during the summer months than you have experienced with the season. Less parties to attend. Most of the gentry leave for their country estates." "I am aware." "Then it might be nice to consider our time in Scotland as you would a summer at your ancestral home." "There is one glaring issue with that, sir." "Oh?" "I will not have the comforts of my home with me." "Now that I am your husband, I can see to your comfort. What do you need?" "My horse, my bedchamber, Berkeley Castle." Archie smiled indulgently at her. "The Marquess has already agreed to send your horse to us. I dare say your animal will be at Brookside Manor soon after we arrive." "Truly?" The glow of happiness that instantly filled the carriage made the heat he'd previously complained about of little concern. "Brookside Manor is a lovely estate. I want you to make it your home." "You are too kind, Mr. Fernley." Archie tugged at his cravat, loosening the knot a smidgen. "Well, yes, you are my wife now, and I think we should dispense with formalities." "As you wish." "No one in Ladykirk or the surrounding areas should know of the scandal of which we are accused. We should be free from gossip, and once things have died out in London, we can return for a time." "You do not mean to keep me in Scotland?" Archie chuckled at her question. "I think we will find ourselves invited to Primrose Hall often enough. My family is rather close, and Gigi has not yet met you." "Who is Gigi?" "My mother." "I would like to meet her." Rosalind lifted her hand and twirled her finger around one of the ringlets framing her face. "Archie, I have a terrible confession to make." "Oh?" "I do not know if you will want to be my husband after I tell you, but I fear it is important you know." "What confession do you think would end our marriage?" "I am terribly spoiled. My maid reminds me often of my horrendous state of selfishness." Taken aback, Archie took a moment to consider her confession. "There are a good many women amongst the ton who fit into the category you claim. Tell me, what qualifies you as selfish?" "I do not want to live in Scotland. I did not want to marry Duke Wharton. I have a wardrobe filled with dresses I have never worn. My father gave me more pin money than all my friends combined. I spend endless hours shopping." She looked up at him, her features expressing her concern. "Need I say more to convince you of my pitiful state?" "I do not think it necessary. I admit I cannot consider any of the items on your list to be selfish, but if it troubles you, I will be sensitive to your concerns." "I am truly worried, but only because you have been so highly praised by my dearest friend." "Oh." "Audrey Benton claims you are the purest example of kindness. You come highly recommended in all ways expected." "With such high praise, I am bound to fail in your eyes." "I doubt it, sir, but I do hope no one praised my virtues, for it seems I have none to recommend me." He was preparing to inform her of his intense lack of knowledge of her likes and dislikes as the coach lurched and leaned to the side. A loud crack reverberated through the carriage, causing them to be unseated. Archie reached out to steady Rosalind as the coach came to a stop. "Are you well?" "Perfectly well in body, a bit addled otherwise." Archie kept hold of her until he was certain the carriage was no longer in danger of moving. As the door opened, he stepped out and then helped Rosalind down. He didn't ask what the problem was. One look at the front left wheel told him they were in a scrap of trouble. Do we have a spare wheel? He directed his question to the driver of the carriage. The driver shook his head. No, sir. We will need to walk to the next town to secure one. I see. You and Lady Rosalind should rest in the shade while we see to the carriage. Archie turned to see where the driver was indicating and noticed a footman laying out a small blanket for them to sit upon. He led Rosalind to the tree and helped her sit while he turned about looking for solutions. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by fields without a home in sight. An unfortunate turn of events. Even worse, we do not have a picnic to make up for the delay. Archie contented himself by sitting next to her as he realized patience might be the only option. A pity. With his back against the tree, Archie looked upon the situation with the eye of an observer. His writer's mind went to work entertaining the drudgery one must feel as a servant. Although there were warmer days ahead, the sun beat down upon the servants as they prepared the carriage for when the footman who'd left for town returned with a new wheel. Pulling out his journal and graphite pen, he noted his initial thoughts and feelings. Strangely, he found himself noting the complete lack of control he had as the master of his servants and the temporary owner of the carriage and horses. He'd borrowed the carriage from his elder brother, but it didn't excuse his lack of knowledge in how to correct the damage to the wheel. He was proud of the servants. Instead of waiting for him to dictate the process of work needed, his servants took to their duties without delay, sending him to sit in the shade. If ever there were a topic to write upon, it was the lack of work found amongst the gentry. There might be one or two men of his society who had spent time in the trenches with their servants, but he never had. Moreover, the poor were the backbone of society, more so than those with coffers filled to the brim. If he'd been called upon to change the carriage wheel, he and Rosalind would have been forever stranded in the countryside. "What is the meaning of that look upon your face?" Rosalind's question brought him out of his thoughts. "Pardon me." "The only word to describe it is that you look conflicted. What is happening upon the page you write?" Archie tapped the partially filled page with his pen. Could he confide in his wife? He knew nothing about her. Would it shock her to know he was a revolutionist at heart? The plight of those less fortunate weighed heavily on his mind. Yet all he had was a pen and paper to record his thoughts. He was certain England was not ready for a change amongst social classes, no matter the beauty of well-penned words. If he couldn't trust the woman he had married, he would have a long life of silence ahead of himself. Taking a leap of faith, he decided it was best to share his thoughts. "I wondered what I would have done if relied upon to solve our current situation." "Certainly you would have made similar decisions as the driver." "My concern is that the working class is more knowledgeable on matters of survival than the upper class. If a woman loses her husband and does not have family to care for her or a proper widow's jointure, what will happen to her?" "The poorhouse." Rosalind's tone left him with the reality of the situation. A woman would have nothing if not for the clothes on her back in such a situation. Even then, depending on the mountain of debt her husband left, she might not own the dress she wore. "Exactly. Therefore, I think it is a mistake for those of the beau monde to leave all matters of cooking, cleaning, and laborious tasks to the serving class. We have benefited off the knowledge they pass down through generations and have not learned anything from them." "But the knowledge you have learned from your father and the education you gained is of equal value. It may not make you sweat in the fields, but you can finance an estate and make profitable investments." Archie nodded his head in understanding. He was surprised at Rosalind's reasoning and found himself impressed by her sound judgment. "I will think on this more." "I hope you do not think me impertinent." "On the contrary, I find your opinion delightful." With that, Archie went back to observing the servants as they unloaded trunks and detached the horses from the carriage. He was back into the mode of writing and wanted to know exactly what was happening just in case it would be needed for his manuscript. Chapter 8. Archie unnecessarily checked his pocket watch for the 100th time. His eyes saw both hands and numbers, but his brain didn't process the hour. It wasn't truly necessary, as it had been less than 5 minutes since he'd last looked. Eager to be on his way, he tried to keep his impatience at a minimum. He and Rosalind had been stranded by the side of the road for nearly 3 hours. He could see his wife was hungry, yet she dutifully kept her complaints to herself. Walking toward his broken-down carriage, Archie knew he had to stay calm. The servants were doing all they could to rectify the situation. It would do little good for him to excite frustration from them. As he stepped up to the carriage, he turned at the sound of hooves and wheels racing toward them. Archie sighed with relief as a stagecoach rumbled to a stop. "We are in a spot of trouble. Do you have room for our party?" Archie questioned the driver. "We can take you to the next stop." With haste, Archie, Rosalind, and the remaining servants boarded the stagecoach with the intention of travelling to the next town. When they arrived at the coaching inn, Archie decided he and Rosalind would continue to Ladykirk on the stage. There was too much for him to glean from the other passengers to pass up the opportunity of riding with them. His purse lighter by 20.5 guineas, Archie and Rosalind would enjoy the company of others and relieve the strained silence that had been between them from the moment they'd wed. "How close to Ladykirk does the Edinburgh coach stop?" Rosalind asked as they sat side by side in the coach. "Right outside the village, but I have requested they deliver us to Brookside Manor." "Archie," Rosalind fumbled with her reticule and pressed her hands against her middle. "Are you certain this is the best way for us to travel?" "I cannot think of a more pleasing way to spend my time." He'd hoped his words would bring a smile to her face, but instead a frown creased her brow. "Time alone with your wife is torturous?" "Not in the least. It is only less creative." Again his words caused her distress. "What do you mean by creative?" Archie raised his eyebrows in surprise. Did she not understand that creativity was the essence of his soul? "I refer to the ability to see beyond the moment and explore the underlying possibilities before me." "Oh." Archie allowed her response to be the last of their current conversation. He had a manuscript due date looming over his head, and he needed to formulate a story by the time they reached Brookside Manor. As the carriage ambled along the open road, travelling at a speed much faster than necessary, Archie tried not to focus on Rosalind. Her shoulders bumped against his every time the carriage wheels dipped in a rut or the carriage took a corner to the left. He'd hoped the addition of travelling companions would lessen the dense mood between them, but instead it created a chasm he didn't know how to cross. Rosalind's eyes were focused on the scenery passing by in multicolored waves, allowing him to feign interest in the same scenery while he focused on her. He noticed her face was a mask of cultured perfection, meaning she was beautiful and delicate without showing the emotions of what was happening inside. With the whirlwind scandal and wedding, he knew she must have some emotion threatening to spill, yet to look at her, no one would ever know she was in distress. Archie was an observer of people. For his writing, he watched people's movements, analyzed their quirks, and explored what made them unique. In his estimation, the most unique person in the coach was his wife, with her schooled emotions. Gathering his thoughts, he decided to silently list out everything he currently knew or suspected of the lady. Daughter of the Marquess of Berkeley, sister to the Viscount Catherloe. Her family was complete with her mother. In Archie's opinion, they were a small, reputable family. The only problem was her reputation had been destroyed due to a moment of light-hearted banter of little significance. He never should have allowed himself to be caught in a darkened room with a lady. As a gentleman, it had been his responsibility to ensure her safety, and he had failed. When he finally allowed himself to think about his manuscript, the possibilities of new stories popped into his head. For one wild moment, he considered using his situation to write about the social follies of his equals. He nearly entertained an opening scene as Rosalind's stoic features slipped and she wiped at an errant tear with a shaky hand. He couldn't use their situation, no matter how unjust, to develop a story. It would only cause more disrepute for his wife, for no woman considered a diamond of the first water would fall into ruin without society's matrons taking notice. He waited until a movement out of the corner of his eye told him her head had drooped to rest against the side of the carriage before fully glancing in her direction. Her face was back to the trained impassiveness as before. The only indication of tears was the fading spot upon her pristine white gloves. He wanted to observe and glean information from her focused features to determine how best to be her husband, but nothing came to him in that moment. Her cheeks had a breathtaking natural blush that set his heart pounding. It was difficult to focus on anything else, but he had to keep his wits about him. Upon closer examination of her features, he noticed a light shadow under her eyes, indicating loss of sleep and anxiety. He well understood the strain she'd been under since the previous night, but he also was aware of her previous circumstances with Duke Wharton. How long had it been since Rosalind had slept without worry for her future? Allowing his wife the privacy of sleep, Archie looked to the nervous woman sitting across from Rosalind. Her hands twitched with each jarring bump along the road. Occupied with her needlepoint, it seemed she was having a bit of difficulty as she continued to pull out a tiny pair of trimmers to fix her errors and restart the project. The woman's eyes darted up, and she pulled back in fear when she realized Archie was watching her. "There is no need to fear, ma'am." Archie turned away from the twitchy lady as she pulled further into the cushion of the carriage, trying to move out of his peripheral view. He would have to be less obvious when studying the woman. The man sitting next to the twitchy woman was plump, mustached, and balding. His snores billowed through the carriage like the echoes of a moaning cow. His clothing and uncanny ability to sleep deeply no matter the jarring movements of the coach marked him as a valet or butler. A new idea for a manuscript slowly formed in Archie's mind. He wondered if it would be possible to entertain an audience by writing an entire novel based in a carriage. He knew a few of the political themes he wanted to pursue might be hindered by a storyline focused on travellers, but he could make it work. One of his main topics would be the class distinction and the lack of connection between the classes. He also hoped to explore the effects of Parliament's continued activity within the bounds of the Enclosure Acts. The poor seemed to stay poor, and the rich somehow gained in wealth. Yet, as he'd noted earlier, the poor were the backbone of the land and centralized all knowledge on how to succeed at a profession outside of the gentry. His estimation of each passenger lent credence to at least one of his topics. Taking himself out of consideration, he viewed each passenger for the value they could lend to his manuscript. The twitchy woman was lower class, as evidenced by her clothing. The material for her needlework was dirty, and her hat was worn through with moth-bitten sections of lace. Yet she sat across from a lady of considerable wealth and influence. The woman wasn't particularly comfortable with her situation, which lent more imagination and writing ideas. He could write about the varying reasons for their travel and the decision each had made to take the same mode of transportation. To make the book appeal to those of the upper class, he could discuss the class distinction within family. Within his own family, there would soon be a class distinction. Baxter and Briar would produce children, and the heir, along with any daughters, would have the distinction of lord and lady. Archie's children would be without titles. Same with his brothers. Phineas was determined never to reproduce, and so he wouldn't have to worry about class distinctions as much, but Archie knew his other brothers would have to. Gilbert, as a vicar, would find a modest woman who could live within the financial constraints of his profession, and their children would be even lower than he in society. And the same would go for the rest of his brothers. Even if they married titled women, their children would not be considered as highly as Baxter's offspring, for he was an earl. It was one of the great follies of their society, and he hoped to address the concern in his writing. If he could do all of that with a story based in a stagecoach, he would be a genius. Days of travelling would allow him to decide if there was enough prose to build an entire narrative with action and a bit of romance. He closed his eyes to imagine the scene and plot points worth exploring, but instead of his imagination taking hold of the curious circumstances he'd built within his mind, he slipped back to thoughts of Rosalind and his duty to her. Chapter 9. Rosalind pulled her reticule closer to her body as she sat next to Archie eating a sparse supper of vegetable stew. If she were home with her family, she'd have a hearty meal of 7 courses to work through. The coaching inn didn't provide such luxuries, and in truth, she didn't eat enough to need such a meal. She'd never understood the purpose of a 7-course meal, especially after her mother had lectured her on the follies of women with gluttonous appetites. Ladies who desire to stay handsome will refrain from overindulging at the supper table and during afternoon tea. Rosalind had allowed many a full plate to be removed after picking at the items upon it. Therefore, the small bowl before her was sufficient for her needs. She would eat enough to sustain her, and then leave more than half in the bowl to ensure no one thought ill of her. Taking a small bite of the soup, Rosalind held back the need for tears. Even though she was with Archie, she'd never been so alone and unsure of herself. Her maid would follow with their luggage, which would give her a little bit of companionship, but not the sort she was comfortable with. She longed for Audrey, or one of her other friends, to join her in Scotland. A friend could act as a buffer between her and Archie during long periods of silence.
10 minutes remaining, the coachman called out as he made eye contact with each of his passengers to ensure they knew to be on board before he was ready to leave.
Rosalind looked at Archie to see he was feverishly writing in his journal. "Have you eaten enough?"
Archie looked up and nodded. "I prefer to travel on a near-empty stomach. It leaves less for the bumpy roads to work with."
"Do you have motion sickness often?"
"Not when I can prevent it." Archie reached into his pocket and retrieved a small round candy. "I carry ginger candies when I travel for this purpose."
"I see.
If you need one, I have plenty to share."
"I have thankfully been blessed with a strong constitution."
Without a word, they both stood at the same time, which brought a smile to her face. Her husband was every bit the kind man Audrey claimed, at least what she'd seen of him. Taking his offered arm, she walked with him back to the waiting stagecoach and retook her seat next to the window.
"Archie, may I inquire to your purpose for carrying a journal and passionately recording your thoughts? Is this a normal activity for you?"
"I tend to carry a journal when I am in the plotting phase of writing."
Rosalind's head came up at his last words. "You are a writer?" Her excitement bubbled over more than it should have at his admission.
"Yes, I am."
It was possible Audrey had mentioned this small fact about Archie, but Rosalind couldn't remember. "Is it possible I have read anything you have written?"
His bashful bow of the head told her the answer, but she waited to hear it from his lips. "I am afraid not. I have yet to write anything worthy of publishing."
Pushing past the uncomfortable moment, Rosalind brazenly reached across and took his book. She expected he wouldn't want her to look at it, so she didn't ask. As he spluttered and asked for her to return his possession, Rosalind thumbed through the pages of notes and sketches. Her cheeks heated as she saw a sketch of her sleeping against the side of the coach. Instead of commenting, she snapped the book closed and handed it back to him.
"Please forgive my presumption in drawing your likeness."
Rosalind shook her head. "There is no need to apologize. Not only are you my husband, but I have read that a good writer takes the time to observe life around him." Archie let out a sigh of relief as the coach rocked to the side while the other passengers slowly boarded and retook their seats.
"Thank you for understanding."
Rosalind demurred as the woman across from her hit her knees with a knitting needle. The jab landed in the exact spot to cause a stab of pain. When 2 more passengers entered the coach, making them 6 instead of 4, she exchanged an uncomfortable glance with Archie. Not for the first time since joining the stagecoach, she wished their carriage wheel hadn't broken. With the other guests in the coach with them, Rosalind chose to stop speaking. There would be other opportunities for she and Archie to converse. They had the rest of their lives to engage in little conversations. As the coach jerked forward, she rested her head against the side and closed her eyes. She was nearly asleep when the driver yelled out for the horses to stop. As her body involuntarily jerked forward, Archie's hands took hold of her arms to steady her. She blushed before softly thanking him for his assistance. Archie looked ready to respond, but stopped as the door to the coach opened. A short, balding man with two women stood next to their trunks in expectation of boarding the coach. The woman sitting across from Rosalind harumphed. "There is no room inside. Can you not ride in the outer seats?" "Sorry, ma'am. A group of convicts and their guards are boarding the outer seats right now." The man's voice was scratchy, as though his throat was parched. "If you will make room, my wife, daughter, and I can find comfort in the smallest of spaces." The coach bounced as everyone moved around, testing different seats to accommodate 3 more guests. With all the passengers uncomfortably situated, Rosalind squirmed in her seat like a little child, sitting as she was now between Archie and the woman who'd been seated across from her. They were packed into the carriage worse than an overstuffed ballroom. As her thoughts turned to her father's beautifully sprung carriage and the extensive space she had when they travelled, she decided the discomfort of her current situation would have to be endured well. She couldn't complain. Her mother's stern warnings rang through her mind as a complaint nearly left her mouth. "A lady of gentle breeding must always see the positive in her circumstances. Men care little for a woman who finds fault in their efforts." She assured herself that Archie had done all he could to get them to their destination without further delay. The stagecoach was but a moment of discomfort. Once they were at Brookside Manor, the trouble of their travels would be far behind them. Chapter 10. Archie understood Rosalind's silence to mean she needed time to herself. He watched as she drifted in and out of sleep, wishing he could alleviate her distress. As her head rested against his shoulder, a warmth spread through his chest. He'd never allowed a woman to rest against him, and he found it a physical reminder of the vows they'd made before leaving London. With nothing more to do than engage his imagination, Archie allowed his mind to conjure scenarios for his manuscript. Throughout the entire trip, he made notes on facial expressions, quiet conversations, and body movements. Each of these items would add mannerisms to his characters. He wanted depth and growth in each person he wrote upon the page to lend an air of reality to his writing. Unfortunately, nothing he wrote lent credibility to his purpose. It took merely a few days of tight travel for him to know he would never focus a book on a stagecoach and its occupants. Convicts as passengers did lend a bit of intrigue to his initial thoughts. He nearly started outlining the plot until the daughter of the gentleman who'd last boarded spent the remainder of the trip complaining about the lack of space. "I cannot move my legs." The girl's frown deepened as she glared at Archie. He had the misfortune of sitting directly across from her. His height did nothing for the leg room, except to make everyone uncomfortable. At 6 feet tall, he could do nothing for the predicament of little leg room in a coach. Archie did all he could to scrunch his legs into his body, but he couldn't hold the position long term. When he finally lay his head back against the cushion of the coach, the young lady kicked him while adjusting in her seat. Archie sat up and gazed at the young woman, expecting an apology. Instead, she defiantly met his eyes with a satisfied smile. She'd kicked him and showed no shame for her actions. "Mother, can you not make father pay for an empty carriage? I cannot abide the lack of comfort." Archie rolled his eyes and received another accidental blow to his foot. The young lady was uncultured and rude. "Miss," Archie said as he tried to accommodate the young lady, "I have no place to put my legs other than in front of my body. Will you kindly stop kicking me?" "Maggie!" The admonition from her mother did nothing to stop the young lady from continuing with her complaints. By the time the carriage stopped outside Brookside Manor, Archie was ready to be done with travelling by stagecoach for the rest of his life. He would ensure his carriage always had extra provisions in times of emergency. "This is your stop as well." Rosalind's lips twitched as she gazed up at him. She held a hand up to block the sun as they waited for their luggage to be set upon the ground. "I would think you should stay in the carriage until it stops in town." Archie chuckled and then gave a parting glare at the occupants of the stagecoach as they adjusted in their seats. The only reason he hadn't run as far away from the conveyance as possible was because it would be rude to leave his wife stranded at the end of the drive.
If I ever suggest the stage for future travel, remind me of this moment.
Rosalind's lips turned up in a bright smile. What of your imagination? It cannot be properly fed in a lonely carriage.
The pages of my journal are filled and nearly bursting with observations. It will be enough for a lifetime.
Very well, I will concede the point. But if you ever decide to ride by stagecoach again, I will have to leave you. Archie smiled down at Rosalind, thankful she was pleasant company. He counted himself fortunate to have a wife as beautiful and daring as she was.
I would sooner ride atop the carriage with the convicts than to spend another moment being kicked.
I see our marriage is secure.
I believe it is, my lady.
Archie bent down to carry their trunks, but stopped as he heard footsteps running toward them.
No need to take the luggage, sir. We will see to it.
The two footmen gathered the trunks he and Rosalind had travelled with, relieving Archie of the task.
How did you manage to arrive before us? We arrived last night, sir.
With the lack of an explanation, Archie did his best not to look befuddled. He truly didn't want to know how his servants had managed to arrive at Brookside Manor the day before. Nor did he want to entertain the notion that his leg wouldn't be bruised if he'd stayed with his carriage. Bowing to his wife, he held out his arm.
My lady, may I escort you to your lodgings?
In the same playful tone as before, Rosalind made a show of hesitation. I thank you, but it is not necessary.
It is a treacherous path before you. I would not presume to think you could travel it alone.
Rosalind quirked an eyebrow at him. Tell me, Mr. Fernley, what sort of danger do you foresee? His writer's mind galloped away with possible dangers, each as unlikely as the next.
I am afraid to tell you of all the possibilities.
I must insist.
I will divulge my secrets, but only if you allow me to escort you to your destination.
Very well, sir. But you must leave before my husband notices your gallantry. I cannot protect you from his jealousy.
I happen to know your husband well. He will not suspect our friendship.
Lead on. Rosalind took his arm and followed his lead. You were about to tell me of the dangers of walking on my own, Mr. Fernley.
Ah, yes.
Archie loved writing and producing ideas on paper, but he wasn't comfortable sharing them out loud for fear people would laugh and claim he was ridiculous. But Rosalind was his wife. He hoped with the playful banter of their conversation she would not expect anything less than silliness.
It is small, quiet villages that pose the greatest risk to an unaccompanied woman.
Far more than London.
Yes, for in London there is always someone nearby to save a woman in distress.
What sorts of dangerous happenings should I watch out for?
A wild horse charging down the path might trample you before the groom can tame the beast.
Or I could simply find myself knocked to the ground if my youthful agility pulls me out of harm's way. Archie loved the tone of her voice. She was not mocking him or making him out to be a fool. She was enjoying their banter seemingly as much as he was.
What if one of the convicts from our stagecoach broke free of his bindings and made his way back here? You would surely be in danger then.
Would not one of the constables from the carriage follow him and take him into custody once more?
Certainly, but it could take time.
Surely they are properly detained.
Very well. You could misstep and twist your ankle. A night crawling to your destination would ruin your skirt and more delicate clothing items.
Archie's face heated as he finished the statement. He hadn't considered his words to be indecent until they were in the open. You have saved me from a horrible fate of ruined stockings and slippers. I must commend you for the gallantry of your gesture. Archie searched the blossoming landscape for more dangers lurking about, but he was fully unsatisfied with the brilliant red and yellow tulips dotting the pathway and the manicured lawn stretching across his estate. Adding insult to his feigned obstacles was a glorious pink and yellow sky amidst the setting sun. Nothing upon his estate lent credence to his imagination. He would give anything at that moment to have a frightening dark forest lining the road instead of a happy flowing babbling brook where the water splashed playfully amongst small rocks under a quaint walking bridge. He turned about until he saw a small puppy chasing its tail. It wasn't the ideal danger, but it would have to do. The creature to your left could charge after you and knock you to the ground. Rosalind laughed and placed her hand on his arm. His lips turned up in a satisfied smile at the pleasure her delicate fingers sent through his body. Her eyes were alight with humour as she quirked an eyebrow with doubt. Not possible. He is too small and darling to pose a threat. He could bite your ankles. Her smile widened, and Archie once more appreciated the dimples in her cheeks. I should have brought my winter boots. I did not realize there was a dangerous animal loose at Brookside Manor. How will I ever repay this kindness you have shown me? Puffing out his chest at her praise of his efforts, Archie decided he didn't need a sinister background to impress his wife. He simply needed to be himself. She seemed to like what he was saying. No payment is necessary. Allowing me to escort you has put my mind at ease, and I will not have to worry over your welfare. Archie slowed his pace as the front of the house came into view. Standing before the front doors was a line of servants awaiting their arrival. Archie led Rosalind to the head of the line and made the introductions. Lady Rosalind, I am pleased to introduce you to Mr. Addison, the head butler, and Mrs. Creamer, the head housekeeper of Brookside Manor. Looking to his servants, he made the next announcement for the first time. Lady Rosalind is my wife and mistress of Brookside Manor. I trust you will find her a competent and loving mistress. Mr. Addison stepped forward and bowed. His Scottish accent filled the air around them, and to Archie's surprise, Rosalind tightened her hold on his arm. My lady, we are pleased you have come to Brookside Manor. Although he knew she was nervous, when she spoke, her cultured upbringing hid signs of trepidation. Thank you, Mr. Addison. I look forward to working with you and Mrs. Creamer. Pleased with the introductions, Archie led Rosalind into the house and left her in Mrs. Creamer's care. He wouldn't mind taking a tour of the home with Rosalind, but with the deadline on his manuscript inching closer, he was aching to sit down at a desk and write a few lines before turning in for the night. With any hope, he'd finish the first 50 pages with time to spare. Chapter 11. Since their wedding hadn't been the joyous occasion most couples shared with friends and family, Rosalind found herself out of sorts when it came to her duties and role within Archie's life. She was, by all accounts, the mistress of Brookside Manor. Archie had made it clear she was to make the manor her home. But there wasn't anything that needed renovation or remodeling, as the home was in perfect order, both inside and out. The gardens were showered with blossoming flowers, and a lovely gazebo where she could spend her days reading or sewing while enjoying the beauty the estate had to offer. Each day she met with Mrs. Creamer and discussed meal plans and any necessary issues with the staff. It was everything Rosalind had expected from her training to run a household. Yet after a week of these activities, she was bored. Wandering through the hallway, she stopped outside the door she knew to be Archie's den. She'd been raised to know that a den was a man's domain. A lady was only to enter when invited, which made her curious as to what took place within the room. She nearly took a step away when she heard a clatter of noise. Without thinking, Rosalind opened the door to find Archie bent down, picking up papers and books splattered in black ink. His hands were covered with the same ink. When he looked up to see her, he ran his ink-stained hand through his already dark hair, leaving wet smudges upon his forehead and into his hairline. Rosalind? I am sorry to have troubled you, Archie. I was walking past this door and heard that... She wondered how best to describe the scene she'd walked in on. He was dishevelled, his cravat was askew, and his coat and waistcoat were nowhere to be seen. Deciding she must finish her statement, she pointed to the mess upon the floor. I heard the altercation between you and the inkwell, and I entered to assure your safety. Altercation? Rosalind motioned to his forehead and held back a smile. I believe the inkwell was victorious. Since they didn't know each other well, she wasn't certain what his response would be. Her father and brother would never have found themselves on the floor with an overturned inkwell. In fact, she'd seen them smile and chuckle occasionally, but never had either of them laughed with pleasure like Archie did in that moment. The hearty laugh was filled with an unexpected warmth, but more than that, he sincerely appreciated her words and showed his satisfaction with her in a simple but sweet expression of joy. When he winked at her, she blushed and dropped her gaze to the floor. His ability to unsettle her had been their undoing, and was what had landed them in a forced marriage.
You are correct. The inkwell has shown itself to be the better of us.
Not at all, Archie. Although you will need to scrub the evidence of your brawl from your head. Taking courage from Archie's warm reception, Rosalind stepped farther into the room. You have been shut in here since we arrived at Brookside Manor. I hardly see you, even at meals. She watched as he gathered his papers from the floor, leaving the books and inkwell where they had fallen. As he stood, she waited for some type of response that would make his days of solitude sound normal. Instead, his words left her surprised.
I apologize for my neglect as your husband. I will do better.
Oh. Archie gave her another pleasant smile and then reached for a letter on the other side of his desk. Although the pages had been free of ink, the remnants upon his hands smeared across the pages.
Marquess Berkeley wrote to let me know your horse, Dimples, will be here this evening. He apologizes for the delay and says it could not be helped.
Truly?
Archie nodded his head and continued speaking. Marchioness Berkeley requested your father inform you of the wedding trousseau she gathered for you. It will arrive today as well.
Thank you, Archie. I am most thankful to know this. Did my father say anything else?
He wrote about his arrangements with the bank concerning your dowry. He again admonishes that we are to stay away from London until the scandal has passed, but that is the thick of it.
He did not send a personal letter for me. She knew her father was disappointed in her for the scandal she'd caused, but a lack of loving or encouraging words left her heartbroken. Had she fallen so far from esteem that her father and mother would not care to send a separate letter to her?
I am afraid not. It may be he was too busy at the time and will write again later.
I suppose. Rosalind turned toward the door to go back to her aimless wandering of the gardens and the house. When she reached the door, she turned back to ask one final question. Archie, will you accompany me on a ride once Dimples is here? I do not know the countryside, and I fear I will get lost on my first outing.
You took the words out of my mouth. Shall we meet for a morning ride and then break our fasts afterward?
I would very much like that. Rosalind curtsied and then left Archie to the task of cleaning up the ink. Instead of spending her day in the garden, Rosalind stood at a window in the west wing of the house, watching for the arrival of her horse. She knew it was silly to put all her energy into waiting, but at the moment it was the only aspect of her life that met with the one she'd left behind. Dressed in a new riding habit, Rosalind met Archie in the vestibule as she accepted her bonnet and riding gloves from her maid. Her hands shook as she tied her bonnet in place while walking next to Archie to the stables. Thankfully, Dimples was saddled and waiting by a mounting block. Once mounted, her nerves calmed, and she was able to think through a strategy for conversation. She and Archie had conversed so little since their marriage, there was much about him she didn't know. She waited until they were away from the eyes and ears of their servants before speaking. As they slowly walked their mounts across the open fields of the estate, Rosalind took a deep breath and asked a question she hoped would spark a long and fulfilling conversation. "Will you tell me about your manuscript?" To her great surprise, the confident man she'd met in the ballroom disappeared, and a reluctant and timid one rode beside her.
It is not truly a manuscript yet. Indeed, I have not found the one plot point to pull my thoughts together.
May I assist you?
It is very kind of you to ask, but I think not. Writing is a solitary profession, and too many distractions will cause more delays.
She knew he didn't mean it to sound rude, but her confidence was shattered. Instead of continuing with another topic, she rode quietly beside him. Each clop of the horse's hooves pounded in her ears as she silently brooded over his response. Instead of a peaceful morning ride to start her day, Rosalind returned to Brookside Manor feeling unappreciated and unwanted. Chapter 12. Archie gathered the needed implements for crafting a manuscript and set out for an afternoon of discovery. While on the ride with Rosalind that morning, he'd had an epiphany. One of the writing tactics he'd employed in the past was a jaunt through nature. As the cool morning breeze had swept away his thoughts, he had realized a walk might be the thing that helped formulate the missing plot points in his manuscript. Birds chirped their happy songs as the wind softly blew through the surrounding trees, rustling the leaves while he strode through the grounds of Brookside Manor. The peaceful beauty around him left his mind open to the possibility of the words he could write upon the blank pages in his notebook. The sun's rays rested upon his back as he strolled away from his house, looking for a subject of interest to round off his plot. He needed a character with enough energy and wit to make his somewhat adequate manuscript into a masterpiece. As he stepped onto the main road, the tower of St. Mary's Parish Church stood out as a place to satisfy his search. He knew the cemetery well, having played there in his youth. Knowing the headstones would offer names enough for his imagination, Archie changed directions and put a bounce in his step as he crossed the distance. Time was only an object to him once he entered the walls of the cemetery. Each headstone presented the possibility of characters to last a lifetime. Some graves held inscriptions that fed his hunger for creative stories, and others had only basic information and left nothing to the imagination. With the crunch of gravel beneath his feet, he walked the well-worn paths between headstones until one stood out. He'd seen it before, yet had clearly forgotten about the grave's occupant. The inscription upon the stone read, "Little Miss, aged 11. Bending down to clear away the weeds, he hoped there was some small inscription to guide him to the identity of the little girl. He pulled at the stubborn, overgrown grass and sticker weeds, throwing them to the side until the marker was clear of debris. Unfortunately, there was nothing more upon the stone than what he had already read.
No one has cared about this marker since long before you were born.
The gruff comment brought Archie to his feet. Turning around, he found the local vicar and his daughter standing off to the side.
"I apologize for not noticing you earlier. Mr. Lovett, Miss Lovett, it has been many years since we last met."
No need for an apology, sir. My daughter and I were visiting my wife's resting place. We were leaving for home when we saw you standing at little Miss's grave.
Archie wasn't surprised by the less than cordial greeting. The last time he'd seen Mr. Lovett, they had exchanged heated words that Archie would prefer to forget. "Miss Lovett, I trust you are well?"
"Very well indeed." Archie turned back to the marker.
"Do you have knowledge of the young girl?"
She was a street urchin. Her family never claimed her, but the magistrate at that time had a soft spot for children and refused to see her buried without a marker.
"How unfortunate."
"Master Fernley." Miss Lovett's strained voice stopped further comment from her father. Her delicate features looked upon him with curiosity. "What brings you back to Brookside Manor?" Keeping his eyes focused on the headstone, he had hoped to tell her of Rosalind in a less public way. Hiding his marriage would do little good.
"My wife and I plan to spend much of our time at Brookside Manor."
"You are married?" Archie turned toward her and nodded.
"A fortnight ago."
Miss Lovett pointed to the headstone, changing the topic of their uncomfortable conversation. "Why do you care about a poor child who lacked family and the proper name?" Taken aback by the unfeeling question, Archie had to consider an answer before he could respond. He didn't care to share the details of his current manuscript, nor did he want to admit it needed a passionate theme, and so he brushed the question off with a wave of the hand.
"Idle curiosity. I have recently arrived from London and find the countryside appallingly dull."
His words gained the result he'd wanted. Miss Lovett took him at face value and didn't pry further, but deep inside he was certain he had betrayed his writer's mind. A sadness for dismissing the intrigue over little Miss and her identity filled his soul. He heard Mr. Lovett's parting words, nodded to the man and his daughter, but didn't process what had been said as he considered how to explain himself in the future. Archie bent down to look at the headstone again. He pulled out his graphite pen and opened his journal to an empty page. As he sketched the marker, his mind drifted back to the last time he'd been at Brookside Manor. He'd planned to offer for Miss Lovett's hand, but nothing had gone as planned that year. By the following morning, Archie was still at a loss for writing about little Miss. He paced the length of his den and found his mind lacking in original thought. Deciding on a new plan, Archie grabbed his satchel and placed his writing instruments in it so he could spend another day in nature. He was determined to trigger ideas worth writing. His strides were long and quick as he crossed to the door. Reaching for the doorknob, he flung it open and found Rosalind tumbling into his arms. Helping her back to her feet, Archie felt heat rise in his neck.
"Pardon my rudeness. I did not realize you were on the other side of the door."
With a hand over her heart, Rosalind gave a tentative smile before holding out a letter. "I came to share this invitation with you."
"Oh?"
"It appears the neighbours have finally realized we are in residence. It is an invitation to a party at Torrington Hall. I would like to attend."
"Are you certain? What of our situation?"
He hadn't wanted to remind her of the scandal they'd perpetrated in London, but it seemed necessary given her excitement. "We are days away from London. No one will have heard of our shame."
"The Marquess has requested we stay out of society until another scandal takes precedence. I am inclined to accept his advice on this."
Rosalind quirked an eyebrow and put her hands on her hips. "A poor excuse to hide away in your den while you work on a manuscript." Archie was momentarily stunned by the fire in Rosalind's statement. Since they'd left London, her mood had been overwhelmingly melancholy.
"You are not concerned about our reputations?"
"We are married. There is no reason to believe rumour has spread this far." Deciding she must be right, Archie consented.
"I will be more than happy to escort you to the party at Torrington Hall."
"Very well. I will send our acceptance." He wasn't surprised when she stormed out of the den, but his entire body shook as a door slammed at the other end of the hall. He took a moment to think about his actions since arriving at Brookside Manor. He had locked himself in the den, other than when he'd taken her for a ride. Meals had been congenial, informal, and dull. He was ready to shrug her anger off as an errant concern when he realized what he had done. Taking a moment to compose an apology, Archie knew he must make amends before heading out to do more writing. Straightening his shoulders, he covered the distance to the only closed room in the hallway. He tapped on the door before opening it to find Rosalind sitting on the sofa with her head in her hands. Sitting next to her, he reached out and touched her elbow.
"I have been terribly inattentive since we arrived at Brookside Manor. I am sorry."
Sniffing, she turned her head away. "There is no need for an apology."
"Yet I beg you to indulge me this one time."
He retrieved a handkerchief and held it out for her.
"I admit to having planned a summer of writing. Marriage was not a consideration when I sent a letter to my staff here at Brookside Manor, asking them to prepare the house for my arrival. Moreover, I agreed to a strict deadline in exchange for the opportunity to work with one of the finest editors of England. Since our marriage, I have done little by way of considering your needs. I apologize most profusely for the undeserving silence you have received from me."
Rosalind took his proffered handkerchief and wiped at her tears. "If you cannot spare an evening for the party, I will endeavour to understand."
"I came in here with no other purpose than to confirm my desire to attend the gathering at Torrington Hall, with you."
"Thank you, Archie." He wanted to say more, but her continued tears left him out of sorts. Not knowing how to smooth out her concerns, he stood.
"I will be out for a few hours today."
"Where?"
"Research for my manuscript. I will see you at supper."
As he left the house, the pink in her cheeks and her tear-filled eyes were difficult to forget. He tried to push his concerns to the back of his mind, but found himself incapable of brushing aside the pain he'd unintentionally caused his wife. By the time he returned to Brookside Manor, he'd realized his writing was in terrible danger of never happening. If he didn't find a way to focus his mind, he would never produce another written word. Chapter 13.
With a bit of help from his valet, Archie had everything he needed to conduct research for his manuscript. The morning was bright, with the colours of summer sparkling around him, but he didn't have time to enjoy the luscious green grass or the deep blue sky replete with puffy clouds. Instead of taking time to soak in the beauty of the world around him, Archie found himself dressed in rancid clothing as he nearly skipped toward the local village. It had been 5 years since he'd set foot in Ladykirk. Even though he was certain no one would recognize him, a disguise was necessary for his research. As he entered the village, he slumped his shoulders and drug his left foot to indicate it was lame. He was convinced the only way a writer could truly understand the plight of the poor was to experience a day in their life. With a basket of homemade candles, Archie sat on the corner between the bakery and the haberdasher to sell his spoils. He'd barely settled into his position before a young boy exited the bakery with a broom. Archie held up his basket and motioned to the candles. With his best imitation of the Scottish accent, Archie made his debut attempt at begging by rolling every R, dropping the exactness of the letter T, and elongating his vowels. 2 for a farthing. Get off. The boy whacked him with his broom until Archie was well away from the bakery. It took every ounce of self-control and desire for writing Little Miss's story for Archie not to pull the broom out of the boy's hand and whip him with it. As he searched out another spot to sell his candles, Archie inwardly seethed at the mistreatment. He no longer had to set a pretense for pain in his leg. The boy had used the broom handle like a cricket bat as he'd attacked. Walking past the blacksmith's shop, Archie stopped as a young boy called out to him. "You must be new to these parts. Everyone knows you don't sit in front of the bakery if you want to survive out here." Remembering the Scottish accent he needed to imitate, Archie sat on an overturned bucket next to the boy. "I'll remember from here on out." "Edwin's my name. What can I call you?" Before leaving Brookside Manor, Archie had considered the possibility of a fake name. He'd decided it would be best to use the king's name. It was well known every mother wanted to name their child after the king. George. "Well, George, stick with me and I'll keep you safe." "I am in your debt, Edwin." "I'm glad you mention it. I'll expect half of whatever you make each day to keep you safe." "A hefty price." "A bargain, considering you nearly lost your head to the bread boy." Archie knew the boy was taking advantage of him, but he allowed it. He would give the boy a bag of coins if he proved helpful with the manuscript. "You have a point. Very well. Half of my daily earnings." Edwin tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. He didn't speak as he examined Archie from head to toe. "Who are you?" "What do you mean?" "You're British. And I'll suck on my dirty infected big toe if you can prove you are poor." Archie dropped his basket to the dirt and glared at the boy. "How did you figure it out?" "Your accent slipped, and you used too many proper words. Besides that, no one who lives on the streets would give half their daily earnings to a boy like me. Not without an argument and a fist to the jaw, of course." Archie leaned forward and placed his elbows on his knees so he could rest his head in his hands. "I am ruined. I will never write a convincing tale if I cannot persuade a child of my situation." Edwin yawned and then pursed his lips to show he had little to no sympathy for Archie's plight. "What are you trying to write, mister?" "There's a grave in the churchyard for a child named Little Miss. Do you know it?" "Can't say that I do. Poor folk don't spend much time anywhere unless there's money to be found." Archie chuckled and continued his confession. "I want to create a story about a girl named Little Miss, yet I lack the life experiences needed to write about the poor." "Shouldn't be too hard. Make her dirty, hungry, and poor. Oh, and you could throw in a bread boy who hits her with a broom. You'll be golden, with the perfect anecdote for fancy folk." "I'm afraid it will not do. I fear people will see through my writing and consider it disingenuous to the plight of those suffering each day without food and a proper wage. Such a disaster would cause more harm than good." I could help you.
For a small sum, of course. Archie rubbed the stubble of hair upon his chin as he considered Edwin's offer. How small? £1 or 2 wouldn't set you back too much, would it, mister? Edwin's tenacity was matched by his unwavering skills at negotiating. Although it was a hefty sum, Archie was willing to pay 3 times that amount for assistance with his manuscript. A very reasonable offer. Before the deal was struck, Archie decided he could do much better for the boy than £2. £2 for your assistance with my manuscript, lodging in my servants' quarters, and if the situation meets your satisfaction, you can work in my stables for £6 per annum. Edwin put his hand out. If we strike on the bargain, I'll believe you mean it. Without hesitation, Archie reached forward and took the boy's hand. Do you know where Brookside Manor is? Yes, sir. I will expect you in the morning. Reaching into his pocket, he extracted enough coins to fill the boy's stomach with food for the next week. Although he hadn't accomplished his goal of living out the experiences of the poor, Archie decided this was the better course of action. When he arrived home, he ordered a bath and cleaned himself up so he could spend the rest of the evening writing. He didn't want a blank page when Edwin arrived. Chapter 14. Rosalind was dressed and ready for the party at Torrington Hall an hour before they were to leave. Her excitement bubbled over as she checked her hair and dress one final time in the looking-glass. You have outdone yourself, Beth. I look every bit a gem from London. Beth harumphed as she placed one more pin in Rosalind's hair. The jewels on the pin sparkled when candlelight fell upon them. It's a coiffure fit for a duchess, I dare say. You can keep such thoughts to yourself. I much prefer the freedom of being married to Archibald Fernley over Duke Wharton. Do you now? Beth's sarcasm was followed by a scowl of doubt. The Duke wouldn't ignore you like Mr. Fernley does. I've noticed your husband doesn't occupy your bed at night. Rosalind nodded in agreement. Matching Beth's tone, she didn't hold back on the disgust she still felt when thinking of Duke Wharton. Nor would Duke Wharton ignore you or the other maids in the house. One or more of you would be with child and out of a job with the Duke in residence. As she said the words, memories of governesses and maids who'd silently left Berkeley Castle sent a shiver down her spine. She wondered how many of those women were sent away in shame after falling prey to her father or brother. Knowing she could do nothing about it, she pushed the thought aside. What would you care? You'd have enough pin money to buy your heart's desire to smooth over the pain of being tossed aside. The Duke's conquests don't receive such luxuries. Has Mr. Fernley given you an allowance? A very generous sum, not that it is any of your concern. No, my lady. Beth, since Mr. Fernley is my husband and you are employed in his home, do you not think it wise to treat him with respect? He does pay your wages now. Beth's cheeks turned pink at the reproval. It wasn't often that Rosalind took the time to set her maid straight, but Archie didn't deserve mistreatment. You are correct, my lady. I will keep all future criticisms to myself. I think it best. Rosalind checked her hair one last time, pulled her elbow-length gloves on with ease, and left her chamber to meet Archie for the party. Torrington Hall was everything she'd expected, from the lavish gardens to the large home and marble staircase. It wasn't as large as her ancestral home, Berkeley Castle, but it was extensive in its own right. With 3 floors in the main home and 2 floors extending out on both sides, Rosalind found she was impressed. She held to the side of the carriage like a little child viewing a beautiful home and experiencing a party for the first time. She couldn't help the excitement, nor could she stop the smile from spreading across her face as she thought of the possibility of friendships. She'd been terribly lonely since arriving at Brookside Manor. If she could find a friend or two for morning visits, sewing circles, and female conversations, it would help her find patience with Archie's need for solitude. As she entered the house on her husband's arm, the training she'd received from her governess and her mother took over. She kept her excitement hidden through introductions, and then she followed Archie as he led her through the ballroom.
Archie, how well do you know these people?
I have not spent time at Brookside Manor in the past 5 years. There are very few of my acquaintances here.
A woman stepped in front of them, wagging her fan at Archie. I certainly hope I could be considered more than an acquaintance, Archie.
Miss Lovett, I had not noticed you yet.
You are terribly boring, Archie. You never notice me. Rosalind watched Archie's face go through the motions of recognizing the woman before him, being surprised by her presence, and settling upon discomfort with her company. Before he completely forgot about her, Rosalind squeezed his arm. As he turned to her, his face told her he was instantly repentant.
Dearest.
Rosalind's interest was piqued by the sudden term of friendliness between them. It was true they hadn't had any horrible fights since their marriage, but she never would have guessed he'd consider referring to her so kindly.
This is my childhood friend, Miss Evelyn Lovett. She is the eldest daughter to the local vicar. Miss Lovett, may I introduce you to my wife, Lady Rosalind Fernley?
Rosalind curtsied. A pleasure. Miss Lovett smiled pleasantly, but instantly turned back to Archie without making any effort to speak with Rosalind. Holding Archie hostage with memories of their childhood, the conversation left Rosalind wondering about the friendship between her husband and the vicar's daughter. Moreover, she was suddenly very sorry she'd made Archie attend the soirée. She preferred to sit at home in the parlour on her own than listen to Miss Lovett lay claim to her husband. By the time she and Archie arrived back at Brookside Manor, Rosalind was ornery. She burst through her bedchamber door while pulling pins from her hair. As she threw the pins on the dressing table, her maid entered the room. My lady, was the party less enjoyable than you'd imagined? Instead of schooling her thoughts, Rosalind allowed her anger to run away with her mouth. If Archie wants a Scottish wife, he should have left me to my ruin in London. I could be situated in a lovely cottage by the sea instead of being ignored by my husband. Beth stood behind Rosalind, working to unbutton the lavish party dress. To make matters worse, she suddenly realized Archie had failed to compliment her on her hair and dress. Mr. Fernley said he would prefer a Scottish bride. He did not have to say it. I saw proof of his thoughts as he stood captivated by Miss Lovett's youthful tales of climbing trees with Archie. If she weren't the daughter of a vicar, I would guess she was a doxy. Oh dear, did you discover all men are as vile as Duke Wharton? You could have been a duchess. It's sad to think you gave up it all for a mere mister. Rosalind stepped out of her dress while pulling the bracelet off her arm. She threw it to the dressing table and then sat in the chair and buried her head in her arms. I am sorry, Beth. I should not have complained to you. I was only frustrated and I made assumptions. Archie is not a rake. The words were said only for the sake of her maid, but also for herself. She wanted to be married to a good man. She wanted to believe in Archie. Rosalind silently brooded while Beth ran a brush through her hair and released the rest of the coiffure from the remaining pins. A marriage could not survive on unfounded suspicions. She would have to trust Archie. By the time she crawled into bed, she knew Archie hadn't done anything to make her distrust him. Chapter 15. Archie held back a sigh of frustration as he finished reading 3 pages of his manuscript to Edwin. He knew it was poorly written when Edwin doubled over in laughter.
I am paying you £2 for your help. The least you could do is show some reserve in your mockery.
I can't help it, sir. If you think the poor have cushioned chairs in our parlours, then you should also put a fancy butler in there to bring little miss her supper. He'd wanted to give the reader a sensory detail to allow them to see the small home where little miss and her family resided. It now seemed utterly foolish as Edwin continued laughing.
Then what is your family residence?
I don't have a family, sir.
You must have someone in your life, a person who cared for you when you were but a small child.
I don't have no one.
Then I am happy to have you in my home, Edwin.
Edwin kicked at a rock on the ground as he leaned against the fence outside of the stables.
Most of the poor folk I know live anywhere we can find shelter. We don't have chairs and warm fires.
Did I get anything right with this first attempt?
Why did you have her selling candles? Little Miss would have had to purchase supplies for the candles.
Is it possible to have her family down on their luck? Her father lost his position at the local livery and gave her the last of their money to purchase the needed items?
Not a chance. Her family would save the money for food.
Could she repurpose an item to make it useful and worth money?
Edwin squinted up at the sun as he thought about it. I don't rightly know.
Archie blew out a breath of frustration as he realized Edwin was likely holding out for more money. He was ready to pay the boy a bit more when Rosalind approached. She wore her riding habit and a lovely smile. Archie, I thought a ride would be nice. Do you have time to join me? Not today, dearest. I am still working through my manuscript. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Edwin kicked at the dirt and turned his sassy comments toward Rosalind.
He's paying me for my services, lady. Find something else to get your share.
Archie coughed at the amused smile on Rosalind's face. He would need to explain propriety to Edwin if he were to stay as a stable hand at Brookside Manor. Lady Rosalind, allow me to introduce my friend Edwin. I met him while in the village, and he happily agreed to assist me with certain aspects of my writing. At times, he tends to forget his manners.
I don't have manners.
Edwin shrugged his shoulders as he turned back to Archie.
Can't say I was ever taught any.
Lady Rosalind is my wife. You will show her respect while at our home.
If you wish it.
Archie turned back to Rosalind. I was inquiring of my new friend if there was a way to repurpose an item so it could be made into something else to be sold. Any sort of item? Rosalind asked. It has to be something available to a female child in the same situation as Edwin. Rosalind tugged at her gloves as she considered a response. He didn't expect her to find a solution. It seemed a hopeless task. I see your predicament. Edwin, do you have any sisters? Edwin chewed on his dirt-filled fingernails as he considered her question. Spitting on the ground, he shrugged his shoulders.
No, ma'am. I don't have anyone outside of Mr. Fernley.
Then I am happy you came to stay at Brookside Manor. Stay safe while you ride, my dear. Archie didn't know what came over him as he pulled Rosalind in for an embrace and then quickly released her, realizing what he had done. He'd often embraced his mother in much the same way after a conversation. Although Rosalind was nothing like Gigi, he'd momentarily lost his mind with the automatic behavior. Rosalind nervously stepped toward the stables. If you will excuse me, I should like to take Dimples out for a ride. Archie stayed where he was, regret seeping into the crevices of his thoughts as he watched Rosalind walk away. He turned back to Edwin to regain his composure. Edwin, should we chat again tomorrow?
Won't be able to. I've got chores around here and I can't spend my time chatting with you all day.
Then tell me one thing before you head off to learn your duties. How do you fish without a pole?
Secrets of the trade will cost you a farthing.
Archie glared at the boy and tossed him a coin. With our hands, sir. Sitting with his back against one of the poles of a bridge, Archie focused on sketching the river and trees around him. Given the information he'd gleaned from Edwin, he needed time to contemplate his manuscript further. He hoped creating a world through sketches for little Miss to live in would spark his imagination. With the sound of footsteps behind him, Archie turned to see Miss Lovett approaching. Much like they had when they were little children, he waited for her to sit in the dirt across from him. Miss Lovett, what brings you out on a day like this?
I thought a little exercise would be the perfect start to my morning.
Without an escort to keep you from trouble? You are daring. Miss Lovett laughed.
Do not tell my father. He will preach a sermon and I will never be allowed out of doors again.
She picked at the grass and then quirked her lips in a sly smile. I admit it was quite shocking to be introduced to your wife last night. Why did you not invite my father and myself to the happy occasion? Archie knew she would ask about the wedding. They'd been friends for so long, she had every right to expect an invitation.
I had not planned to marry. It was quite sudden. An arrangement? Before he could respond, Miss Lovett had thrown the blades of grass she'd picked into the river and had her hands on her hips. If I must travel to Primrose Hall to speak with Lord Grafton on your behalf, I will. How could he arrange a marriage without your consent? Holding up a hand to stop the tirade, Archie calmed the hot-tempered woman before him. Baxter did nothing of the sort. He knows me and my brothers well enough to expect we will choose matches of our own. Then you fell madly in love with Lady Rosalind and whisked her away to Gretna Green? Another incorrect guess. Miss Lovett threw her hands in the air. Then you must regale me with the story of how you met and why I was not invited to the wedding. Uncertain he could trust Miss Lovett, Archie gave as little information as he could. We found marriage would be mutually beneficial and chose to enter the institution without the usual pomp and circumstance that follows such decisions. Then it was not arranged, but mutually beneficial. I admit it is a sensible reason to marry. Was her dowry your enticement? Archie delayed in responding as he lay his journal on the ground. I wish not to share details. It seems crude to speak of finances. I am sorry to hear you did not marry for love, Archie. Save your pity for someone who deserves it. Lady Rosalind is a beautiful and intelligent woman. I am fortunate in my choice of wife. Going back to his notebook, Archie held it up as an indication he would like to proceed alone. Allow me to assist you with your illustrations. What were you drawing when I arrived? An instant frown crossed his face. Miss Lovett had the unfortunate issue of never understanding when he desired to be alone. I am working on a manuscript. Truly? Laughing despite his determination to get rid of her, Archie nodded in response. Very well. What can I do to help? Would you like me to read pages? I do not have many pages to share. I am still forming a main character. What are you writing? Before Archie could answer her question, she put her hand up, indicating she preferred silence. Gothic novels are all the rage in Edinburgh, Miss Lovett announced before biting her bottom lip. She reached forward and placed her hand on Archie's arm. Please tell me you will delve into the world of mystery and horror. Archie shook his head. You are correct about Gothic novels, but I do not care to write one myself. Why ever not? You could shock the ton with a devious main character who finds pleasure in a murderous appetite. I could never write anything so heinous. Then what about the Castle of Otranto? I have heard many of my acquaintances speak of the Castle of Otranto, but I have not read it myself. Miss Lovett's cheeks reddened. I also have not read it. My father would not allow such an unholy book within the walls of the vicarage. I have heard it speaks of witchcraft. I suppose one could consider ancient prophecies to be witchcraft, although if you consider it a frightening statement about politics and religion, it is easier to imagine the reasons those of our society have dubbed it evil. Archie smiled as he waited for Miss Lovett to respond. He hadn't expected to get into a conversation on Walpole's book, but now they had started, he found it enjoyable. He was ready to add to his statement when he saw a pink movement out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he scrambled to his feet as Rosalind approached. Rosalind, you are a bit far from the estate. In his haste to speak a pleasantry, Archie's words were quick and filled with guilt. I thought a walk to town would be nice, but I am turned around and I cannot find my way home. I am thankful I heard your voices, otherwise I would still be lost. Town? Dearest, you should have the carriage for the lengthy trip into town. I will speak to Addison about ensuring your safety on shopping excursions. She smiled at him and nodded. I suppose that would be best in the future. Thank you, Archie. Archie turned back to Miss Lovett. It was a pleasure speaking with you, but I must assist Rosalind back to the manor. Do you mind if I join you? It is a lovely day and should not be enjoyed on one's own. Archie looked at Rosalind, praying she would agree. He wanted Rosalind to find friendship with Miss Lovett. It would make living at Brookside Manor easier if his wife had a group of women to confide in and socialize with. When she smiled and nodded, he let out a sigh of relief.
Archie bent down and picked up a leafless branch from the ground before offering his arm to Rosalind. Using the branch as he would a riding crop, Archie swung it idly against the tall weeds along the path as he listened to the womanly chatter between Rosalind and Miss Lovett. By the time they parted ways, he was convinced a new friendship had developed. Chapter 16. The beauty of the world around Rosalind did little to improve her mood as she hid the turmoil in her heart. Finding Archie in a conversation with Miss Lovett the previous morning had left her melancholy for the rest of the day. The only respite from her frustration with the entire situation was that they had been out of doors, where anyone could approach. They hadn't hidden away in a secluded corner for their tete-a-tete, nor had they been sitting in a compromising position. Archie's actions had been nothing like those of Duke Wharton, but her nerves were strangled with worry. She held to the ribbon on her bonnet, twisting it between her fingers as she worked to convince herself that Archie was an honourable man. He had simply been speaking to Miss Lovett. There was no reason for concern. Finding a way to pull Archie's attention to her was proving difficult. His manuscript was his most pressing business. Rosalind returned to the house and was untying her bonnet strings when an unexpected knock sounded at the door. Turning to Addison, she nodded for him to see who was there. To her surprise, Miss Lovett stood on the doorstep. "Is Lady Rosalind at home?" Addison, the perfect butler, kept Rosalind's presence hidden. "I will inquire, miss." As the door closed, Rosalind took the card in Addison's outstretched hand and looked at it. A morning walk with Miss Lovett could help improve her spirits, especially if she was able to ascertain Miss Lovett's purpose. It was possible the woman merely wanted to be neighbourly. Stepping forward, she nodded to Addison to open the door. "Miss Lovett, you have perfect timing. I find myself in need of exercise. Will you join me?" "Certainly, my lady." As they walked down the stairs to start out on a path, Miss Lovett pulled her away from the house. "Let us walk toward town. By now you have probably memorized every row and hedge of this estate." Rosalind looked to her visitor. "If you insist." "I do. I will show you the way to town, so you will not find yourself lost as you were yesterday." A silence met the end of her statement as Rosalind considered the next pleasantry she must give. She could ask about the town or the vicarage, but she truly wanted to know more about Miss Lovett, especially the Miss Lovett who was a childhood friend of Archie. "I am so happy to meet one of Archie's dear friends. He told me he has not been to Brookside Manor for many years." He spoke honestly, my lady. "I have not seen Archie nor any of the Fernley family for many years." "It is lovely your friendship has extended over the missing time." "I am happy there was no oddity in our renewed friendship. I worried it would be uncomfortable, but it truly wasn't. Archie is the kindest man I have ever known." Rosalind kept a smile on her face throughout the conversation. It was strange to hear Miss Lovett speak so openly about her friendship with Archie. Such a lengthy friendship usually formed an attachment between two people. "Lady Rosalind, may I ask you a question?" Miss Lovett took hold of Rosalind's arm as they slowly walked along a pretty path surrounded by wildflowers. Rosalind wasn't in any hurry to return home as she hoped to glean more information out of Miss Lovett. "Of course." "Why are you so guarded? You barely even smiled at Mr. Fernley yesterday when we met by the river. You were obviously uncomfortable during the soiree at Torrington Hall. I hope I do not overstep with my inquiry." Her mother's voice went through her mind as she considered a response. "A proper lady never reveals the thoughts of her heart. Men do not care to hear it. They are too busy worrying over the state of England to give ear to a lady's emotions. A lady can serve a man's sensibilities much easier by showing him everything is as it should be." "I do not know what you mean." "I care not to offend you, but unhappiness is easy to spot in a woman." Rosalind laughed to hide her nervousness. I will pay more attention to my features. It was not unhappiness you saw, but a proper demeanour."
Perhaps they demur differently in England than we do in Scotland. It seems ingenuine. Knowing her mother would have taken the opportunity to lecture any female who spoke out of turn or shared too much emotion, Rosalind shook her head. Miss Lovett did not understand the training a daughter of a marquess endured to be a fine lady. Concealment of one's emotions did not equate to lack of care. It left less for others to gossip over during morning visits. It does not hurt to be guarded in one's thoughts and actions, especially in a new environment. Miss Lovett pursed her lips. It is a pity you cannot be yourself around our neighbours. I only share this with you to help you fit into the local society. I want you to enjoy your time at Brookside Manor. Thank you, Miss Lovett. I cannot express the warmth your guiding words have brought to me. Miss Lovett squeezed Rosalind's arm. I pray we will be the best of friends. I will do all I can to advise you on Scottish society. It is remarkably different than that of those in London. Do you travel to London often? Oh, no. My father is needed at the parish. Small as it may be, the people still need his guidance, and I cannot travel so far without him. You do him credit, Miss Lovett. I am quite devoted to my father. I am certain you will meet often with him. He loves Archie as a man would a son, and I do not mean to disparage the late Earl, but I do believe Archie has an attachment to my father. Oh, I was under the impression my husband was very fond of the late Earl. As he should have been, but I believe it was more of a connection of blood. If given the choice, Archie would have chosen my father to raise and inspire him. They are the closest any two men could be. When Archie is in residence, my father and I dine at Brookside Manor regularly. Rosalind peered at the woman standing next to her to see if she was in earnest. Instead of a show of confidence, Miss Lovett's ears were bright red. Rosalind knew far too many people who turned scarlet when sharing falsehoods. I will inquire of Archie this evening. He never mentioned Mr. Lovett, and I would not want the connection between them to suffer due to my presence at Brookside Manor. We should have you and the vicar over for supper before the week is out. A wicked contentment settled in Rosalind's chest, blooming like a rose directly out of winter. Exposing falsehoods of another person were never an enjoyable task, but Miss Lovett's smug attitude needed to be knocked down a few pegs. Yes, she had a connection to Archie, but Rosalind would be shocked to find out Archie held the vicar in higher regard than the late Earl. Everything her dear friend Audrey had told her the morning of her marriage made Rosalind believe Archie would not treat anyone in his family with disdain. The memory of her conversation with Audrey was a stark reminder that she should trust Archie. Miss Lovett spluttered and then made a list of excuses. I would not want to intrude on a newly married couple so soon after the vows. It is our neighbourly duty to entertain guests, especially the local vicar. Yet an intrusion would be quite uncommon so early in a marriage. Let us wait a few months before suppers begin. Whatever for? You and I are dear friends now. I cannot wait to meet your father, and I would not want the connection my husband holds so dear to continue unnourished any longer. If you must invite us, please make it an invitation to the neighbourhood. I would not want anyone left out. Rosalind squeezed Miss Lovett's hand. I think that a wonderful idea. I will start planning straight away. Miss Lovett forced a pleasant smile. I must take my leave. This conversation regarding my father has reminded me I have much to do to assist him with his sermon on Sunday. If you will pardon my quick retreat. Certainly. Before fully releasing Miss Lovett, Rosalind made one final comment. We must meet again soon. As Rosalind slowly walked back to Brookside Manor, she picked wildflowers along the path. Her mood was considerably lighter given the discussion with Miss Lovett. As far as she was concerned, there was no reason to believe Archie held feelings of anything more than friendship for the woman.
Rosalind had warned Archie of her faults the day they were married. She'd admitted to being a wicked creature, and she fully expected him to realize it that very evening. She poured a cup of tea for Archie and placed a cake on a plate before setting it on his desk. Then she waited for him to acknowledge her presence. As he looked up from his manuscript, Archie pointed to a chair. "Is there something you would like to discuss?" "Thank you for inquiring. I took my morning exercise with Miss Lovett. While discussing items of little importance, she told me of the respect you hold for Mr. Lovett." "She did?" "Certainly. Miss Lovett expressed your connection with the vicar and the desire you had as a child to be part of his family." Archie quirked an eyebrow and slowly lifted his tea to drink. "Dearest, I do think it is best you have friends so your days are less lonely. But you must realize by now that Miss Lovett is prone to exaggeration." Rosalind put a hand over her chest and feigned surprise. "I did think her presumption that the vicar was more of a father to you than the Earl was a bit extreme, but not knowing your history, I was unable to defend him."
"Lud, Miss Lovett does know how to try my nerves. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. What will you do?" "I will speak to her and put an end to Miss Lovett's claims."
"Might I make a different suggestion?"
"Please do."
"We could host a small gathering here at Brookside Manor. She will see I am not fooled by her claims, since you are obviously not close. Hopefully it will solve the issue quietly, without causing either of you distress."
"I think it is a wonderful plan. May I trust the preparations to you?"
"It is best. You are awfully busy."
"I do apologize. It will not be long before I have finished my writing. Once I have sent it off to the editor, we will have weeks without interruption."
"I look forward to it." Rosalind stood and curtsied before leaving her husband to his tea and writing. She truly hoped he would keep his promise to spend time with her. But for now, she had preparations for a party to occupy her the lonely hours. Chapter 17. "What are you doing?" Rosalind held back a laugh as she peered down at Archie and Edwin. Archie's writing instruments were safely tucked away at a distance, as both he and Edwin lay on their stomachs reaching into the river. Archie tilted his head in her direction and squinted as the sun assaulted his eyes.
"Fishing?"
Rosalind stepped into the path of the sun, blocking it so he could see her without problems. "But why are you doing so in this manner? Do you not have the proper tools for the activity?" Edwin sat up and dried his hands on the back of Archie's shirt. Rosalind held back a laugh as Archie glared at the boy. Edwin simply smiled and turned his attention to her. "According to my master, this is research." Rosalind tried to take the situation seriously, but finally laughed as Archie splashed water at the boy. She wasn't usually so excited to sit upon the dirt, but the intrigue in Archie's and Edwin's research left her excitedly wanting for some sort of explanation. "Does this mean you have moved forward in your manuscript?"
"Yes, I have."
Edwin crossed his legs and relaxed back upon the ground, his elbows supporting him. "It's expertly written and will put tears in your eyes, ma'am." "I have no doubt you are correct, Edwin. I thank you for assisting Mr. Fernley with his writing." "If I'd have known he'd try fishing without a pole, I'd have helped him for only £1. He's not very good at it. Best he sticks to writing." Archie feigned insult at Edwin's words, but couldn't hold the look of disgust upon his face long. She could see a bond had formed between her husband and the boy. Rosalind's eyes went wide as Archie pushed himself off the ground to reveal his waistcoat, cravat, and pants were covered in dirt and a bit of mud. He brushed most of it off as he sat back on his heels, and then, with the same intensity as the boy had done moments before, Archie wiped his wet hands upon Edwin's pants.
£1, you say? I suppose I will have to make sport for you more often. It might preserve the family coffers."
Archie ruffled the boy's hair before turning to Rosalind.
"Would you like to learn to fish without a pole?"
"I fear I am not dressed for such an activity. Perhaps—" She was about to say she would join them when next they ventured to the river, but she knew it wasn't true. She preferred not to touch the slimy scales of a fish. "Perhaps I will leave the activity to the two of you."
A fine plan, dearest.
Edwin picked a blade of grass and put the end in his mouth. Fish tastes better when you catch it yourself. I have no doubt you are correct, Edwin. Rosalind looked at the writing instruments lying beside Archie. She wanted to know the details of his manuscript. He'd worked diligently on the writing since the day they were wed. It seemed appropriate to know something about the project. Will you tell me of your story, or must I wait until it is printed and in book form?
I am writing about a young girl who must sell items to keep her family fed.
She already knew this from their last cryptic conversation, but since he was speaking, she would not remind him. Instead, she chose to encourage the conversation. Fish?
I am considering it, although the state of my clothing would suggest a young girl might have a bit of trouble reaching into a river as I have.
Is it possible to give her an older brother who could help with the fishing?
I suppose, but my hope is to humanize little miss in the eyes of the nobility. I want them to have sincere sympathy for the plight of a young girl who must tend to an ailing parent.
Perhaps fishing is their source of food instead of income.
Right now, I have little miss residing in the working quarters of London. She spends time fishing when she hasn't earned any money for bread and other such luxuries. She hasn't the proper tools for the trade, so Edwin is teaching me how to fish with my hands, so I may write about the struggles of the youth who are responsible for what their parents should provide.
Could she not steal the food?
He needs sympathy for little miss,
Edwin said. He made it sound as though no one would think twice about a little girl in desperate need of food. Do you believe the wealthy are unfeeling?
Not all of them, ma'am, but most who have enough forget about those who have nothing.
I see. Rosalind exchanged a concerned glance with Archie. Edwin had experienced a life much different than the one she had. Archie cleared his throat in the uncomfortable silence that followed Edwin's words.
The purpose of the story is to highlight the atrocities poor children are suffering. I fear if I take the story in the direction of thievery, it will evoke discussions of harsher punishments for those with less food and poor living conditions. I would prefer the conversation to focus on what we can do as a society to alleviate the struggles of those less fortunate.
I see the struggle you have been under. Archie nodded.
There must be another path for little miss. Unfortunately, I am not seeing it.
Rosalind kept her eyes locked on Archie's as she considered how to help him with the plight of his character. She needed more information about the girl before she could truly help. Archie, what is little Miss's background? Was she born in poverty? Does she still have both her parents? If so, what has rendered them incapable of providing even a small amount for their child? Archie chuckled and ran a hand through his dark brown hair.
I have not considered any of those questions.
If you do not understand her background, how can you determine she would know anything about catching a fish by hand?
You are correct. I must consider everything about her before continuing.
Standing up, Archie held his hand out to assist Rosalind to her feet. Instead of allowing Archie to wander away while considering his manuscript, she bravely asked for his company. Will you walk back to Brookside Manor with me?
It would be my honour.
Rosalind looked to Edwin. Will you join us? Edwin jumped to his feet and held out his arm. Rosalind laced her arm through his.
Your servant, my lady.
Exchanging a proud glance with Archie, Rosalind allowed Edwin to escort her back to Brookside Manor. Chapter 18. Archie leaned back in his chair, allowing the front legs to lift off the ground. The early morning hours drug into afternoon as he slogged through editing and then rewriting selected passages from his manuscript. The question Rosalind had asked about little Miss's past was the key to opening his mind on the character. He had decided the character had a proper name, but once her grandfather dubbed her Little Miss, no one ever used her Christian name again. With that start to the characterization, he'd formed a beautiful little girl upon the blank pages. Covered in dirt, the young girl would sell embroidered serviettes to anyone willing to part with a farthing. It was a small amount of money, but would be the difference between life and death for little Miss and her family. The best part about writing little Miss's background was to have the approval of Edwin. The boy agreed the information was plausible, and so Archie allowed his mind to run away with details. He might never know who the real Miss was, and why she didn't have a proper name upon her gravestone, but he would bring light upon the poor and those who were buried in a potter's field. He chose to leave physical descriptors empty. Identifying features like hair color, eye color, and even skin color would be left to the imagination of the reader. Each person could find a memory of a lonely child working to sell yarn goods and place that child within the confines of the story. The ink dripped from the end of his pen as he reread the last lines of his 50-page requirement. The editor would expect the pages before long, and Archie would simply have to wait until word was sent regarding the acceptability of his offering. I will read through it one more time. Gathering his graphite pen, Archie left his den for another part of the house. His surroundings always lent an entirely new aspect to his writing. With the end of his pen in his mouth, carrying the pages he'd written that day, Archie entered the drawing room to find Rosalind waiting for him. Looking to the clock on the mantel, Archie realized it was time for supper. His wife was dressed in a light blue evening dress that put him to shame in his ink-stained shirt sleeves. Although his goal to spend the summer writing was well underway, he had a wife, and he'd been terribly neglectful. "Pardon my lateness. I did not realize the hour." Archie tried to keep the evidence of his shame hidden, but his neck felt a bit hot. Pulling at his cravat, he cleared his throat. "It will take but a moment for me to dress." "I certainly hope so. Our guests should arrive within the hour." "Guests?" Archie sighed and shook his head. "I completely put it from my mind. I will not disappoint you." Taking the stairs 2 at a time, Archie rushed to his bedchamber and rang for his valet. It wouldn't take him long to dress, nor would any of the guests know he had forgotten about the party. The problem was the beautiful wife sitting in the drawing room, waiting for him. She was always steadfastly waiting for the day he would take notice. Vowing to do better, Archie scrubbed the ink from his fingers with vigor. He was at a good point in his manuscript, which allowed for a bit of free time. Picking up the pages he'd brought with him, he held them out for his valet. He'd reread them 10 times that day. Another time through was not necessary. "Will you mail these? Send them in the care of Mr. Alexander Chalmers." "Yes, sir." Archie held on to the bundle a little longer. He'd never sent a parcel containing an unfinished manuscript to an editor before. It frightened him to think he hadn't edited it enough. Before realizing them, he thought back to the vow he'd silently made only a moment before. Could he spend another week or 2 editing before giving his full attention to Rosalind? Would she wait that long for him to finally notice her? "Sir?" Archie released the bundle. "Yes, I do apologize for the delay. Mr. Alexander Chalmers, London." "I remember the direction, sir." "Very well. See that you send it off in the morning." "Yes, sir." As he walked down the stairs, he decided the wooing of his wife would start that evening. With a smile on his face, he stepped through the door to greet the guests. The night would play out with perfection, for he knew how to behave in society. He would win Rosalind's heart and show her she hadn't married a dolt. Archie did his duty as a host. He had welcomed guests, offered food and drink, and now he stood by himself observing his wife. She was the perfect hostess. It pleased him to know she was a kind and genuine soul. Now that the evening was coming to a close, he took a step toward Rosalind with the goal of wooing her. He'd barely crossed the drawing room as Miss Lovett stepped in his path. "Miss Lovett, I am happy you and your father are in attendance." Miss Lovett curtsied. "I suppose we must be formal, now you are married. No more jaunts through the woods for fear of being caught." Taking a small step back, Archie tried to hide the discomfort her words caused. "We will always be friends, Miss Lovett." "Not with the formalities you seem to insist upon. I cannot believe I must refer to you as Mr. Fernley." She pouted and then shook her head. "I will not do it while alone in your company. You will forever be my dearest friend, Archie." With a sigh, Archie looked toward Rosalind to see she was still in conversation with Lord and Lady Torrington. He needed to take the conversation with Miss Lovett away from dangerous topics. "I am thankful for your friendship to Rosalind." "She is a dear girl. Quite young for a man of your years. Whatever were you thinking when you pursued her?"
Taken aback by the silky words that were anything but complimentary, Archie tried to ignore the veiled insult. "She is not too young. 18 is hardly an age to gawk at."
"You are right. I apologize for my misgivings on her maturity."
"I have seen nothing in her demeanour to suggest a lack of social decorum. What do you mean by maturity?"
"Archie,"
Miss Lovett reached out and placed her hand on Archie's arm.
"Forgive my moment of weakness. Lady Rosalind has everything a man in your possession should want. She has youth, beauty, and poise. She demurs when appropriate and hardly accepts a compliment without returning one herself."
The conversation was far from what he had expected. "She has not made a good impression upon you?"
"She is a good sort of girl, not anything to match your gentle kindness, but I am certain you will make this marriage work."
Archie pulled at his cravat. The knot seemed overdone and tight for the lateness of the hour. "Whatever do you mean?"
"I have seen you romping through the fields with that servant boy of yours. One would think a newly married man would spend more time with his wife than a servant."
"Is this the topic of gossip within the neighbourhood?"
"I dare not admit to the shameful tales I have heard, but I do correct every conversation to which I am privy. I remind them that not all marriages are formed for love matches. Some may only be for the benefits of a dowry."
"How dare you spread vitriol about my situation?"
Miss Lovett put a hand over her chest and feigned innocence. "I would never do such a thing. I have attempted to stop the comments."
Archie pursed his lips and looked away from her. He well remembered the circles a conversation with Miss Lovett could take when she felt slighted. "I would think our previous attachment would induce you to treat my wife and me with respect." As he turned to leave, Miss Lovett took hold of his hand. She squeezed it in a familiar way that intimated much more than he could give to another woman as a married man. Pulling his hand away, Archie looked about to ensure no one had noticed the impropriety.
"I made a mistake when I ended our courtship, Archie. I did not expect you to find a wife and bring her to Brookside Manor."
"Nor did I expect you to ever admit you made a mistake." Miss Lovett smirked.
"I was unaware your uncle named you heir. If I had known I could have been mistress of this house, I would have continued our attachment."
"An attachment formed for incorrect reasons." They both paused before Miss Lovett continued speaking.
"I do enjoy my friendship with Lady Rosalind. I believe she would have made a better match for one of your brothers."
"Yet she married me. She has been a gracious host to you and your father, and does not deserve your censure." Tugging at his waistcoat, Archie took another step away from Miss Lovett. "If you will excuse me, I believe I will join my wife and Lord and Lady Torrington in their conversation." The memories he'd hidden away when his courtship with Miss Lovett had ended years previously flooded through his mind as he crossed the room. He and Miss Lovett had fought in their youth, but he'd thought they were past trivial moments of unkindness. The conversation he'd had with her that night proved he was mistaken. Chapter 19. Rosalind took in Archie's strained demeanour, but chose not to mention it as she continued speaking with Lord and Lady Torrington. It made little sense for Archie to join her now. He'd kept a distance from her the entire evening. She was certain everyone at the party had noticed. Would they also take notice of his change in attention? Instead of remarking on his agitation, Rosalind smiled up at him, catching his eyes for the briefest of moments. She wanted to convey a sense of stability to his unhappiness. The silent message brought a smile of welcome from Archie and allowed her to turn back to the conversation. "Archie, Lord Torrington was telling us about a new mare he recently purchased." Torrington puffed out his chest. "Fernley, if you are in need of good horseflesh, I have a man with a stud farm far beyond anything you have ever seen at Tattersall's.
I will keep that in mind.
I saw Lady Rosalind on her mount this past week. A fine horse, quite young.
Rosalind smiled. Her father had gifted the horse to her the previous year. Dimples is a wonderful companion. I could not have asked for a better horse.
He is far too wild for a lady.
Torrington took a sip from his glass and focused his attention on Archie. It didn't surprise Rosalind to find Lord Torrington preferred to speak with her husband. But if they were speaking of her horse, Rosalind would have her say.
A gentle mare is a better option for a lady.
Rosalind laughed and shook her head. Lord Torrington, Dimples is not for sale. Ignoring Rosalind, Torrington continued to speak to Archie.
I will give you a fair sum for the horse. It is best you find your little bride a horse she can handle.
Being ignored was a normal part of her life. Archie had spent weeks avoiding her while writing his manuscript and had only engaged in conversation when she'd sought him out. But to have someone so forcefully ignore her wishes made her blood boil. She was ready to set Lord Torrington down with a none-too-gentle reminder that the horse wasn't for sale when Archie finally spoke. Lord Torrington, my wife has already informed you her horse is not for sale.
What do you say to finding her a gentle creature to match her temperament?
Archie laughed. I dare say you will find Lady Rosalind is a match for Dimples. Lady Torrington reached out and took hold of Rosalind's hands.
Lady Rosalind, would it not be better if we left the men to their dealings? Take a turn about the room with me.
Rosalind didn't want to leave the conversation, but agreed it was best. She had complete trust that Archie wouldn't sell Dimples. With a small curtsy, she left Lord Torrington to his boastful conversation.
I must apologise for Lord Torrington. He simply cannot allow anyone to know more on a subject than he does. It is his greatest weakness.
Rosalind kept her opinions to herself. Lord Torrington hadn't made a good impression upon her. Since she chose not to speak, Lady Torrington filled the silence.
Since you are an accomplished equestrian, I would suggest you ride along the River Tweed. Our country can be quite lovely.
Thank you. I should like to see the views.
I think Hadrian's Wall would be a lovely day trip as well.
Is it not a far distance? I cannot imagine the trip can be made in a day.
It most certainly can. You must make a day of it. Take a picnic and pull your husband out of his writing.
Rosalind's head came up at the comment. How did you know Archie is a writer?
Miss Lovett mentioned his manuscript in passing. I think it is wonderful to have a writer so dedicated to his craft in the neighbourhood.
He is dedicated. Her words went unnoticed as Lady Torrington continued speaking.
The topic is lovely, I am sure.
They again fell silent while rounding the outskirts of the room. Rosalind considered remarking upon the number of guests in attendance, or even worse, the weather. Bracing herself for the gentle conversation of little to no worth, Rosalind took a deep breath and settled on the number of couples. There are a good many people who accepted my invitation. I must admit it's surprising as we are new in the area. Lady Torrington pursed her lips and nodded.
I suspect most are here to gaze upon the lady who fell prey to Mr. Fernley's charms.
It seemed an odd statement, but Rosalind pressed forward. Now they have met me, there is not much to say, I hope.
Oh, the tongues will wag for a few days, but the unconfirmed rumours of his previous attachment will undoubtedly be further fodder for gossip after tonight.
Pardon me. Rosalind nearly choked on air as she stopped walking and turned away. Whatever do you mean? Lady Torrington smiled apologetically.
I did not mean to shock you. If you need to sit, I will accompany you to another room.
Unable to take a step from the corner she'd sidled into, Rosalind glared at the woman who'd single-handedly destroyed the lovely evening. To whom was Archie attached?
My source is a bit unreliable. It might be best if I do not say anything more.
Rosalind knew how to play the games of society. She'd grown up as the daughter of a marquess and had attended more than her fair share of functions over the previous year. She'd successfully learned how to whittle a woman down until secrets were revealed. With as much care as she would show to a wilting flower, she brushed the entire situation away. Well, if your source is unreliable, it is best you keep such secrets secure. I, like you, am new to this neighbourhood. Lord Torrington and I have been married only a year. Certainly, it must be old gossip if it was known long before you lived at Torrington Hall. I dare not reveal the name, but she is here in your home this very evening. Rosalind took hold of Lady Torrington's arm and pulled her back into a stroll around the room. How shocking to find a woman who admires my husband accepted an invitation to my home. If you must keep the information to yourself, I shall never know who the culprit is. Unsubstantiated rumours are all I am relying upon. I agree. It would seem a horrendous assumption to speak out of turn. Lady Torrington nodded her head in agreement. I am so happy you agree. Of course. It is our duty as the elite to stop the spread of rumours promulgated by those less fortunate than ourselves. To be certain. Why, if Miss Lovett hopes to retain any friendships in the neighbourhood, she will have to stop claiming a prior connection to Mr. Fernley. He never offered marriage to her. It was simply an assumption on her part. Lady Torrington covered her mouth and shook her head. I should have kept my mouth closed. There is no need for concern. I am a keeper of confidences. I certainly hope so. The vicar would not be pleased to hear his daughter had machinations on Mr. Fernley. Oh? The vicar disapproved of Mr. Fernley on the grounds of his being British. Only a man born and raised in Scotland will do for his daughter. I see the predicament. Rosalind kept Miss Lovett's prior claims of a relationship between Archie and the vicar silent. There was more than enough gossip flowing between herself and Lady Torrington. Adding more would simply be ridiculous. I hope I did not offend the vicar by inviting them this evening. It would be terribly rude of me to force our company upon him. Mr. Lovett is not so severe when socialising, but his daughter's future is of greatest concern to him. I am relieved to hear it. Lady Torrington pulled Rosalind toward the refreshment table. Let us speak no more on such matters. We must discuss a purpose for another gathering. How do you feel about a musical or an evening of recitations? When the final guest left for the evening, Rosalind removed her gloves and placed them on the sofa as she fell back against a pillow. Closing her eyes, she took a moment to appreciate the silence. A smashing success, darling. Archie's praise of her efforts put a smile on her face. High praise. Certainly. Archie sat across from her, his slippers haphazardly strewn on the floor. I know it is late, so I will not keep you long. I have a bit of a pause with my writing schedule, and I would ask for you to accompany me on a picnic on the morrow. I would be very honoured to do so. Thank you, Archie. Very well. We will make a day of it. Archie stood and gathered his slippers. Before leaving her, he turned back. You do not have a fear of water? Not particularly. Is there a specific reason you are asking? I thought it would be lovely to spend the day on a nearby pond. I have a boat, and it is the perfect addition to an outside tea. Rosalind smiled. This was the first time Archie had put forth specific plans to spend time with her. It sounds brilliant. I will look forward to spending the day with you. As will I. Rosalind slowly walked up to her bedchamber and sat at a dressing table until Beth arrived. As Beth assisted her out of the evening gown, combed through her hair and tied it in wrappers, Rosalind played through Archie's request to spend time with her until she was certain it meant he was ready to have a friendship and form an attachment. Chapter 20. Archie had arranged everything for the picnic through the butler and housekeeper.
A part of him found it a bit deceitful that Rosalind was so pleased with his effort when all he'd done was request the items from the staff. But he wasn't ready to push aside her praise. As they settled upon the grass, under the cool shade of a large tree, Archie watched as Rosalind prepared a plate of assorted foods. The smile on her face told him this outing had been a stroke of genius. Wanting to know everything about his wife, Archie started with the simplest of questions. "Tell me what sort of things would make you laugh. I am not meaning a little sound that no one would know was a laugh or a fleeting smirk. I want to know what would make you giggle." Blushing from the question, or perhaps the answer she was about to give, the freckles upon her face stood out amongst the pink hue. "I hope you do not find me impertinent." "Never." "Then I will confide in you. But I must ask you never to tell another soul. My mother would be horrified to hear my answer." Archie put a hand to his heart. "I swear as a gentleman to keep your confidences." Nodding to him, Rosalind continued. "As you know, my horse is a racing breed. I cannot help but laugh as I ride at great speed through the country, with my bonnet and hair flowing out in the wind." "How fast can Dimples run?" "In truth, I do not know. I have never timed him." "We must race. Tomorrow." The mix of pleasure sparkling in Rosalind's eyes elevated Archie's confidence. He wanted to spend time with Rosalind, and doing something she loved would be the perfect way to prove his dedication to the marriage. "You cannot ask such a question and not answer it yourself. What makes you laugh?" Archie leaned back on his elbows and spread his legs across the blanket. "A well-placed word that delivers a slap to the conversation. It does not happen often, but when someone has the genius to insert the perfect word, it makes the writer inside me tingle with laughter." "I cannot wait to hear such a moment." Archie looked up at the sky before settling on the next question. "What type of gesture, big or small, would brighten your day?" Rosalind sat back against the tree trunk and straightened her legs in front of her. The comfort of the moment was matched only by the chirping of birds high above them in the trees. "The post." Pursing his lips, Archie grunted. "Letters from home?" "Any letter. Short or long, it does not matter. Knowing someone else thought enough of me to send words upon a page and inquire after my health and situation will always lift my spirit." Knowing she would expect him to answer the question as well, Archie gave his answer. "Nature does as much for me. Exploring the world in my direct vicinity with the shrubbery and shade from trees makes me happy. Of course, birds chirping is an added treat." "Therefore you are in your element." "Quite so." Archie stood and held his hand out for Rosalind. "I want to share with you one of the happiest activities I enjoy." Leading her to the edge of the water, Archie assisted Rosalind into the dinghy. When she was seated, with her parasol fashionably providing shade, Archie pushed the boat out into the water and lifted himself in. "I do not think I have ever been in a boat, Archie. This is wonderful." Archie rowed out to the middle of the pond and brought the oars into the boat. "I believe it is time for another question." "Except," Rosalind said, "it is my turn to think of the question." Pleased with her excitement, Archie agreed. "I wait in anticipation." "Tell me a secret you have never discussed with another living soul." Relaxing against the boat, Archie had to consider his answer. If he told her all his secrets, there would be little intrigue left in their marriage. Therefore, he chose to share one of the items pressing upon his mind. "Deep down, in the depths of my soul, I have a little voice that tells me I am the worst writer ever born. It tells me no one will like my books, and I will die a failure." "Oh, Archie!" "I know it comes as a shock, even to me. I was raised to be confident in all my endeavors. But this is one area of my life I cannot reconcile with the instruction my governess, educators, and parents impressed upon me." Now he had told Rosalind he was an impostor. He expected her to laugh at him. It was a silly confession, not something he ever dared to admit to another soul. But the impostor within him told him she needed to know this part of the man she had married.
It was best she didn't expect great things to come from his writing. We all have bits of ourselves where we are insecure. I believe you should tell that imposter to leave you alone.
You do not think I am addled in the brain?
Not at all. It is perfectly normal. When this manuscript you have diligently written is finally in book form, I will plan the largest soiree to celebrate with you.
Archie blushed and then set to rowing the boat again. A bit of water splashed up onto his legs, sending a much-needed chill through his body. I prefer the quiet of home or the company of family to society functions.
With a hand over her mouth, Rosalind's wide eyes told him he'd not expressed himself well. Oh, I wish I had known this about you before I scheduled a party. The discomfort of having so many people in our home must have overwhelmed you.
Now I am married, I realize society must play a role in my life. You did nothing wrong by holding a gathering. I enjoyed it immensely. And I must admit, being surrounded by people allows me time to observe little details I otherwise would not know to write in my manuscripts.
Are you certain? You are not saying this to assuage my fears?
Not in the least. The gathering last night was lovely.
May I inquire about your friendship with Miss Lovett? I noticed you were uncomfortable with her last night, which was a stark difference to the day I intruded upon your conversation by the river.
Knowing she would hear the rumours soon, if she hadn't already,
Archie decided he must be the one to inform her of his past dalliances with romance. Leaning slightly toward the side of the boat, he dipped his fingers in the water and swirled them through the cool pond.
I once fancied myself in love with Miss Lovett. It was many years ago, when I was young and had little to occupy my time.
He looked up to measure the effect his words had on Rosalind. She was not shocked, which told him she already knew a version of his history in this small village. The truth was rarely known by anyone outside the situation, and he was certain Miss Lovett had never told another soul of their parting. Continuing his story, he kept his eyes on his wife.
Once I had gone off to school, I rarely visited Brookside Manor. Miss Lovett and I wrote to each other, but after a while our correspondence turned into lists of what we had done during our time apart. When I inherited Brookside Manor and the living it provides, I expected we would be married. Fortunately for me, rumours of who had inherited the home were still in the air. Everyone in the neighbourhood expected it was my elder brother who would be master of the home. When I arrived with my family to accept occupancy, Miss Lovett's affections seemed to have transferred to Baxter.
She believed you unsuitable.
Not knowing I had the estate and 7,000 a year, she decided to set her sights higher than a second son with a meagre income.
Oh, Archie, I am so sorry to hear this.
Archie laughed and splashed a bit of water toward Rosalind. I admit it was quite a blow to my confidence. As I look back, I realize we were not well suited. Miss Lovett and I were merely friends, and nothing more could ever have been right between us.
What was the unsettling conversation you had with her last night?
She admitted to her error. I do not know what she thought to gain. As you are my wife, there was nothing for her to do but find a husband elsewhere.
Rosalind shook her head. She still holds feelings for you.
She holds out hope for Brookside Manor. Miss Lovett loved the manor more than she ever cared for me.
How strange for her to have a connection to the home. Thank you for your honesty. I had heard rumour of your courtship, and I can now push those thoughts aside.
We both have little bumps in our past that had the potential to draw us in different directions. You toward Duke Wharton and me toward Miss Lovett.
It is nothing to be ashamed over. We must always remember this when thinking of our past. Rosalind quirked her eyebrows and gave him a pointed look that told him she was gathering her thoughts. It took her a moment, but she continued speaking. Now, a new question.
Archie laughed and splashed more water toward her. I think not, my lady. You must answer for yourself. What is a secret you have never told another living soul? Rosalind returned a splash of water toward him, their laughter echoing across the pond. Very well. If you must know, my dreams are all in French. Pardon me? Ever since I learned to speak French, my dreams are in the French language. No one ever speaks English anymore when they float in and out of my dreams. How curious. Archie's writer's mind went wild with the possibilities of a character who couldn't speak her natural tongue due to years of dreaming in another language. Rosalind didn't allow him to dwell on her confession long. She quickly pulled him out of his thoughts. Now it is my turn to ask you a question. If you had access to every book ever written, which one would you choose to sit down and read on a rainy day? This was the perfect question to send Archie down a rabbit hole of thought. It wasn't a simple answer. He would need to consider his options. I cannot answer this without thinking about this one. May I have time? Yes, I want your most sincere answer. I will give you time to think on it as well. As Rosalind nodded, Archie picked up the oars and rowed them back to the shore. While helping her out of the dinghy, Archie found a new feeling of closeness he hadn't expected. Certainly, the outing had been meant to help him learn about her, but he'd found he enjoyed her sincerity. That night, as he bid her good night, he kissed her hand. I plan to enjoy our morning race, my lady. I hope you sleep well, Archie. You will need it to win against me and Dimples. Archie winked and enjoyed her laughter as she left him standing in the hall outside her bedchamber door. With a jump in his step, he left for his own rooms. Chapter 21. Rosalind couldn't eat the morning meal for the pounding of her heart, since this was the second day in a row that Archie planned to spend with her. The smile on her face brightened further when she noticed Archie waiting for her at the bottom of the stairs. Our horses are ready. Running down the stairs to meet him, Rosalind couldn't contain her excitement. She'd spent weeks waiting for Archie to wake up and realize she was in the manor. Now he had taken notice, she would not let a moment pass in boredom. What prize does the winner receive? Bragging rights. Rosalind took hold of his arm and allowed him to escort her to the stables. Is that all? The choice of our next activity. The next? With her day brightened even further, Rosalind nearly skipped to the stable yard. Joy spread from her body like rays of sun bursting through the clouds. She'd missed out on a beautiful courtship before her marriage and would now consider these days as a replacement. Edwin stood by her horse, holding the reins. As he stepped up on the mounting block, Edwin assisted her until she was seated. Handing her the reins, he tilted his head toward Archie and loudly whispered to ensure Archie heard every word. Mr. Fernley is usually a gentleman, ma'am, but if you fear he'll turn into a rake, I'm willing to accompany you for propriety. Thank you, Edwin. I will inform you if Mr. Fernley steps out of line. I'm certain you could set him straight if needed. The boy stepped back, taking the mounting block away with him. Pleasant ride, my lady. Exchanging a glance of satisfaction with Archie, Rosalind rode next to him as they left the yard. She waited until he led her to the bank of the River Tweed before proposing the terms of the race. Should we say the winner is the one who reaches the 5th tree first? Archie stood in his stirrups to survey the scene. She admired the fit of his riding breeches. The view and her satisfaction caused a blush to run up her neck. Turning back to nature and the trees ahead of them, she waited for Archie's response while she composed her thoughts. I think that is far enough to give our horses a good run. On the count of 3, then. Rosalind had a hard time meeting his eyes after allowing herself to think of his posterior. Releasing the bun from her hair, she carefully placed the pins in her boots so they wouldn't poke her feet. Ready for the race, she decided it would be best to give Archie a race he needed to win. Instead of speaking her response, she simply set Dimples in motion and started the race before he was fully prepared. The wind blowing through her bonnet and the sun shining on her face was a delight.
But her grin and the pleasure of the ride came with her hair flowing freely behind her. A light-hearted laugh burst from her throat as she heard Archie and his horse approaching on her left side. She urged Dimples forward, knowing her horse could win the race. The competition was over much too soon. Rosalind pulled her horse to a stop and waited as Archie did the same. She'd arrived at the tree at least a second before Archie, which made her the clear winner. This meant she would choose the next activity they did together, and she knew exactly what she wanted it to be. Dismounting to give Dimples time to rest, Rosalind turned to Archie. "I won." "You are disqualified, my dear. I never thought you capable of cheating." The smile on his face told her he wasn't at all disappointed. Instead, he was grinning as brightly as she was. "For our next activity, I want you to take me to Hadrian's Wall." "I am afraid cheaters are not allowed to choose. I will decide upon our next activity." Putting her hands on her hips, Rosalind stepped directly in front of Archie. "What will it be, then?" "I believe a trip to Hadrian's Wall is in order." Archie reached out and picked her up in an unexpected embrace. He twirled with her in his arms while she laughed, and then they landed in a heap on the ground. Up until that moment, they'd been more like a courting couple keeping the distance required for propriety. But as her senses came back to her, she realized Archie was moving closer to her. The softness of his features and the sparkle in his eyes told her he might possibly leave her with a kiss. She wanted his affection. As his wife, she was duty-bound to accept any kind of intimacy between them. But even with the laughter and the joy of the day, she didn't believe they were to a point where kissing or intimacy should be openly displayed. Putting her hands on his chest, Rosalind pushed a little. "Not like this, Archie." His voice was raspy as a frown took the place of his previous joy. "Then when?" Rosalind sat up, pushing him to his side. "I truly do not know how or when it will be right between us, but I know 2 days of courting is not enough time for love to develop." "Most couples never find love. How do you know we will?" "I am determined to be in love with my husband, but what we have shared so far cannot be considered love. I admire your hard work. I enjoy speaking with you, but I do not think we should rush intimacy." Archie sat up and ran his hands through his hair. "Give me an indication to how this part of our marriage should be discovered." Standing up, she walked back to her horse. Dimples hadn't had enough time to rest, so she would need to walk with him for a bit. As she pulled him forward, she stopped in front of Archie. "I cannot say, but I think there should be loving words, a deeper connection than the simplicity of desire, and 1,000 white lilies." Rosalind's happiness dissipated as she walked away from her husband. She made it halfway back to the point from where they'd started racing when her words replayed in her mind. 1,000 white lilies. What was I thinking? She would stand by the other 2 requirements, but the third was excessive. Everywhere she looked, there were purple thistles dotting the ground. She could have made it easier on Archie and said thistles instead of lilies, but she loved lilies, and the words had popped out of her mouth much faster than her brain had processed the implications of her statement. Reliving the moment when she knew Archie wanted to kiss her would do little good. As she said her farewell to Dimples and left him to the care of Edwin, she decided it was best to forget about her moment of weakness and push through the awkwardness that she'd caused. Chapter 22. Rosalind filled his mind from the moment he woke long past his bedtime. It had been a week since the disastrous race, and Archie had yet to apologize enough. Although Rosalind told him he needn't apologize further, he still felt a sense of shame over his actions. He knew she was right about their marriage and the lack of actual love between them. The writer and romantic within him agreed with everything she'd said, right down to the 1,000 white lilies. The practical side of his mind had decided she was asking for too much. A relationship with the magnitude of admiration she desired could take years to develop. Since they were already married, there was no need to delay intimacy. But delay he would because his wife had requested more time for love. His only worry was, by the time she discovered everything about him, she wouldn't be able to love him. Since that dreadful day, Rosalind had received multiple morning visitors. The two most frequent were Lady Torrington and Miss Lovett. Archie worried about Miss Lovett's visits, but Rosalind never seemed put out. Her graciousness to the neighbours was more than he could have expected in a wife. On those mornings, while Rosalind visited with their guests, Archie ploughed ahead with his manuscript. Instead of waiting for word from Chalmers, he decided it was a story worth telling, and he wanted to write it with or without the editor. Unfortunately, he wasn't writing many pages. Every time he heard Rosalind's voice in the hallway, or smelt the fragrance of her soaps wafting through the air, he found himself unable to form coherent paragraphs. He imagined the beauty of her green eyes. Therefore, instead of writing about the poor, his hand would sketch out the word emeralds. Her bright emerald eyes caused his vision to blur as he thought over the moments they'd spent together. When he'd come back to himself, he'd find his pen stilled upon the paper with blobs of ink splotched upon the few words he'd managed to scribble. He was ready to go out into nature to stir his imagination when his valet entered his den.
"Sir, it is late. Do you want to dress for supper?"
Looking down at his ink-stained hands, he knew it was best to scrub them before joining Rosalind. But his clothing wasn't an egregious problem. "No need. Please inform Lady Rosalind of my tardiness. I will join her forthwith." Mr. James had nearly left the den when Archie called him back. "James?"
"Yes, sir?"
"What do you know of women's fashions?" He needn't be embarrassed about asking such questions. James was a dutiful valet, and had helped Archie with any number of interesting inquiries for research.
"I am well versed on admiring women, but lack true knowledge on the particulars. Is there something you would like me to discover?"
"I am interested in pockets. Do women have pockets sewn in their skirts or bodices? Or is it possible to access a hidden pocket without impropriety?" James nodded his head in understanding, yet Archie knew quite well the man had no reasonable information to discover the purpose behind his question.
"I could inquire from the maids."
"Please do. I am more interested in the fashion of a riding habit and a tailor who was willing to put pockets in the side."
"Yes, sir."
Archie tilted his head as he thought of other possibilities. "If pockets are not acceptable, would it be possible for a lady to have a small purse around her neck that could hide beneath her clothing?"
"I cannot see a reason to say no, other than it does not sound comfortable."
Archie nodded. "You are right. It would bounce around or bulge and make the dress askew. A pocket is the only option."
"Unless the lady does not mind hiding an item in a more intimate area of her person."
Archie laughed and nodded at his valet. He couldn't imagine Rosalind hiding her hairpins in any other place than a pocket or her shoe. "You have the mind for intrigue, James. Find out what you can and report back. Oh, do not inform Lady Rosalind of my inquiry. I want it to be a surprise."
"Yes, sir."
"One more thing." Archie wasn't certain how to go about finding enough hothouses with lilies, but he was willing to try. "I need to procure 1,000 white lilies. Will you make inquiries for me?" If James was surprised, he didn't show it. He kept his face completely impassive.
"I will speak with the local hothouse."
Archie chuckled as James quit the room with haste. It was obvious the man didn't want another assignment. With his hands scrubbed, he stepped into the drawing room to escort Rosalind into supper. He may not be head over heels in love with his wife, but he enjoyed her company. He found her personality pleasing, and he wanted to love her. More importantly, he wanted to give her everything she hoped for in a marriage. Chapter 23. Supper was a quiet affair. Rosalind sat on Archie's right side, and they passed each round of food in silence. She worried her abrupt refusal of his attentions would forever strain what could have formed within their relationship. She sipped at her soup, nibbled at the turnips and beef, and then passed on the custard. By the time supper was over, she was a pile of nerves. To her dismay, Archie seemed fully occupied with his thoughts. He hadn't glanced her way even once since helping her with her chair. She realized she could have taken her meal in her bedchamber and avoided the stale atmosphere of the dining room. She was ready to push her chair away from the table and storm out of the room when Addison arrived with a silver tray and a calling card resting in the center. It helped Rosalind's nerves settle a little, as Addison had to clear his throat twice before Archie paid attention to him.
"We have guests at this hour."
Archie took the card and examined it.
"Mr. Lovett and Miss Lovett."
Rosalind knew her duty as hostess to any visitor. Her custard still sat untouched in front of her. She might be able to force a spoonful down while their guests ate. Would they like to join us for supper?
"They declined, my lady. I have placed them in the parlour."
"Thank you, Addison. Will you take a tray with tea and cakes in while Mr. Fernley and I finish our supper?"
"Very good, my lady."
Addison bowed and left around the corner that would take him down to the kitchen. Rosalind expected Archie to rush to his guests, but she found him staring at her. "Is something amiss?"
"I worry about our last conversation regarding Miss Lovett. I pray this will not be an uncomfortable situation for you."
The reminder of all he'd said brought a blush to her cheeks. "I will be perfectly fine. It was long ago, in the past. No one is free from the adventures they had in their youth. She has visited so many times now, I cannot believe it will be uncomfortable." Archie winked at her. The first time he'd done so, her heart had fluttered. But as he continued to do the same action, she wondered what the wink meant. He'd never given her reasons to doubt his sincerity, so she pushed the errant thought aside and stood from the table. "We should not keep them waiting." Taking the arm Archie held out to her, Rosalind walked with him to the parlour. As they entered, Rosalind noticed Mr. Lovett held his Bible open, occupying his time by reading. Miss Lovett stood near a side table examining a crystal candy dish. She popped a round lemon candy in her mouth before turning toward them.
"Mr. Lovett, Miss Lovett, we are pleased to have you in our home."
Archie's simple statement including Rosalind in the ownership of the home left her pleased. "Archie, we are the ones who should thank you for opening your hospitality to us so late in the evening." Miss Lovett crossed the room, a sparkle of joy in her eyes. Her usage of Archie's Christian name didn't go unnoticed, nor did the rattle of the candy hitting against her teeth. Rosalind chose to ignore the punch in her gut at the familiarity between her husband and Miss Lovett. Yet there was a sting pulsating in her chest with each word leaving Miss Lovett's mouth. "I told Father we must visit Brookside Manor and renew our acquaintance with you in a more personal manner, Archie. It has been too many years since you have been here."
"I thought our association was already renewed. We have seen each other often since Lady Rosalind and I arrived."
Again, Archie included her in the conversation. His consistent reminder of her place in his life put a smile on her face. With her confidence boosted, Rosalind took a seat on the sofa, leaving room for Archie to join her. "Yes, of course. The gathering Lady Rosalind organised was lovely, and I have spent many a morning here with Lady Torrington, becoming the best of friends with Lady Rosalind." Rosalind decided she no longer needed to be spoken of in a roundabout way. She would simply insert herself into the conversation. "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Lovett. Is there something in particular that brings you here this evening?" Miss Lovett simpered and then turned to Archie. "I was speaking with Miss Edna Millard earlier, and she could not believe you were back in town. She said you simply must visit with her." Archie nodded.
"I agree."
Turning to Rosalind, he again took the effort to include her in the discussion.
"Miss Millard is an elderly spinster. When I was younger, I would visit her house knowing there would be a promise of treats and tea."
Rosalind smiled. "A kindly spinster who entertained the local ruffians. Did your brothers join you?"
"Always.
The 7 of us would join the local neighbourhood children on a sojourn up the hill to her cottage. Hot summer days were met with cool glasses of tart lemonade and the sweetest raspberry cakes. She would entertain our unruly behaviour for hours with tales of mermaids, pirates, and dashing heroes. I loved sitting under the shade in her gardens with the wind whistling through the trees as she'd convince us through words that pirate booty was real and hidden in Ladykirk. Although, to this day, I am told she has not revealed the location of the treasure. Rosalind loved the simple way Archie could pull her into his past. The nostalgia he evoked when she hadn't experienced it herself was a small bit of proof that he wanted her to be a part of his life. Is Miss Millard the reason you became a writer? In part. She noticed I had a talent for inquiring after details she'd left out of the story. She inspired me to write my thoughts on paper and helped me develop my first few tales. What of your governess? Did she not put a stop to such behaviour? Archie laughed. She did not suffer greatly having us out of doors for a few hours during the summer. She did find our midnight searches of the graveyard troublesome, but we were encouraged by a grueling tale from Miss Millard. I dare say our windows were sealed shut and we weren't allowed out of doors for a week. Ahem! Miss Lovett's loud reminder of her presence brought a blush to Rosalind's cheeks. She hadn't meant to forget about her guests, but Archie's story had shown another side to her husband she hadn't known. Turning to the vicar, Rosalind noticed he still held his Bible as he had when she'd entered. Mr. Lovett, is the passage you are reading of interest? He peered up, barely moving his head with emotion. The Bible should be of interest to everyone, my lady. I must agree, although there are some sections that leave me shuddering. As it should. God's word should be revered and always respected. If we are improving our lives, we will never be comfortable with the word of God. Glancing to the side, she saw Archie's lips twitching. She'd known the vicar wasn't the kindest of men, but she did think he could attempt to be congenial during a visit. Miss Lovett moved the candy in her mouth, causing another loud rattle as she spoke. My father is not one for local gossip. He finds it trite. Oh, I did not realize we were partaking of such debauchery. Light-heartedness is not appropriate. Mr. Lovett's words sounded final as he stood and crossed to the doors. Evie, you delivered your message. It is time we take our leave. Yes, father. Miss Lovett stood and curtsied before Rosalind had the opportunity to apologize for causing the vicar distress. She hadn't meant to offend him. When their guests had made their exit, Rosalind looked to Archie. Did I say something wrong? No, my dear. Mr. Lovett has never been fond of visiting Brookside Manor. I dare say he could not find anyone to accompany Miss Lovett, and so he had to do so himself. I see. She didn't truly see, but there was no reason to ask further questions. Perhaps one day she would understand the reason Mr. Lovett disliked Brookside Manor, while Miss Lovett desired to be mistress of the home, but for now she was content to be happy with her life. Archie, thank you for including me in the conversation. It meant more than all the wildflowers in Scotland. Then I will continue to include you. Would you enjoy visiting Miss Millard with me tomorrow? I would be delighted. Then we shall make a day of it. That night, as Rosalind lay in her bed looking up at the sheer light purple canopy over her bed, she reviewed everything she had learned about Archibald Fernley. Although she hadn't expected to care so deeply for him, she found herself enchanted by his lovely personality. He cared to share himself with her, and she needed to return the offering he was making. Before drifting off to sleep, she decided on a few aspects of her life she could share with him. The crisp morning air fell kindly upon Rosalind's cheeks as she walked with her arm through Archie's. She hadn't expected the hill up to Miss Millard's cottage to be steep. Still, she trudged up the hill without complaint. With her heart pounding from the exercise, she reached the top to find open fields and a small cottage in the distance. Is Miss Millard amenable to unannounced visitors? She never minded when I was a child. I hope we will not catch her off guard.
It is strange for a woman to live on her own. Does she have family nearby?
I am unaware of the details of her circumstances.
As a child, you would not have considered it, given she provided you with the much-needed nourishment of sweets.
Archie laughed. We were incorrigible.
Recognizing an opening for her own story, Rosalind plunged ahead. She only hoped Archie would enjoy learning about her as she did him. I cannot boast a kindly neighbour in my past, but on occasions I enjoyed skipping down to the kitchens to swipe a cake or tart. When our cook found out what I was doing, he started leaving a plate on the table for me with assorted delights for each season. Archie leaned toward her and whispered, Should I inform the cook at Brookside Manor of your habit? There is no need. Now I simply send my maid.
What fun is there in that?
Rosalind's voice grew bubbly as he winked at her. She was certain that gesture was a sign of flirtation. It is more refined. I am a lady. I must act the part.
Oh, no, my dear. Ladies must find time for frivolity. Otherwise, they end up old and decayed in an armchair, drenched with too much perfume, with a bottle of smelling salts nearby in case of a scandal.
Rosalind wrapped an arm around her waist as she laughed. You just described my dear departed grandmamma. She was always crying out for assistance right before she swooned.
What sorts of things would make her swoon?
Sun-filled days, moonlit nights, rain thrown about by the wind, and, most importantly, the sound of a carriage stopping in front of her home.
Was there no joy in her life?
None whatsoever. My poor grandmamma hated life and lived much longer than she desired. Archie stopped walking and turned to her.
Do you know what caused her displeasure?
I am told she was born as she died. Sharp.
Yet she was your favourite relation.
He quirked his eyebrows as he made the assumption. Rosalind reached forward and touched his face. How did you know?
The warmth in your voice. You admired her.
Living in a patriarchal society caused her grief. It is difficult for most women. My grandmamma was forced into a marriage when only 14 years of age. My grandfather was not cruel, but he was not kind either. He married for an heir, and once he achieved the goal, he sent my grandmamma and their daughters to a home to live out their lives separately. Archie indicated they should continue walking, so she took his arm and set out for the cottage once more.
It is another folly of our society. We seem to have many.
We may still live in a male-dominated world, but there have been improvements.
Not enough.
True. For example, if you had chosen not to marry me when we were caught alone, I would be in a cottage as a ruined woman.
A travesty.
A blush rose in her neck and cheeks as she saw the sincerity in his face. Thank you.
Thankfully, arranged marriages are no longer the rage, but there are some men who still form alliances through marriages. Wealthy merchants in search of adding a title to their family are amongst the list who still seek arrangements. The fate your grandmother lived through will undoubtedly continue for some poor souls unless a change happens.
Rosalind agreed. It wasn't too far in her past when her father and Duke Wharton had connived an arrangement for her. While she'd considered him desirable at first, she'd found he was a terrible rake and not worth the arrangement. It is only a matter of time before women's voices will be heard. Archie squeezed her hand.
Will my wife become an advocate for such political disruptions?
If I must, I certainly hope I would have your support. Archie again pulled her to a stop. He stepped in front of her and lifted her chin, tilting her head slightly backward.
It would be my pleasure.
A wave of excitement fluttered in her stomach. Rosalind wanted him to lean down and kiss her, but the memory of the previous attempt ran through her mind, and she knew he wouldn't try. He hadn't professed love, nor had he brought an offering of flowers, but they had connected in a way that didn't feel superficial. Then I must give this topic more thought. Lost in the moment, Rosalind nearly forgot they were walking to Miss Mallard's cottage for a morning visit. When they started walking again, her head swirled with the desire to laugh and smile for no reason whatsoever. Chapter 24. Miss Mallard reached forward and pinched Archie's cheeks.
You are much thinner than I remember. There used to be a plump little boy who came by my house with his brothers. What happened to him?
Archie laughed. I grew up.
And you have a wife.
Miss Mallard put her spectacles on and then picked up a quizzing glass so she could examine Rosalind. May I introduce you to Lady Rosalind?
A titled wife. You have done well for yourself, Archie Fernley.
Thank you, ma'am. I am happy you approve. Motioning to her maid, Miss Mallard ordered a tray of tea and tartlets. Archie's mouth watered with the memory of the soft, sweet taste of the pastry.
I did not say I approved, Archie.
Miss Mallard picked up her fan and swatted Archie on the arm.
You always did make assumptions of my words.
Archie sat back in his chair and crossed his legs. What assumptions did I make? Miss Mallard again swatted him, but this time it was on his leg.
Ridiculous notions of courting Evie Lovett, for one. I never considered you a match with that girl.
This was a revelation to Archie, but one he was pleased to hear. He had hoped she wouldn't be disappointed for the lack of a match between he and Miss Lovett. At the time, it seemed the proper course of action. Miss Lovett and I had spent enough time together for the neighbourhood to believe we were courting. It was the logical next step.
Love is not logical, young man.
Archie turned to Rosalind to ensure she was comfortable with the conversation. He wasn't surprised to see a glow of humour in her face. Delight danced upon her cheeks as she watched Miss Mallard berate him. Miss Mallard continued.
Anyway, her father never would have softened to the thought of having a son who lacked a tartan.
Ah, yes. My family was an invader of his heritage. Stealing his daughter would have capped his hatred toward my family.
You are better off with this pretty little wife of yours.
I must agree with you, Miss Mallard. Miss Mallard put her quizzing glass back up to her right eye and turned her attention to Rosalind.
Does he treat you with respect?
Yes, ma'am.
If ever that changes, let me know, and I will set him straight.
I believe you would. Miss Mallard opened her fan and waved it slowly, as she'd done every time Archie had visited her home. He knew the delightful stories she once told were aching to flow from her tongue. Before he could ask her to enchant them with a tale, she again spoke.
Did I ever tell you about the time I met Cutlass Kid?
Archie knew Captain William Kidd, known as Cutlass Kid, had died a pirate's death in London over 100 years previously, but Miss Mallard's stories were rarely factual and leaned towards sensational. I do not believe you have.
Will, as I called him, arrived on these shores nigh on 50 years ago. I was a lass back then, and known as a diamond amongst the clans. My hair was raven black, nothing like this mop of grey I have now. Will arrived in our neighbourhood looking for a place to hide his latest trunk of treasure.
Archie watched and took note of the skillful way Miss Mallard told her story. She engaged both he and Rosalind with hand movements, intonation of voice, and facial expressions until they were laughing. As the story ended with William Kidd waving farewell to a young and heartbroken Miss Mallard, Archie found he was completely satisfied with the story. Miss Mallard had taken them on a romantic adventure across Scotland while they'd sat in their chairs sipping tea. When Rosalind sniffed, Archie handed her a handkerchief. Miss Mallard looked up and smiled.
I never saw Will again. People believe he was captured over 100 years ago, but I know better. He escaped from prison, and since the British officials didn't want to admit they'd lost a prisoner, they found a replacement. That poor soul was hung in the most gruesome manner. But I must admit, it makes me content to know my Will died on his adventures.
Where do you think his next adventure took him? Rosalind asked while dabbing away her tears.
I would like to believe he found the lost city of Atlantis. It was rumoured there was enough gold to fill the streets of Scotland in that city. But you cannot believe all the rumours about my will. People claim he'd strung them up and thrashed them with his cutlass. But I know Will would never do such a thing.
Rosalind leaned forward. Did you ever tell anyone where his gold is hidden?
Not a chance, my lady. I would not want Will haunting me to the grave. He gave me explicit instructions not to reveal the hiding place of his treasure. A pirate's booty is his soul.
You must have loved him to wait all those years for his return. Archie kept quiet as he watched Miss Millard and Rosalind speak about Captain Kidd. He knew it couldn't possibly be true for one simple reason. Miss Millard would be over 150 years old to make it plausible. Archie was comfortably eating his fourth cake when Miss Millard and Rosalind fell silent. He waited for them to speak again, but nothing else was said. Suddenly, Miss Millard slowly pushed up from her chair. The cracking of her joints and the straining of her voice with each movement brought Archie to his feet to assist the elderly woman. "We will take our leave now. You must be exhausted." Miss Millard harumphed.
Wish you would have said so before I stood. You should know it is rude to overstay a welcome.
Archie bit back a laugh. Instead, he quickly apologized. "Miss Millard, you have delighted our day. Thank you for the recitation, treats, and tea."
"Visit again,"
Miss Millard said. As she fell back into her chair, she loudly grumbled.
"Any decent neighbour would make the trip at least once a week while in residence."
"You are right, ma'am. Lady Rosalind and I will endeavour to do so while we are residing at Brookside Manor." As they slowly walked back toward the manor, Archie delicately approached the subject of Miss Millard's quirks. "What were your impressions of our neighbour?" "A very sweet lady. Eccentric when at her best. Do you think she believes the story about Captain Kidd?" "I believe she wants us to think she is sincere. But no, she has a firm understanding of her situation and reality. She is a masterful storyteller. If I were a child, I would have believed her story." Archie laughed. "It was a constant argument amongst my brothers and myself. We would argue all the way back to Brookside Manor, and then my parents and governess would have to remind us that the stories were not real." "But it did not stop you and your brothers from searching the countryside for treasure." Archie winked at her. "We dug more than our fair share of holes in honest pursuit of pirate booty. As I told you, we would sneak out at night to do it under the cover of moonlight." "It must have been glorious." "Quite so. We truly had the best summers while visiting Brookside Manor." "I cannot wait for our children to have a similar childhood. I want them to play in the fields, dig holes, and expect to find treasure. It makes me jealous to know such childhoods exist, while I sat in a schoolroom with proper posture, reading anything but adventurous tales." Archie hadn't considered future children. Before marriage, he'd simply lived for the next idea to form in his mind so he could write another manuscript. But the knowledge that Rosalind thought of their children left him reeling with delight. "Now you mention it, it would be a travesty if our children did not have a Miss Millard in their lives. Although, if she is old enough to know Captain Kidd, I dare say they will have to find a different storyteller." Rosalind stopped walking, pulling him to stand next to her as well. "Archie, I know you have a focus with your current manuscript, but do you not think it would be lovely to write about Miss Millard? You could write a character named the Storyteller of Ladykirk, with Miss Millard's permission, of course." Archie reached forward and wrapped his finger around a lock of her hair. "You are brilliant, dearest. I must speak with her on our next visit." Chapter 25. Rosalind found herself walking through the gardens without purpose. Archie had left Brookside Manor for business and hadn't returned. After an hour of sitting indoors with her sewing project, she'd moved to the music room and played several songs on the pianoforte before wandering out onto the veranda and down to the gardens. Now, she simply had no idea what to do with her time. The gardens at Brookside Manor had been kept beautifully. With an array of colours dotting the landscape, it seemed wicked to be bored, but she could not help how she felt. Over the past weeks, since the first outing with Archie where they'd enjoyed a picnic and an afternoon of boating, Rosalind had found a new purpose. Her heart pounded when Archie was nearby,
Her legs went weak when he touched her face or played with her hair. With all those emotions building inside her, she had to wonder what was happening with Archie. Did he feel the same as she? Was he aching to go back to the horse race where he'd nearly kissed her and try his luck again? If he did, she would not deny him. Tired of the gardens and her unsettled thoughts, Rosalind decided she would go for a ride. Dimples would enjoy the exercise as much as she needed to ride with her hair loose and her bonnet unpinned. Rushing up to her bedchamber, Rosalind pulled the bell cord so Beth could help her dress. She paced the room as she considered where to ride. I could ride along the river. Although she spoke out loud, there was no one around to hear her. Impatient for Beth to arrive, Rosalind stepped to the wardrobe to find her riding habit. She looked at the clump of dresses hanging before her, but didn't see the woolen navy fabric amongst the muslins, silks, and cottons of her other dresses. Turning from the wardrobe, Rosalind bit her bottom lip. She had never watched Beth while she straightened the bedchamber, and therefore would not know if there was another place for her clothing. Where is my maid? Walking to the bell cord, she pulled it again and then sat down to wait. When Beth still didn't arrive, Rosalind decided to wait no longer. She'd never been down to the kitchen, but she would find her way. She already knew there was a door behind the wall in the dining room where servants would disappear and reappear with dishes. It took less time than she imagined as she took the stairs down into the kitchen.
My lady, why did you not ring for me?
Mrs. Creamer stood, as did the cook and the footman. I did not mean to interrupt tea. It was a bit early for tea, but she didn't know the servants' schedules. I am searching for Beth. Is she down here?
She left for town with Mr. Fernley.
Is there anything I can do for you? Not at all. I will wait for her to return. As each of the servants bowed and curtsied, Rosalind took her leave. She held her hands tightly together as she ascended the stairs to go back the way she'd come. There was no reason for Beth to be in town, at least she couldn't remember making a shopping request of her maid. Retreating out of the house, Rosalind decided if she couldn't change into her habit, she would simply sit in the stall and talk to Dimples. She entered the stable and found Dimples eating a mid-morning snack of oats. At least you are in your designated spot. I am at a loss as to where Beth could have gone. Dimples continued eating his meal, but his ears perked up as she spoke to him. Do you like the stables at Brookside Manor, or do you miss Berkeley Castle? She waited for a moment before speaking again. It would be improper for her to not allow Dimples time to respond, even though he didn't. Thoroughly engrossed in his oats, Dimples continued to eat. Rosalind spoke again. When I first arrived with Archie, I missed my mother and Berkeley Castle. I missed my friends and the lovely conversations we had during the season. I missed balls and... She paused as she considered her words. I missed everything, if truth be told. But now I am quite happy with my situation. Dimples broke away from his feed bucket to nod his head at her. She had no idea if the horse understood what she was saying, but she imagined his response had been something to the effect of, I am most pleased, my lady. There is no need to be formal, Dimples. You may refer to me by my Christian name. Rosalind laughed as she realized her silliness. Checking the barn to ensure no one was listening to her conversation, she continued speaking. Archie promised he would take me to Hadrian's Wall. I have studied the edifice, and I believe it is a bit of a distance from here, but I imagine we will ride and not take a carriage. Therefore, you will get to experience the thrill of an adventure as well. She patted Dimples on the neck and was ready to speak again until the side door opened and Edwin entered. My lady, do you need my assistance with Dimples? No, I was only visiting with him. Has he had exercise today? This morning, ma'am. Rosalind smiled at the high-spirited boy who'd stolen Archie's compassion. Do you enjoy your position here at Brookside Manor? Very much, ma'am. I was fortunate Mr. Fernley found me. I dare say he was fortunate as well. You have been an invaluable assistant to him with his writing. It is kind of you to say as much. Rosalind stood to leave. She wouldn't want to be underfoot while he went about his duties. It was lovely speaking with you, Edwin. And you, ma'am. Stepping out into the sunlit day, she turned from side to side, wondering what to do next. She was ready to go back into the house to find a sewing project when the carriage entered the gates and crossed over the bridge. She walked to the front doors and waited as Beth jumped down from her seat on the back of the carriage. "Beth, why did you go into town?"
"Mr. Fernley requested I join him. Did you need me?"
"Yes. I wanted to go for a ride, but I was unable to find my riding habit. Do you know what has happened to it?"
"I couldn't say, my lady."
Beth's gaze focused on Archie as he exited the carriage. Taken aback by the response, Rosalind looked to Archie, then back to her maid. "Will you please search for it? I had hoped to take Dimples out for exercise today."
"Yes, my lady."
Beth scurried off toward the back of the house. As a maid, Beth had never displayed a hint of nervousness, even around Rosalind's father. The alteration in her behavior left Rosalind questioning Archie. Turning on her husband, Rosalind quirked an eyebrow in his direction. "What purpose did you have for my maid in town? Would your valet not do?" Archie wagged a finger in her direction. "You are too perceptive, darling." Without answering her question, Archie offered his arm. Hoping to wiggle the information out of him, she accepted and followed his lead. "Did you know my riding habit is missing? It was part of the trousseau my mother sent for me." "A pity. I am certain Beth will find the garment for you." "It means I cannot ride Dimples until it is found, or I must purchase a new habit. Would you mind?" "I do not see what the rush is." Rosalind looked up at Archie to see he was smiling. Although she found the delight upon his face caused her heart to race, she did wonder at the smirk. Was it possible he knew something about her missing riding habit? A new habit could take weeks with a small tailor like the one in Ladykirk. Do you think I could search out a tailor in Edinburgh? It is a bit far to go for one dress. Perhaps, but it means we must delay our trip to Hadrian's Wall. You did promise to take me there. Archie patted her hand as he led her to the gardens. She'd been in the gardens all day and was not keen to revisit. "We will go on the morrow." "But what of my dress? I have no other dress long enough for a proper ride." Archie's smile grew wider, indicating he did know something about her dress. Rosalind would not be silent. She stopped walking and pulled Archie backward as he'd taken another step. "What does this mischievous smile on your face mean?" "I know not of what you speak, my lady." "Oh, you do? I must know what secrets you are keeping from me." Archie put a hand over his heart and scoffed. The gesture made her laugh. "I am appalled at the accusations against me."
"Mr. Fernley."
She did her best to sound like her governess once had when Rosalind misbehaved. Pointing her finger at him, she pressed it lightly against his chest as she spoke. "You will be more than appalled when I find out what you are keeping from me." "I quake before you." The smile breaking through his feigned fear let her know he was not taking her seriously. Rosalind was taken aback as she looked into his charming eyes. They sparkled with intrigue. He continued speaking, but she did not hear what he said as a breeze sent shivers through her body. She couldn't say what was happening to her befuddled brain, but there was a moment when she'd stood so close to him that it seemed her soul was communicating unknown emotions, and she wanted to feel them again. "Rosalind?" As she heard her name and the panic in Archie's voice, she looked up to see he was distressed. "I am sorry, what were you saying?" "Let us go inside. You look unwell." Rosalind tried to hide the disquieting emotions bubbling up inside by laughing and gently pushing him away. "Next you will call for smelling salts." "I certainly will if you do not recover with haste. Your face has drained of all colour. Even your freckles are pale." Covering her cheeks with her hands, Rosalind allowed Archie to lead her back to the house. When he'd settled her into a chair and pulled the bell cord, she finally removed her hands. The dim lighting might make her freckles go back to normal. "Addison, have a tray brought up. Tea and fruit." Kneeling in front of her, Archie placed a blanket across her legs. "What can I do?" "Stop fussing. It was a moment of indecision on how I should punish you for keeping secrets." "I am most repentant for my actions. I took your riding habit to the local tailor to request he insert a pocket for your hairpins. I noticed you slipped them into your boot when we went riding, and I wanted to surprise you with the hidden pocket. Will you ever forgive me?" Rosalind knew she must look dreadful for Archie to divulge such a beautiful secret. Instantly sorry, yet excited at the prospect of having a place for her pins, she decided forgiveness was in order. Certainly, you silly man. I could not be more thankful for such a gesture. Your habit will be back this evening. Therefore, we can leave for Hadrian's Wall if you are feeling well in the morning. I am quite well now, but I would adore a cup of tea. She waited while the maid who'd brought in the tray poured a cup and Archie handed it to her. He took a cup as well and sat next to her while she revived her nerves with the hot liquid. Rosalind wasn't known for a weak constitution, yet the display in the garden left her unsettled. The peculiar emotions she'd experienced replayed in her mind and left her even more confused. She'd seen debutantes swoon over men when they thought themselves in love, but she'd always considered it a silly action of an impressionable girl without the cultured education one received as the daughter of a marquess. For she was certainly taught to conduct herself with the greatest of decorum, and she was not an impressionable woman who would fall in love so easily. As she revived her senses, she convinced herself it was a bout of nerves and should be swiftly forgotten. Chapter 26. Archie prepared for a 6-day trip to Hadrian's Wall. The horses could only travel so far each day, and he didn't want to tire them out. With an entourage fit for a king, they set out to explore the countryside. On the first evening, as he and Rosalind sat near a small fire, Archie pulled a book out of his bag. "Do you mind if I read to you?" "Please do." Scooting closer to his wife, Archie put his arm around her back and allowed her to rest against his shoulder as he read from the lyrical ballads of William Wordsworth and Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He'd brought the book to keep them company during the evenings with the hope of sharing a deeper connection than they'd previously had. The crackling fire and the star-filled night were the perfect ambience for poetry, especially the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. As he finished reading the poem, he closed the book and looked into the flames before him. He didn't expect Rosalind to speak, but her words broke through the sadness of the mariner's tale. "It is much like your goal to open the eyes of those more fortunate to the struggles of the poor." He hadn't expected a connection to form in her mind to anything. He certainly hadn't made a connection. Rosalind sat up, and with her hand she turned his face away from the flames so they were looking at each other. The mariner concluded his story by telling the wedding guest about the love God has for all creatures. Is that not what you are doing with your story? I had not thought of it that way. Rosalind went back to resting against his shoulder, so he pulled her closer. I considered the mariner's story one of caution to all who forget God and do not pray. A story can have multiple meanings, different for each person who reads it. I think you are right to say it has to do with prayer as well, but perhaps it is more focused on love. I will have to consider this in my writing. Have you heard back from your editor? I do not expect to hear anything for a while yet. He is in London, and I have little hope of expecting him to take up my manuscript immediately. I hope he does not keep you waiting long. Archie nodded as they again fell silent in front of the fire. The ground was much harder than the sofa at Brookside Manor, but with the conversation and connection they were sharing, he was thankful to be sitting on the ground next to his wife. As Hadrian's Wall came into view, Archie turned to Rosalind to see her initial reaction. Rosalind's silhouette stood out in comparison to the grey in the rock wall and the lush green grass. The thought of walking along the wall arm in arm and speaking about the magnificence of what went into building it filled his thoughts, until, to his great astonishment, he noticed Rosalind was unpinning her hair. "Do you plan to race, my lady?" Her sassy reply put a blush in her cheeks. "Mr. Fernley, I do think the slow pace we have taken over the last few days deserves to be combated with a bit of passion." Passion. Archie could show her passion. But his interpretation of the word was not what she had meant. Remembering her requirements for intimacy, he put his definition of passion out of his mind. There would be time for him to prove a deep connection had built between them. For now, he watched as she removed each pin slowly and deliberately, releasing strands of hair down her back. "Will you show me where the pocket is located?" Archie moved his horse alongside her, and reached out to touch the waistline on her dress. As his gloved hand pressed against the fabric, he winked at her to relieve the tension in his chest.
"It should be here, my dear."
"Thank you."
"It was my pleasure."
He left his hand on her waist until she slipped the pins into the pocket.
"Is there enough room for all your pins?"
"Certainly. I could hide more in there if I needed." Archie removed his hand and prepared himself for the race.
"Should we start on the count of 3?
"If you prefer to wait that long, you may." Before he could respond, Rosalind set Dimples into a canter. Archie considered allowing his horse the freedom to win, but instead he chose to stay behind her. His only purpose was to admire her hair as it shined against the rays of the sun. Her laughter flowed back to him, with the wind from her racing horse bringing a lightness to his chest. When she reached the wall, her hands went into the air to claim victory. Swiftly joining her, Archie planned to celebrate her win. Dismounting, he took her hand and kissed her knuckles.
"I concede to your superior riding skills, my lady."
"It did not take you long to discover them."
"How could I have been so blind? This is the second time you have bested me in a race."
"Or," Rosalind said as she kissed his jaw, "this is the second time you acted the gentleman and allowed me to take the lead." Archie put a hand over his heart. He would deny her claim till his dying days, if only to hear her laugh and to see her ride with her hair flowing behind her once more. He also wouldn't mind receiving another sweet kiss a bit further up than on his chin.
"I would never be so bold to admit anything of the sort."
"You cannot deceive me, Archie. I see a bit of admiration in your eyes, and a man working as hard as you to not be as smitten cannot allow himself the victory when racing with a woman."
"Will you walk with me?"
Archie purposefully ignored her comment and took hold of the reins for both their horses. He was smitten with her, but he wasn't certain it was in the way she desired.
"Did you know it took thousands of men from the Roman military to build this wall?"
"I did."
"Oh?"
"I found a book in your library on the history of Hadrian's Wall. It was quite interesting."
"Our library."
He made the correction to remind her that she was an integral part of his life.
"What else did you learn about the history?"
"There is a stone carving with the names of the men who worked on it, and it is believed Caesar Trajanus Hadrian might have taken part in the construction. He was, after all, a skilled architect." Archie smiled. He'd planned to share this exact information with Rosalind, but found her desire to study before they visited even more pleasurable.
"Very intriguing."
"I thought it was." He reached out and touched a strand of her hair. He could sense the softness of her silken white locks, even as he wore gloves. Would she permit him the liberty of a kiss? The beauty of the world around them was the perfect setting for discovering a small bit of intimacy. Archie bent his head and found Rosalind lifting her lips toward him. He wanted to kiss her. His hands ached to pull her close. "Archie?" "Thank you for bringing me here."
"It was my pleasure."
He wanted to close the distance and seal the moment with a perfect kiss, but he knew it wouldn't be right. The enchantment of the moment evaporated. Instead of kissing his wife, he led her toward the area where they would camp for the night. By the next afternoon, they would leave for Brookside Manor, and life would go back to normal. As he lay on his makeshift bed that night, Archie reviewed the desire he'd had while near Rosalind. The smell of rose water from her hair had left him euphoric long enough to make him believe he was in love. But he was uncertain it was love and not desire. Until he knew which emotion he was experiencing, he needed to keep a proper distance from Rosalind. She wanted their first kiss and all intimacy afterward to be a result of love and not an artificial adoration. He would do everything she required, and that included offering her time to connect with him and to fall in love with him. Chapter 27. Garden parties in London had been a delight when Rosalind had first entered society. Up until the previous week, she wouldn't have stressed over an afternoon of tea and chatter with the neighbourhood. But everything had changed once she and Archie had returned from their trip to Hadrian's Wall. Although he'd agreed to attend the party with her, Archie had taken up writing with vigour once more. She rarely saw him outside his den unless he was chatting with Edwin about his manuscript. She couldn't be certain, but she suspected something had gone terribly wrong on their outing. It wasn't obvious to anyone but herself that Archie had pulled away from any feelings he'd developed for her. They'd arrived looking exactly as a couple should when attending a function in society. They'd greeted their hosts, commented on the number of couples in attendance, and spent the first hour side by side with other guests. Once it had been appropriate to separate, Archie engaged in conversations with the men regarding Parliament and other governmental affairs, and Rosalind stood with the women and listened to the latest gossip. The conversation was about an unfortunate young woman who'd landed in much the same situation as she had with Archie. Although they didn't say the maligned woman's name, Rosalind played with an untidy thread on her green sash as she wondered if they were speaking of her. Was it possible her story had finally reached as far as Scotland?
"Lady Rosalind, you look positively unwell."
Miss Lovett reached forward and removed the sash from Rosalind's hands.
"You must stop pulling at the thread. You will wear the sash out before your maid can mend it."
"Thank you, Miss Lovett. I did not realize my actions."
"I dare say the young woman we are speaking of did not as well."
A simper of laughter filled the circle of women, and Rosalind felt her face pale a bit further than before. She had to know if the reputation they discussed was hers or another poor girl. Did the young woman marry the man?
"Apparently not.
The poor thing has been sent to a convent." Rosalind's mouth dropped open. When she realized she was gaping, she snapped it shut. Her outrage at the poor girl's situation was matched by 3 other women in the circle. Certainly, she was relieved to hear the situation of which they spoke was not regarding her and Archie, but to hear the poor girl had been tossed into a convent left her unsettled. With a hand over her heart, Rosalind hid her relief with a scandalized gasp. Lady Torrington snapped her fan closed and hit it against her leg.
"What of the young man?"
"He is free to do as he pleases, is he not?"
Miss McGrady's voice cracked as she said the words Rosalind knew to be true. She'd met Miss McGrady at a few parties, but hadn't felt a connection to the woman until that moment. Her words had succinctly expressed Rosalind's discovery of Duke Wharton's debauchery, and then her fall from grace and her marriage to Archie.
"It is a travesty. The poor young woman will forever be tainted."
Lady Torrington's sympathy did her credit. Miss Lovett, the bearer of the gossip, shook her head and scoffed. "A woman who allows herself to be caught in a compromising situation should not have our sympathy. Virtue is a woman's prized possession." Rosalind could stay silent no longer. "There are a great many young women who fall prey to the wiles of society's rakes. We should not condemn them for their folly, especially if the man refuses to do his duty by the young lady." Miss Lovett's voice rose above the intimate gathering of the women, stalling all other conversations nearby. "A man may give a flirtatious wink at a woman, but it should not make her go weak at the knees. If I had fallen prey to the man who once courted me, I dare say a few lives in this garden would be very different." Rosalind knew the context of Miss Lovett's statement. At least, she knew what Archie had told her. It was cruel of Miss Lovett to allude to a past courtship, especially to the woman Archie had married. She refused to look in Archie's direction, knowing he and the other men had heard everything Miss Lovett had said. With the same volume in her voice, Lady Torrington tilted her head, her face expressionless as she responded to the erstwhile comment.
"I, for one, am thankful our neighbourhood is not different. I believe everyone who is settled has done so appropriately."
When she was finished speaking, Lady Torrington took hold of Rosalind's elbow. The simple gesture calmed Rosalind's temper and brought the conversation out of the dangerous territory it had been in for the last few moments. It took little effort for the other groups to go back to their conversations, which left the women around Rosalind as the only ones left to speak once more.
"You are correct, my lady,"
Miss Lovett said quietly while nodding her head toward Lady Torrington.
"How fortunate we are."
Lady Torrington smiled at her guests and started a new topic of conversation.
"What do you think the men speak of when we are not with them?"
"Politics, I dare say," Miss Lovett said with a giggle and a brush of her hand through the air. Instead of giving an answer of her own, Rosalind listened to the other women in the circle. She smiled and laughed when appropriate, giving enough of herself to make it seem she was participating in the conversation, until her thoughts drifted to Archie. Unaware if they were still speaking of the men or if the conversation had moved on to another topic, Rosalind peered over the shoulder of Miss Lovett and found Archie standing next to a Grecian fountain. His blue coat and beige breeches stood out amongst the blacks and browns the other men wore. Admiring her husband from afar put heat in her cheeks, but this was one time she didn't mind. She could claim it was the shame of Miss Lovett's candid comments if anyone asked. Desiring to see a smile upon his face, or even an intense, studious gaze as he engaged in manly topics, she slowly followed the end of his cravat up to the knot, to his lips, and finally his eyes. To her surprise, she found he was gazing back with an intensity that had to mean more than a chance meeting of their eyes. Heat rose in her neck as he smiled, and his face softened with a question that led her to believe he was concerned about her feelings. Instead of allowing her hopes to show upon her face, she tilted her head as a response, hoping he understood it to mean she was well enough. Going back to the conversation, Rosalind forced her focus on anyone except Archie. She couldn't handle another chance meeting of the eyes, not if she wanted to keep her composure. As she focused on little sections of the garden, her eyes slowly drifted from the decorative fountain to the brightly decorated beds of flowers, and then they landed back on Archie to find he was still gazing in her direction. Was it a coincidence that their eyes had met once more? She had done her best not to look in his direction, but had found her heart desired their locked gazes to mean something much more than an accident. Lifting her hand to her hair, Rosalind twirled her finger through one of the ringlets at the nape of her neck. As she did so, Lady Torrington took hold of her other arm and leaned toward her with a whisper for her ears only.
"I dare say Mr. Fernley cannot keep his eyes away from you."
Instantly repentant of any action that might have led Lady Torrington to the assumption, Rosalind shook her head.
"You must be mistaken, my lady. My husband is greatly occupied with the conversation. I am certain he was intently listening."
"Not at all, for it was Mr. Weston speaking, and he is extremely dull."
"Then I assure you my husband was thinking about a new plot point in his manuscript. He is a writer and is solely focused upon his works."
Lady Torrington tapped Rosalind's shoulder with her fan.
"I think his admiration is charming. You should not dismiss it so easily."
Rosalind turned away from the group of women. The blush threatening to spill out on her face would not wait for a lull in the chatter.
"I am parched and in need of a drink.
I will accompany you."
"There is no need, Lady Torrington. I will be but a moment."
"Yet I tire of the same conversations at these events. Nothing ever happens in our neighbourhood."
Rosalind excused herself with a curtsy and found Lady Torrington taking her arm. She wanted to refuse the woman again, but as a guest it would be terribly rude. Instead, she silently made her way to the table and selected a glass of raspberry cordial. Lady Torrington did the same, slowly sipping the contents while she peered at Rosalind over the rim of her glass. Lowering the glass, Lady Torrington turned her head so she could assess Archie and find added fuel for her assumptions.
"Your husband's gaze follows you."
Peering out of the corner of her eyes, Rosalind silently acknowledged the truth of Lady Torrington's observation. Her stomach fluttered as he nodded to her. He was not fooled by the sly way she'd captured his gaze.
"What should I do?"
"Nothing.
It is a charming game husbands often play when bored at garden parties."
Somehow, Rosalind knew Archie was not playing a game. When Archie was teasing her or attempting a moment of flippant conversation, there was always a flirtatious wink. Either she'd missed the moment where it had happened, or he was communicating something far more intense. Putting a shaking hand across her middle, Rosalind handed her glass to Lady Torrington. Her head spun with Lady Torrington's assumptions. Rosalind knew she needed to leave the stuffiness of the crowded group and spend time farther out in the garden where she could find solitude, otherwise she might need smelling salts. A quick walk across the cobblestones and to the lawn should clear her mind and allow rational explanations for Archie's behaviour. When she was finally alone, she stared off in the distance, considering everything she knew about her husband. She was certain he wasn't an intentional flirt. Archie was bookish. Some might even say he had a scholarly quality to his features. She liked to believe he could take a seat in Parliament with his wisdom and cultured political leanings. If he hadn't married, he would have made an excellent professor at Cambridge or Oxford. He was talented and intelligent. Most importantly, she knew Archie wouldn't lead her to believe there was a chance for admiration if it were not true. With this knowledge, she needed to discover if the gazes that seemed to communicate a longing to be near her were sincere. Yet how to do so without being forthright in her inquiries, she didn't know.
Chapter 28. Needing a moment of respite from discussions of Parliament and their decision on the military budget, Archie left for the men's resting room. Having a younger brother in the military, Archie desired the proper funds be dispersed to care for England's men in arms. Yet he did not care to discuss the particulars during a garden party with men who had no opportunity to be heard in the House of Lords.
"Is this party not dull, Archie?"
Miss Lovett took hold of his arm, pulling him away from the men's retiring room before he could enter.
Miss Lovett, I must beg my leave.
"Why do you insist on being formal when we are alone?" "We once shared picnics and carriage rides. Formalities should be reserved for company."
Archie removed his arm from her grasp and clasped his hands behind his back.
Miss Lovett, we made the decision long ago to end our short courtship.
"Yes, but I have since come to regret my choice. Everyone believed Lord Grafton would inherit Brookside Manor. You cannot fault me for seeking your elder brother's admiration."
"It is long in the past, Miss Lovett. I am now married to Lady Rosalind, and Lord Grafton is happily settled as well. I wish you the best in your future."
Turning from her, he meant to go back toward the retiring room to see after his needs, but found she had stepped into his path.
"You have been married a month, and my heart cannot accept the cruelty of it."
"Heartbroken, are you? I seem to remember you loved Brookside Manor more than you ever cared for me."
Miss Lovett nodded.
"It pains me to see another woman as mistress of the manor."
"You were never meant to be mistress of my estate. What claim have you on it?"
"None that I can share with you at this time."
The intrigue in her response caused Archie to pause before responding. Did she have a claim on Brookside Manor? Checking the hallway for prying ears, Archie determined they were truly alone.
"Speak, Miss Lovett. Otherwise we will never entertain this conversation again."
"I have your promise that what I say will never be repeated to another soul."
"If you wish."
Miss Lovett did the same as Archie had moments before, but she did a more thorough check of their surroundings to ensure no one was listening. When she was satisfied, she took a deep breath before speaking.
"I have reason to believe your Uncle Langford is my father."
Shocked by the revelation, Archie stood silently, waiting for Miss Lovett to laugh and reveal it was a jest. When she didn't, he ventured to ask the only question to enter his adult brain.
"What makes you believe this?"
"My mother and Mr. Langford ended a courtship 2 days before my father asked for my mother's hand, and I was born 8.5 months later." Archie ran a hand through his hair while he considered her words. He didn't believe she would misrepresent her mother without cause. But since Uncle Langford and Mrs. Lovett were both deceased, there was no one to validate Miss Lovett's claim.
"Is there any proof outside of your assumptions?"
"My mother's private journals detail an intimate evening with Mr. Langford. I dare not reveal anything further for fear of injuring my father.
He is unaware of my discovery, and the knowledge of my mother's deception would kill him.
He already despises your family and Brookside Manor due to the courtship Mr. Langford and my mother shared."
"I thought he despised Brookside Manor because my uncle was a heathen and did not attend services."
"That is why my father despises you, Archie. Since you and Lady Rosalind arrived, you have not seen to religious matters." Archie blew out a long sigh. "It is not religion I despise, but the oracle who delivers God's word in this section of the country.
I am happy to attend services when I am in Yorkshire."
"There is certainly no love lost on your side, I can see. My father was right about you."
"I seem to remember you said much the same thing when we ended our courtship."
"Very well. What of my claim to Brookside Manor?" Running a hand through his hair, Archie took a moment to gather his thoughts. He needed more information before responding to her claim on his inheritance.
"Did my uncle ever give you reason to believe you were his daughter?"
"Why would he? He stepped aside so my mother could marry another."
"What would you have me do? You show no proof of your claim, yet you want something from me."
"Settle the house upon one of your brothers and request he take me as a wife. Fletcher or Cornelius will do."
Archie laughed, believing it was a jest, but when she tilted her head and pursed her lips, he knew she was in earnest.
"I cannot make such a promise, nor do I believe any of my brothers are a match for you."
"It pains me to hear you say such things."
"I speak only the truth."
"Then our friendship must come to an end, for I cannot continue to covet Brookside Manor if you refuse to see the validity of my claim."
"Miss Lovett, have you considered the scandal you would cause by making your claim known?"
"Certainly. For this cause, I am asking you to match me with one of your brothers. It would make my claim upon Brookside Manor valid, without destroying my mother's impeccable reputation."
"I need time to consider your request."
"Very well, Archie. And do not remind me of formalities. You are my cousin, after all."
Archie didn't believe they were cousins, especially once he re-entered the garden in a search for Mr. Lovett. A comparison of the vicar's features to Miss Lovett's proved they were father and daughter, but he would need evidence to prove this. The following morning, Archie skipped the morning meal and set out early for the church. He wanted to put an end to Miss Lovett's claim before any more was said about it. If she was his uncle's daughter, he would find a way to appease her, but Miss Lovett's claims to the home he'd inherited left him uneasy. He'd attended services in the church during summer holidays while visiting with his family. His parents had required their children to attend church each week. The governess his parents had employed taught them from the Bible each day while they were under her tutelage. Therefore, most churches were not an uncomfortable place for Archie. The one he currently walked toward left him with unease. Mr. Lovett had disliked Archie from the moment his daughter had claimed a friendship. Archie remembered sermons focused on virtue and vice dominating the summer months when he was a child. His dislike of this particular church was enhanced by poor memories and the coldness of the sad grey stone that left a rippling chill from Archie's head to his toes. He'd prefer to be anywhere but in the old building, but this was where the parish records were kept. As he entered the church, he was thankful to find the curate on watch instead of Mr. Lovett. He wasn't prepared to have the vicar watching over his shoulder, as he knew Mr. Lovett was bound to do. Might I have a look at the parish records for the years 1790 to 1795? He knew Miss Lovett's age, but marriage records and baptismal records could have varied in years. It was likely that a vicar would not delay the baptism of his child, but one never knew if sickness or health concerns had occurred. "Is there anything in particular I can assist you with?" "Not at all, sir. My curiosity and writer's instinct have brought me here this morning." He'd planned to blame his research on his novel from the moment he left Brookside Manor. Miss Lovett would not thank him for causing a scandal within the parish. The curate led him to a small private records room and left Archie to his research. He opened each book, hoping to quickly find the information so he could spend the rest of the beautiful morning out of doors. As he ran his pointer finger down each page, the hair on the back of his neck tingled with a rush of air. Turning about, Archie found Miss Lovett standing in the doorway. "What are you doing, Archie?" "Pursuing the validity of your story." Miss Lovett stepped forward and pulled the record book out of his hands. "I gave you the information you need to make a determination. There is no reason to pry further." Archie sighed and pulled the book back toward him. "Is there a reason you are reluctant for me to discover the truth?" "Not at all." Miss Lovett's voice cracked, giving him the needed evidence. There was no reason for him to continue searching through the parish records. Motioning to one of the chairs at the table, Archie waited until Miss Lovett was seated before taking a chair himself.
Why did you fabricate the story yesterday?
Nothing turned out as it should have, Archie. You and I were supposed to marry and raise children at Brookside Manor.
You made your decision many years ago. We cannot undo what has been done.
Mistakes should not have lasting consequences. If you had stayed a little longer, I would have come to my senses and accepted your offer of marriage.
Archie chuckled and shook his head. Mr. Lovett would never have allowed a marriage. He wanted you to marry a Scotsman.
He was wrong. Each year I travel to stay with my sister and her family in Edinburgh with the hopes of finding a match, and each year I return unmarried and growing older. The one solace in my heartache has been the belief that you would take up residence at Brookside Manor once more, which would lead to our marriage.
We would have been miserable.
I disagree. I would have found happiness within the comforts of Brookside Manor.
And what sort of comforts would you have as my wife?
A visible shudder and a frown pierced her face. Over time, we could have found happiness.
Love cannot be forced. A life together never would have worked. I know you are not blind to my faults.
Nor you to mine.
Then we can agree. We chose the right path when we ended our courtship.
Miss Lovett shook her head. We had as much of an opportunity for a connection as most couples do. You cannot claim to love your wife, can you?
Archie stood and slowly returned each of the books to the shelves from which he'd taken them. I wish you the best, Miss Lovett. There was no need for him to declare himself. Rosalind deserved to know his feelings before anyone else was told. When he finished securing the final book on the shelf, he nodded farewell and left the records room.
Chapter 29. By the time the sun peeked through the window coverings of her bedchamber, Rosalind was ready to leave her solitude and venture out of doors. She'd spent the night tossing and turning, while the glances she'd exchanged with Archie at the garden party replayed in her mind. Was he falling in love with her? It did seem possible. His admiration and gentle conversation on the carriage ride home left her thinking he was ready to declare himself, yet he hadn't. It left her wondering if she'd assumed too much from a few silent exchanges. Was his lack of declaration an indication that there was still a long way to go between them? The law left no room for a woman to decide her own fate on anything in life. Before she had been wed, she'd been at the mercy of her father's whims. Now, as a married woman, she belonged to her husband. Caught in a patriarchal society, Rosalind could not be the first one to declare her feelings. It didn't matter if her heart was near to bursting from her chest each time he played with her hair. It didn't matter if her knees went weak when he smiled in her direction, or when he entered the room, or when he spoke to her. None of it would matter if he didn't feel the same for her. Disquieted by her thoughts, Rosalind didn't wait for her maid to attend her. She slipped into the simplest morning dress she had and pinned her hair tightly in a dreadful knot before slipping out of doors. The tension from her angst left her soul in need of happiness. The moment she exited the house, a rush of warmth from the morning sun hit her face as she attempted to brush aside her fears. She missed her youth, when most things could be solved with a walk through the countryside. Now she was painfully aware that wild flowers and babbling brooks could not solve the painful acceptance of unrequited love. Skipping down the lane was no longer an option as she was a married woman. Keeping to the etiquette pressed upon her, Rosalind took great care to douse her soul with the bright rays of sun and the beauty of the earth surrounding her. Drinking in the fresh summer air enlivened her soul and brought a sense of balance back to her life. If she had enough time with the world around her, she could discover her purpose in life. She was certain God had created meadows and fields of green earth for purposes of reflection and meditation. Her concerns slowly melted away with the renewal of the world around her. The beauty had cleared the tension and allowed her thoughts to soar with hope. Archie was still taking time away from his writing to court her. He'd respected her wishes when she'd asked for a deeper connection. With this assurance, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to push the rest of her worries away. Checking the path before her and the surrounding area to assure she was alone,
Rosalind knew she wouldn't be able to contain the growing bliss of happiness within her heart much longer. She wanted to run through the open field and reach for the blue sky one last time before shouting to the heavens about the blossoming love in her heart. Rosalind took hold of the sides of her dress, lifting it from the ground so she could romp through fields of wildflowers to the river. Since she was alone, there was no need to conform to the strict rules of propriety. She planned to let go of herself and spend the morning with her feet in the water, while the sun darkened the freckles upon her cheeks. Leaving the designated path, Rosalind laughed as she once had when she'd been a mere child engaging in a similar activity. The freedom of release made her want to wrap her arms around the world in an embrace to share the joy contained within her soul. Such a release of pent-up emotions had never been more needed as she passed by trees and trampled the dirt and earth beneath her. As she reached the river, Rosalind bent over to catch her breath while she laughed like a little child. She'd never tell anyone of her foolish behavior, but she would cherish those few moments for the rest of her life.
You should sit for a time to regain your composure.
The familiarity in the male voice did nothing to quiet the rush of her hair standing on end as she realized there had been a witness to her disgraceful behavior. Still working to revive her breath, Rosalind raised herself up from the crouched position to see Archie, lying upon the ground mere feet away from her. "I did not see you. How long have you been there?" Sitting up, he motioned for her to take a seat.
I do not expect you would have. You have a graceful stride, my lady. A man could instantly fall in love with a woman who frolics without care.
Knowing he was teasing her, Rosalind took his advice and sat upon the ground. She'd already shown herself to be a heathen. There was no need to put on airs now. She took no care for the dirt that would be left upon her yellow gown. "What has brought you to this spot so early in the morning? I thought you locked away in your den." The deep chuckle brought a light into Archie's eyes, enhancing his handsome, yet scholarly and refined manners.
The desire for my imagination to take hold upon my senses.
What research is there to be had by lying on your back and staring at the sky? Should you not question Edwin about his life before working at Brookside Manor?
Edwin is in town this morning with the stable master, so I decided to employ my imagination with nature. There is more to learn in this moment than I can express in words.
Archie went back to lying upon the ground with his eyes focused upward.
Have you ever taken time to ponder the clouds?
I must admit it is not one of the approved activities for a lady. The deep chuckle she had enjoyed moments before came out again, and he turned his head toward her.
I would assume not.
If you need your pen mended, I am equal to the task. Archie winked at her and turned his head back so he could look up at the clouds again.
I will take great care to remember you have a particular talent for mending pens. What other activities are acceptable for women of the upper 10,000?
Have you any sisters you could request such tedious information from? She playfully chided. As he laughed again, she realized her behavior was quite out of control, and she was flirting with her husband. Could this day turn any more ridiculous? Or have you never paid any attention to them?
You are very aware that I have 6 brothers, and only one of them is recently married. I admit, Gigi spends a great amount of time counseling the ruffian out of my younger brothers, and therefore she has little time to pursue feminine activities.
I dare say you left home before she could finish her task with you. Rosalind's eyes went wide as she realized the implications of her words. She was more than flirting with her husband. She was making a ninny of herself. As Archie's laugh rang through the stillness around them, she decided if he didn't mind her behavior, then there was no need to blush.
Indeed, I am the one son she failed with.
You are teasing me, for I am aware of your family and the impeccable reputation each of your brothers have. You forget one of my dearest friends has lived near Primrose Hall all her life.
Audrey Benton informed you of my family, I dare say.
She most certainly did.
Therefore, you will not mind enlightening me as to the proper activities of a young lady.
Certain she would enjoy every moment of this conversation, Rosalind settled deeper into her position on the ground and picked a white wildflower with tiny petals out of the earth beside her. If I were at Brookside Manor this very moment, I would be in the dining room, breaking my fast. After that, I would wait for my morning visits. Practice on an instrument, the pianoforte is my favourite. I might sing while I play, and then while I tire of those activities, I could possibly find a book to read. That is, unless my husband desires to spend time with me. Then I have no idea what my day would include.
Archie quirked an eyebrow at her. Let us not think about Brookside Manor. What would you currently be doing if you were not married and with your family in London?
I suppose there would be morning visits, walks through Hyde Park, and shopping with friends.
You forgot to mention courting, my lady. You must have had several suitors vying for your attention last season.
I admit I did. But once Duke Wharton made his claim, there was not a man amongst them fool enough to intervene. That is, until you came along.
I see. The ton is full of fools.
Hoping to cease on a hiccup of silence, Rosalind continued her list of possible activities. There are always trips to the theatre and bonnet trimming to consider during the day. Any young lady of proper breeding would know how to fashion a basket or arrange flowers.
Never time for cloud pondering?
I am afraid not.
Nor running through an unsuspecting meadow?
Rosalind knew heat entered her cheeks as he mentioned her erstwhile activity. Certainly not. Such an activity could ruin a woman's reputation.
Then I will keep your confidence, my dear.
Thank you. Rosalind twirled the flower in her hand as she worked out the words to form a question she'd been dying to ask since their conversation began. With a bit of trepidation, she whispered, "What exactly are you pondering about the clouds?"
The only way to understand is to do so yourself.
Taken aback, Rosalind looked from her left to her right to discover if there was some way of knowing what he meant. He couldn't possibly be encouraging her to lie upon the ground with him. "Pardon me?" Archie rolled to his side and supported his head with his hand.
You cannot ponder the deeper imagery of a cloud when you are not gazing up at them. No one will fault you for a moment of levity.
She knew he was aware of the censure one could bring upon themselves by behaving so boldly, but the same sense of yearning she'd experienced before running through the fields took hold of her heart, and she quickly lay upon her back to view the wondrous heavens above her.
What now? You must go closer to me so I can assist you better.
Remembering the angst she'd experienced throughout the night as a result of not knowing if Archie loved her, she quickly moved toward him. "Is this right?"
A bit closer so you can rest your head upon my shoulder.
The blush she'd held back during their conversation instantly flowed up her neck and landed in her cheeks. But she did as Archie suggested and lay her head in the crook of his very comfortable shoulder. Pointing upward with his other arm, Archie's deep voice filled her mind, releasing the tension of lying prostrate in the dirt.
The cloud directly above you looks like the facial expression upon my elder brother's face when he is flummoxed.
Rosalind giggled. She didn't mean to do so, but it burst from her chest and throat before there was a possibility of suppressing it. "How awful of you to say!"
Can you see his stern, tight jaw along the bottom and the curve of a chin jutting out?
"Lord Grafton does not look so ghastly." Archie laughed and continued to point out aspects of the cloud.
Those slits right there are his eyes.
"I do believe you are the worst sort of brother. How can you tease the Earl so?"
It is my job as his younger brother to keep him humble.
"Is he a tyrant?"
"Baxter?"
Archie guffawed and took his hand back to lay it on his chest.
"No, you are right. That cloud looks nothing like my brother. I will find a better one to portray him."
They lay in silence for a short time. Rosalind moved her eyes between clouds, trying to understand the purpose of lying on her back to view them. She decided all she could see was puffy white sheets that resembled lengths of satin bed coverings. Her eyes drooped with a heaviness from the lack of sleep she'd endured the night before, and she found it was difficult not to give in to the serene silence of birds chirping and the water flowing next to her. Warmth covered Rosalind's body as she turned on her side and felt her arm land upon Archie's body. Her fingers brushed against a prickle of grass, reminding her of the cloud gazing. Her senses told her she was lying on the ground, still in Archie's embrace, and she had fallen asleep. Fully awake, Rosalind pushed up to see Archie was still looking up at the sky. There was no need to hide her shame. She was fully aware that he would be as embarrassed as she was. They might be married, but they had agreed such intimacies were not to be shared until they were in love.
Archie, I must apologize for falling asleep.
She stood and then quickly stepped away from him as he came to his feet. The dashing smile on his face sent her heart fluttering.
You see, I had a restless night, and I did not realize I was falling asleep until I woke, which is terribly rude of me to have put you in such a situation.
Her governess's displeasure entered her mind, and she could see the woman frowning down upon her as she held a horsewhip ready to unleash it on Rosalind's hands. She'd only once received a physical scolding from her governess, but it had been enough to frighten her into the role she now played in society and around her family.
A lady is never allowed to be in a man's presence without movement for longer than a second if she plans to keep her virtue.
Certainly, lying in the tall grass and dirt was an unacceptable way to spend her morning. Even a married woman should not participate in such a gross display of intimacy when out of doors.
Rosalind, we have no reason to be ashamed.
Rosalind brushed the dirt from her skirts and nodded her head toward him.
I do, Archie. I am a lady and should not behave so wantonly. I will be better behaved going forward. You can trust my word.
Today was one of the most invigorating of my life. I feel we are closer for having spent this time together.
Rolling her eyes at his absurdity, Rosalind continued to brush at her dress. She wouldn't want anyone questioning where she'd been and the activities in which she'd participated.
I do not know what came over me.
She didn't wait for him to respond. Instead, she took one final look at him, noticing the untidy cravat at his neck and his dirt-covered breeches, before turning on her heel to walk with as much poise as she possessed back to Brookside Manor.
Chapter 30.
Archie chuckled as Rosalind continued to brush at her dress while she walked away. He hadn't had a chance to tell her about the weeds in her hair. Grabbing his belongings, Archie stowed them in his satchel and rushed after her.
Rosalind, if you will but wait a moment.
Yes? She continued to walk with a light turn in his direction. Fearing she would trip and fall if she did not watch the direction she travelled, he quickened his pace. Her hands shook as she turned back to the path, indicating she was either frightened or nervous.
I mean you no harm.
He held his hands up to let her know she was safe after he pulled her to a stop.
Rosalind, help me understand what is causing you distress.
Tears welled up in her eyes, and she turned away from him.
I do not know what is happening to me. I know how to behave properly. I was raised to be a lady. But when I am with you, I forget myself, and I lie on the ground and stare at clouds.
Only one time. You cannot berate yourself over one carefree moment.
It is not one carefree moment. I ran through a field of wildflowers today.
You are ashamed of your actions.
Very much. I want to laugh and cry, and I have no sensical reason for either emotion.
I am to blame. If you must be angry with someone, place the responsibility upon my shoulders.
Rosalind took a deep breath and wiped the tears from her eyes.
I want to blame you, but I cannot. I am terribly confused.
Then do not try to block your feelings. Trust yourself and the building admiration between us.
Archie handed her a handkerchief. When she accepted it, he gently put his hands on her shoulders. He would need to share the ruckus of emotions within himself before she would dare make a declaration.
Rosalind, when I am with you, I desire to write a poetical masterpiece. I want to be near you, and yet I fear allowing even a moment's joy to show through if it would not be welcomed.
His confession didn't come out exactly as he had hoped, but he had shared his thoughts with her. He waited for her response and found he wasn't disappointed.
I am standing on an ordinary path surrounded by trees and wildflowers, and suddenly love has come along to unsettle my convictions. If I dare give way to the happiness bubbling out of my soul,
will we both regret it?" Archie leaned toward her, not wanting to ruin the moment, but he desired to leave her with a physical understanding of what she meant to him. As he neared her lips, he stopped inching closer, hoping she would agree to the intimacy.
"There is only one way to know. Either we stay where we are, or we take a leap forward."
It seemed like an eternity before she took hold of his cravat and pulled him toward her, their lips touching ever so slightly. His first instinct was to pull her close and do a thorough caress, starting with her lips, but he knew Rosalind needed a gentle approach. "Oh, dear!" Archie turned his head, expecting to find the noise had been a loud animal and not actual words. To his disappointment, he met the eyes of Miss Lovett and Lady Torrington. Releasing Rosalind, he nodded to the women.
"Good day, ladies. What brings you this way?"
They might not be on Brookside Manor estate, but this had been a private path until that moment. Archie glanced sideways to see Rosalind had turned away from the ladies. Twigs stuck out of her hair, exposing their mourning of lying on the ground. "We were at Brookside Manor, and were told Lady Rosalind had left in this direction for morning exercise," Miss Lovett responded, her cheeks pink. Archie wasn't certain, but if he had to put a descriptor to the expression on Miss Lovett's face, it would be pain. After their conversation in the church that morning, he now understood her a bit more. "We had hoped to join her." Lady Torrington nodded while biting back a laugh. To his surprise, she stepped forward and removed one of the twigs from Rosalind's hair. "Lady Rosalind, I pray you do not mind my assistance with your hair." Rosalind's voice shook as her wide green eyes fell upon the twig in Lady Torrington's hand. Although the modesty she desired was in tatters, she acquiesced. "Please do." "It will not take long, and your hair will be free of debris." Archie stepped backward as Lady Torrington initiated a search through Rosalind's locks. Rosalind untied the strings of her bonnet and held it in a death grip as Lady Torrington quickly picked blades of grass and twigs from her hair. When Lady Torrington stepped away, she gave Rosalind a nod of approval. "We will call again tomorrow. I believe Miss Lovett and I have intruded upon your day for far too long as it is." Archie nodded farewell. He stood next to Rosalind, silently waiting until Miss Lovett and Lady Torrington were no longer visible before he turned back to his wife. He expected a lecture on propriety, but found she was holding a hand over her mouth to hide a smile. He winked at her, which made her brighten further.
"My dear, I believe we will be the topic in our neighbours' parlours for the week."
"I cannot account for my behaviour this day. I should be furious with myself, but I find this terribly funny." Archie took her hand and pulled her arm through the crook of his.
"I must take you home before you lose your senses completely."
Without waiting for her response, he escorted her at a quickened pace back to Brookside Manor. They laughed as he scooped up wildflowers from the edge of the path and presented her with them. Before crossing the walking bridge that would take them onto the estate, he pulled her to a stop and gently kissed her. As she pulled away from him, Archie yearned to embrace once more. He wasn't ready for the perfect morning to end.
"Can we not stay like this forever?"
"No, Archie. You promised me a poetical refrain."
"And you asked for 1,000 lilies."
Rosalind put a hand on his chest. "It was wrong of me to ask for so much. I do not know if it is even possible to find a hothouse with so many of one flower. Why do we not change my requirement to a handful of wildflowers?"
"Wildflowers, a heart filled with the deepest love, and a poem will fulfill your request."
"Yes, my love." The simple words sent him racing back to the manor, dragging Rosalind behind him over the bridge, through the open fields, and into the garden where he stopped and picked a few purple thistles that hadn't yet been pulled by the gardener.
"My love is like a ray of sun, sparks alight in your hair."
With a smirk of feigned indifference, Rosalind took the thistles from him and added them to her bundle of wildflowers. "Is that all?" He pulled her into the gazebo and placed a tender kiss on her lips.
"My love renews with every kiss. My bonny lass leaves upon my nose. He knew the refrain was out of sync with Robert Burns's poem A Red, Red Rose, but he could get into the particulars of metre later.
On your nose? What about the ones I leave on your lips?
Touching her delicate chin, he tipped her head up and kissed his way to her ear.
I dare not tell you.
Why not? Will you finish the poem?
Archie took hold of her hand again and pulled her toward the back entrance of the house. They ran down the hall and started up the stairs, but Archie decided another kiss was in order. On the landing, he pulled Rosalind into another embrace. As they kissed, a clatter of footsteps rushing up the stairs pulled him away from Rosalind. Addison rushed forward with his hand outstretched.
Sir, an urgent letter from London arrived moments ago.
The word urgent pulled Archie out of his mad dash for their bedchambers.
Who was it from?
Lord Grafton. He sent it with a messenger.
Archie accepted the letter and broke the seal to quickly read the missive. Looking to Addison, he made an immediate decision.
Send for Mr. James. I will leave for London within the hour and will need a bag packed.
Rosalind touched his face as he turned back to her.
Archie, what has happened?
My family has received word that the ship my brother Phineas embarked on last month is lost at sea. I need to be in London.
I agree, but you will not leave without me.
Rosalind turned to Addison.
Send Beth as well. She can help me gather needed items for the trip.
Chapter 31. They arrived in London much faster than Rosalind expected. Sleeping in the carriage and stopping for short meals while they rested the horses took a day off their travels. London looked much the same as it had when they'd left. Streets were filled with carriages. Shops were surrounded by patrons. The hustle and bustle of the working class and society played out before her eyes, yet she felt absolutely nothing for the city she'd enjoyed over the past season. Archie spent the trip in a sullen state of disbelief. Rosalind reached out to comfort him, yet found herself unable to give anything except her prayers and hopes that there had been a dreadful mistake. As Grafton House came into view, Rosalind turned to Archie.
Would you prefer I go to your home in Mayfair?
He leaned toward her and put his arm around her.
I need you with me. I cannot handle the confirmation of his death on my own.
Knowing he'd recognized her as a source of comfort lent credibility to the bond they'd created while at Brookside Manor. There were moments on the trip back to London where she'd questioned the sincerity of their attachment. Every second, from when he'd taken her on a picnic and boat ride, to watching clouds and running across their estate in a romantic dash with kissing intertwined, had passed in a flurry of emotions. It was easy to pass it off as an imitation of love.
Archie, I do not know what to say in moments like this.
There is no need to say anything. It is knowing you care that will pull me through.
Rosalind bit her bottom lip to stop tears from falling. The faith Archie had in their connection meant more than she could put in words. She lay her head on his shoulder as the carriage came to a stop. When the carriage door opened, she and Archie stayed as they were, suspended in a wordless bubble of love and grief. In that moment, she knew her strength would be what Archie needed to put one foot in front of the next.
Your family is waiting.
Archie released her and stepped out of the carriage. With the front door to Grafton House open, they entered and waited for the butler to escort them into the parlour where the rest of Archie's family waited.
Mr. Archibald and Lady Rosalind Fernley.
The butler's announcement sent a flurry of movement throughout the room. A woman dressed in a stark black mourning dress stood out amongst the group of tall men. Rosalind knew without any introductions the woman could only be the Dowager Countess of Grafton, or Gigi as Archie lovingly referred to her. The Countess walked forward and embraced Archie. Then, much to Rosalind's surprise, the elderly woman pulled her into a very warm welcome.
I wish we were meeting under different circumstances,
Rosalind managed to say as she held tightly to the woman. Archie's voice shook as he spoke, so Rosalind reached out and clasped his hand.
The letter was vague. What news has there been?
None, Lord Grafton said.
We are happy you came, both of you.
The warm reception helped ease her nerves as she realized it had been a significant worry. Although she was terribly exhausted from the trip, Sleeping didn't seem as important as sitting with the family. Rosalind followed Archie to the sofa and sat beside him as everyone spoke in hushed tones. The sombre mood throughout the home told her everyone from Lord Grafton to the scullery maid expected the worst. Although none of the men wore a band on their arm, the black dress of both countesses left Rosalind in little doubt that she should have packed a morning gown. In her haste to leave with Archie, she had neglected it. She hoped her maid would have thought to pack one. Beth and her trunks would arrive within a day or two. Lord Grafton stood near the fireplace, pacing a path in the rug. His loud sigh brought everyone's attention to him.
I should have convinced him to stay. I will never forgive myself if he is lost to the ocean. He would have left no matter what you said. Torturing yourself with what you did or did not do will never change what has already occurred.
Rosalind recognized the man speaking as the vicar and officiator of her wedding. Connecting him to the ceremony reminded her of his name, Gilbert. Lord Grafton shook his head.
I understand the intent behind your words, but I cannot help but lament over the loss.
Archie sat forward, leaning past her to see his brother. Gilbert, can you not tell us if he is alive? Twins are supposed to have a connection of sorts. Gilbert chuckled, the sound lacking any humour.
Twins are not clairvoyant.
What a wonderful idea! The youngest of the Fernley men sat forward. Rosalind couldn't be certain, but she remembered Oliver was the youngest. Since she hadn't been reintroduced to everyone, she decided to think of him with that name. When no one seemed to know what Oliver was thinking, he continued speaking. Have you not heard of spiritualists? I would not recommend this course of action on a regular basis, but since we are desperate, we could hire one to do a reading for us. Since Gilbert and Phineas are twins, the person can use Gilbert to call forth Phineas. Rosalind's mouth dropped open at the suggestion. She'd heard of the heretics who claimed to connect with those on the other side, but she'd never considered speaking with one. She looked to Archie, hoping she wasn't the only one out of favour with the idea. Thankfully, he was rolling his eyes. Gilbert was the first to speak.
I refuse to participate, not only due to my profession as a vicar, but as Phineas is my twin, I know he would disapprove of such tactics.
Oliver shrugged his shoulders and went back to staring at nothing like the rest of the family. Having travelled from Scotland without stopping at inns to spend a night, Rosalind's head felt heavy. When she realised she was falling asleep, she pinched her arm to stay awake. To her dismay, the new Countess of Grafton noticed her attempts at fighting fatigue. Lady Rosalind, may I show you the room we have for you? A trip from Scotland would make me exhausted. Rosalind wanted to stay with Archie, but when he insisted, she chose to follow Lady Grafton. There would be time for her to offer comfort to Archie, and he would need her to be well rested when that time came. Chapter 32. There were a great number of duties Archie would prefer to attend to while awaiting news of his brother's demise. Attending a soirée at the home of his in-laws was rather low on the list. The Marquess and Marchioness of Berkeley had sent for Rosalind upon discovering she was in town. Since they hadn't thrown a party in celebration of their only daughter's wedding, they decided it was time to do so. Archie found it terribly insensitive given the reason they were in town. Rosalind tried to convince her parents it would be best to wait, but the Marquess did not agree. The period of mourning would put them another year out. By that time, it wouldn't be proper to celebrate a new marriage. Gigi and Baxter disagreed with Archie about the soirée. They both thanked the Marquess for his generosity and convinced Archie it was best to give the family a distraction. Archie had known when he'd stood at the docks and waved farewell to Phineas it would likely be the final time he saw his brother. But to think Phineas had left for adventure and never made it to a single destination was disheartening. His writer's mind had imagined exotic lands in his brother's future. Burial at sea had never been part of the equation. Now, as he stood in a lavish home greeting people with a fake smile on his face, he wished there was a way to leave this all behind and go in search of his brother. They hadn't any details on where the ship had sunk, which would do him little good anyway. He was not a great investigator, and if the evidence was below the water, he would have no indication of how to proceed. Not giving up on the possibility of commissioning a ship, Archie peeked into the ballroom with the hope of finding Cornelius. As a military captain, Cornelius would have the knowledge needed to seek out Phineas and any news of him. Turning to Rosalind, he whispered his plan. "I need a moment to speak with Cornelius. Perhaps he can use his skills as a captain to find more information." Rosalind looked to her parents and the dwindling line of guests. "We are almost finished greeting the guests. I know it is a huge request on my part, but can you wait until we move into the ballroom?" Archie understood her reasons, but this could not wait for the frivolities of society to be observed. "Forgive me." Departing out of the line, he rushed to his brother. "Cornelius, I haven't time to explain my thoughts. I must get back to Rosalind." "Go on. Can you not use your position in the military to discover information about the ship? Would not the Navy send a ship to discover the remains of our countrymen? Or could we commission a ship and do the research ourselves?" Cornelius put a hand on Archie's shoulder, leaning in with a terse whisper. "Go back to your wife. We are not speaking about this in a crowded room where anyone can overhear. We need to be proactive instead of sitting in the comfort of our home awaiting news. If we were out, searching for him." Archie stopped speaking as Baxter and Gilbert approached. He didn't want to upset anyone, but his writer's mind kept telling him there was a solution and research was the way to discover it. Baxter met Archie's defiant gaze with a glare. "News of Phineas's fate will arrive in time. For now, your wife is greeting guests who have come to celebrate her marriage. She is doing so with grace, but she should not be without her husband." Chastened by his elder brother, Archie made his way back to the entry hall. When the line of arriving guests ended, Archie and Rosalind followed her parents into the ballroom as Lady Berkeley announced the start of the program. "As a nod to our new son, Mr. Archibald Fernley, we have decided our entertainment will be recitations. I have scheduled a list of performers, but if anyone would prefer to perform instead of simply sitting in the audience, my maid will take down your names." Lady Berkeley turned to him. "I certainly hope Mr. Fernley will indulge me and give our first recitation of the evening. If you would prefer to stay in here and dance, you are welcome to do so. The recitations will begin in 10 minutes' time in the drawing-room." The surprise was not a welcome one. Archie had never been shy when it came to recitations, but he'd always had advance notice before performing. With the encouragement of the guests and the desire to please Lord and Lady Berkeley, Archie decided it was time he unveil a small portion of the manuscript he'd worked on for the last month. It was certainly the only monologue in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Archie stood in front of the guests next to the fireplace in the drawing-room. It was the perfect setup for a tale of great magnitude. Although it was down the hall from the ballroom, the musician's jaunty rendition of Grimstalk set the wrong tone for his tale, causing his concentration to slip. Searching the crowd, his eyes rested upon Rosalind. If he were being honest, she was the one person whose opinion truly mattered. She was the one who'd patiently waited while he wrote this tale, and she was the only one who deserved to hear it. He blocked the music from his mind as he started speaking. "Fearfully cold, with the streets paved in snow and mud, the inhabitants of London prepared for Twelfth Night, without a care for a little girl who stood on the corner, bare feet, no head covering, and lacking a pelisse. As the little maiden huddled against the bricks of a store, hoping warmth would seep through from the hearth inside, she held a basket of finely embroidered serviettes. 2 for a farthing, the quiet little girl cried out as people rushed by with erstwhile purchases tied with red bows and large boxes. Sparing a thought for the dirty peasant girl never seemed to cross the minds of those rushing home to be with loved ones, as they prepared to celebrate with apple wassail, pastries, and king cake. As the crowds thinned out, the little girl crept along the street, taking care where she stepped, as her little feet were most tender against the cold cobblestone. If she could sell at least 2 serviettes, she could take the farthing home and have evidence of the pain and suffering she'd been through on that cold January day. With candles burning in the windows of each home she passed, the little girl brazenly entered the gate of the largest home on the street and found her way to the kitchen door. With a light tap upon the wood, she waited for an answer. The warmth of a fire rushed out of the house with steam rising in the air as the door opened to reveal a man with a stern glare of disapproval. The man looked down upon the small little maiden and took in her worn dress and lack of weather-appropriate clothing. With a growl of impatience, he inquired as to her purpose for being at the house and trespassing upon his master's property. "I have a basket full of beautiful serviettes. They are finely embroidered and perfect for your master's table. 2 for a farthing, sir." The servant who stood before her had no patience for beggars, or worse, gutter snipes. With a wave of his hand, he sent the poor little girl off to the next house, hoping to never see her upon the doorstep again. He was not the only man to send her running from their property. Every house she visited sent her away without purchasing one of the beautiful items tucked away in her fragile basket. By the time she found an alleyway between 2 buildings in which to huddle away from the cold, her feet were numb and her nose was chilled. Her tiny feet she drew up close to her body, praying warmth would re-enter soon, allowing her to continue approaching shoppers. As the wind whistled around her, the little girl took the serviettes out of the basket and wrapped them around her little feet. She couldn't go home and face her father without having sold a single item. In his state of drunkenness, she would suffer the consequences of not having done her job of adding to their dwindling funds. Settling into her current position for the night, the little girl listened as families passed by, joyous in their celebrations of 12th night. Sleigh rides and merry tunes filled the night as the cold increased, reminding the little girl she was more insignificant than a single snowflake. As she closed her eyes, hoping for a better day of selling on the morrow, the little girl imagined the delight of those special children who would have a plump roasted goose upon their dinner plates. Her serviettes would have been the perfect addition to any one of those tables, but perhaps she would have better luck once the holiday was past. Resting her head against a pile of rubbish, the girl heard the tinkling of a bell and was instantly transported back to a time when she'd sat with her mother while she taught her to sew in the safety of their home. Gone were the days of love and hope when her father had been kind and had a profession. They'd had food enough for their family to eat instead of scraps her brother collected when he couldn't catch a fish. They hadn't had much when it came to material possessions, but warmth and food meant more than a new dress or fancy pink ribbons in one's hair. As her mother's hand reached out and touched her cheek, the little girl smiled in delight. It had been a year since she'd last seen her dear mamma. Reaching up to take her mother's hand, she felt a trickle of warmth spreading through her body as if she was sitting in front of a beautiful fire in a castle built for a king. "Where have you been, mamma?" The little girl's eyes filled with tears as her mother glowed with love before her. "I never left you, my dear little miss." Her mother's voice was as tender as she'd remembered it from her days in the nursery. "Can I come with you?" The little girl's eyes drooped with a heaviness much deeper than that of sleep, but instead of losing herself to dreams, her soul soared into the heavens to be with her mother, never to leave again. Upon discovering the little girl the following morning, those who had turned her away wondered what might have been if they had taken a second glance at the finely embroidered serviettes offered by the tender little maiden. But instead of vowing to do better, they turned back to their morning celebrations and allowed the authorities to sort out the details of the little girl's identity. Archie finished his short rendition of the tale he'd strained to put on paper as another lively tune burst through the house. The silence and lack of clapping left him worried. Perhaps no one could hear his words over the music, or it was possible they'd not enjoyed his tale whatsoever. Mr. Chalmers had tasked him with the duty of calling out social indecencies and political intrigue with passion but in a way that would entertain people. Yet Archie believed these topics weren't supposed to make people feel happy and content. They were to show there was a need for improvement within society. If he were to succeed in this, he needed to know now. If he failed, he could pack up his writing instruments and set his heart on running his estate, for this little tale had taken everything out of him. Clearing his throat, Archie took their shocked expressions as displeasure in his storytelling. A slow, unsteady clap sounded through the room as Archie bowed to the crowd and stepped away from the makeshift podium.
"A blasted, wistful tale," Lord Berkeley said, to the dismay of Lady Berkeley, who instantly chided him for using such language in front of their guests.
Archie sidled up next to Baxter.
"Was it terrible?" "Beautifully haunting, if you must know."
The sincerity in Baxter's response meant more than the stunned clapping would have if it had been arousing applause.
"I always knew you were capable of writing meaningful prose."
Archie,
Gigi approached and took hold of his hands.
A stunning performance.
He knew his mother would love anything he wrote and praise him for the effort. Yet he appreciated and wanted her approval.
"Thank you, Gigi."
As if a spell had broken in the room, everyone clapped for the next performer. The young woman stood with her hands clasped tightly before her, her voice shaking as she recited a sonnet. Archie clapped as she finished with a flourish and wave of her hands. Chapter 33. Rosalind found the heat of the drawing-room overwhelming. As Archie finished his recitation, she slipped into the hall and made her way through the familiar house out to the garden. Although she'd spent most of her childhood at Berkeley Castle, the London home had become a favourite of hers during her first season. The gardens had become a place of refuge after taking part in the bustle of society. Sitting amongst the flowers and shrubbery had renewed her spirits when necessary. With thoughts of Archie's recitation pressing upon her, Rosalind found her favourite bench amongst the hydrangea bushes to regain her composure. His words might have seemed like entertainment for some of the guests, but it confirmed everything she knew about her husband. He was a compassionate soul. The recitation made her love him even more than she originally thought possible, and now she simply didn't know how to give him her love. Making a declaration with words didn't seem appropriate for the flurry of excitement racing through her body. Lifting her fingers to the nape of her neck, she picked up a piece of her hair and twisted it around her finger. As she contemplated possible scenarios of proclaiming her love for Archie, Rosalind heard the rustle of footsteps upon the cobblestone path. She'd spent enough time in the garden to know someone had followed her out to her spot. She only hoped it was her husband. Disappointment pressed upon her shoulders as Duke Wharton rounded the bend.
"Lady Rosalind, I am shocked to see a woman of your virtuous convictions keeping vigil in the garden."
"I did not know you were invited this evening."
"The Marquess would not dare insult me by failing to send an invitation. Now, what have you to say for yourself? The garden at night can be a dangerous haunt."
"There is no reason to feign dismay, Your Grace. I went in search of privacy and fresh air. I know this garden well, as it is my parents' home."
"You certainly have seclusion here." Duke Wharton pointed to the bend in the lane. "I could not see you once you rounded the hydrangea."
Rosalind offered a proper nod of her head and tried to step around him, but found his arm stretched out in front of her path. "If you will excuse me, I must return to the party."
"There is no reason to leave so soon. We are simply becoming reacquainted."
Sighing, Rosalind stepped away from the Duke. "We were never truly acquainted, Your Grace."
"I see you still believe yourself above my brand of comfort."
His question left her out of sorts. She hadn't thought of those terrible days and the revelation of Duke Wharton's dishonourable behaviour since she and Archie had focused on a courtship. "Pardon me?" Duke Wharton took hold of her arm and pulled her toward him.
"You have yet to discover the delights of marriage, my lady.
No man or woman amongst the ton holds with the virtues taught by their governesses once they are married.
Allow me to enlighten your understanding."
Rosalind pushed away from him, yet found his hold secure.
Release me, or I shall scream.
No one will hear you. This is a secluded section of shrubbery.
Although she pushed away from him, Duke Wharton was not deterred. Rosalind cried out as she stretched her body away from the Duke. But he had been right. She'd chosen this section of the garden for the privacy it offered. No one would hear her cry for help. As his warm breath hit her neck, she lifted her mouth to his chin and bit as hard as she dared. As her teeth released his skin, Wharton threw her backward, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. She expected him to yell, but instead a chilling laugh filled the space between them. Rosalind scrambled to her feet so she could run back to the safety of the house. To her surprise, she found her pathway blocked by Archie, with his fist in the air as he took hold of Wharton's arm and pulled him away. As a hand wrapped around her arm, Rosalind turned to find Lord Grafton, pulling her off the path and into the flowers.
Archie has all the help he needs. Allow me to escort you back to the house.
As Grafton led her away, Rosalind turned back to the fight to see the rest of the Fernley men, her father, and Catherloe standing behind Archie. Rosalind lay in bed at Grafton House, unable to rest. Gigi and Lady Grafton had made her excuses at the soiree as Lord Grafton had rushed them out the door and into the waiting carriage. The night had ended in a flurry of tears and a bath, and now she lay with her head against a soft pillow waiting for Archie. Gigi brushed Rosalind's hair away from her face and placed a warm compress on her head that smelt of geranium. It was kind of Gigi and Lady Grafton to stay with her until Archie returned. The clock on her side table slowly ticked each minute away as they spoke over the evening.
The recitations were lovely. I must thank Lady Berkeley for considering Archie's talents.
Gigi reminded Rosalind of Archie. With her kindness and thoughtful consideration of others, it would have been easy for the Dowager Countess to leave Rosalind in the care of a maid. It was what her mother would have done.
I must agree with you, Gigi.
Lady Grafton yawned and then continued speaking. I enjoyed many of the recitations, especially the one Archie shared. Did he write it, or was it a story in a book? Rosalind was proud of Archie, and so she answered before Gigi could. It is Archie's original work. He is a master storyteller.
The talent came from years of practice. I remember when he was but a boy, spending his afternoons staring up at the clouds and finding stories to tell from the shapes. I wish he had never grown out of that.
Rosalind laughed. I fear he has not grown up so much. The day we received the letter about Phineas, Archie was lying in the dirt and imagining the clouds looked like his brothers. I do not believe I was alone in my cloud watching. Archie stepped up to the side of the bed and winked at her. Sitting up, she assessed his face and then hands for damage. When she'd left the garden, he had been ready to fight Duke Wharton, but he looked composed and ready for an evening of entertainment. You are not injured? Before he could answer, Gigi and Lady Grafton took their leave. She waited, hoping he would relay the intimate details of the confrontation with Wharton. When the door to their chamber finally closed, Archie sat on the edge of the bed next to her. I would have done my best to tear Wharton limb from limb, but Lord Berkeley would not allow it. My father stopped you. She would have to speak to her father about loyalty if he thought protecting the Duke over her daughter's honour was the more agreeable choice. Rightfully so. A duke has more power than a mere mister. I am but a second son without a title and little way of grand connections. If I were brought up on charges of injuring a duke, you would be left without my protection. You are right. I only hoped to hear he received a set-down worthy of leaving me alone. He did. Archie reached up and pushed a strand of her hair behind her ear. Not only does he have a bite upon his chin that I pray grows infections, but Lord Berkeley is talented at fisticuffs and took the honour for himself. My father participated in hand-to-hand fighting. I will need to thank him. Not before you are recovered from this terrible ordeal. Archie, while speaking with Wharton, I was reminded of a promise you made the night we met. Rosalind reached out and took Archie's hand. In our seclusion at Brookside Manor, I nearly forgot the wager that brought us to this marriage.
She could see the confusion on Archie's face, which only increased her happiness. I believe your words were along the lines of securing a match between Fletcher and Audrey Benton before Michaelmas. You have done nothing to encourage his attentions toward her, and if you lose, I will expect to be named victorious.
I agree. I must have forgotten my promise. It is merely the summer, though. I have until the end of September to fulfill my wager. If I do not complete the task, it might be more exciting to see you make an attempt at matchmaking.
You wound me with your words, for if I instigate a match between my friend and my new brother, it will be a success. Archie touched her face and inched closer.
Were you truly thinking of that night while Wharton was attempting to seduce you?
Rosalind blushed and bit her bottom lip before shyly nodding her head. I could only think of you. She wanted to tell him of her love and how he entered her thoughts the second she woke each morning, but the moment was interrupted by Beth opening the door to go about her duties of cleaning the bedchamber. Archie left for the changing room, and Rosalind pulled her blankets up to her shoulders. She would have to tell him another day. Chapter 34. With a few errands scheduled in his day, Archie set out from Grafton House early in the morning, but not before pulling James aside. Checking to ensure his wife was not still in their bedchamber, he inquired of his valet.
Do you have a list of hothouses with lilies? Yes, sir. I have confirmed with these 10. They all have white lilies. It was much easier to find hothouses with this request in London than near Brookside Manor. Very good, James. What plans do the women have for today? I was able to bribe the Dowager Countess's maid with the coin you offered. She said their plans include a day of shopping. They have a morning appointment at the milliner's and will visit a haberdashery this afternoon, bringing them home in time to dress for supper.
Archie reached into his pocket and removed his timepiece. If he was to accomplish the task of purchasing 1,000 white lilies, he would need to set out for the day.
You will meet each of the florists when they arrive and direct them to place the lilies throughout Grafton House. To be sure, I have already discussed the details with the butler and the housekeeper. I will leave you to it.
Archie took his leave of the bedchamber. He'd already asked for a horse to be saddled, and now he simply needed to kiss his wife farewell and set off for the day. To his deepest pleasure, when he entered the morning room, he found Rosalind and Audrey Benton ensconced on a sofa visiting. He wasn't at all surprised to see Fletcher hiding in the corner with a bundle of papers and a cup of tea.
Fletcher, have you any plans this morning?
Lowering the sheet of paper he read, Fletcher looked unamused.
Can you not see I am studiously working? I apologize for my assumption.
Archie crossed the room and bowed to Audrey before taking Rosalind's hand and kissing her knuckles.
I have errands to run this morning, dearest.
Be safe, Archie.
Do not worry.
Archie stood and found Fletcher still gazing in his direction.
I think I will accompany you.
Fletcher's decision put a smile on Archie's face. When Archie looked back at his wife, he saw her lips tighten with a smirk that brought out her dimples. From the accusations on her face, he knew she was fully aware of his intentions to make a first attempt at fulfilling the wager to match Fletcher and Audrey. Picking up the bouquet of lilies, Archie examined each petal to ensure they were the whitest in the hothouse.
This one has a bit of pink on the ends. I do not want any colour. They must be completely white.
Fletcher groaned and continued searching the rows of lilies. When Archie had invited his brother to join him for the day, he hadn't realized the extent of the help he'd need when purchasing 1,000 flowers. But now he was more thankful for the help than he could express.
I do not think Rosalind will care if there are a few with pink on the ends.
Fletcher held out another bouquet. This one was pinker than the one Archie had already discarded.
1,000 pure white lilies, Fletcher. It should not be hard to find them. Remind me of your reasons. When you are in love, you will understand.
Fletcher leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, indicating his reluctance to fall prey to foolish whims.
Love is not practical. I consider myself a person of considerable intelligence, and there is no room for love in my life.
Archie shook his head and continued his search.
I thought the same until I met Rosalind. She is everything I never knew I wanted in my life.
How did you determine this? I allowed her into my heart. Fletcher pursed his lips and moved away from the wall. 1,000 pure white lilies? Now you understand. Not exactly, but I did agree to assist you. Archie picked through the lilies at 4 hothouses, purchasing as many as he could before approaching the topic of Audrey Benton. As he finished giving instructions to the owner of the hothouse to deliver the flowers no later than 4 in the afternoon, Archie turned to Fletcher. I realize you are concerned with practicalities. Could you possibly consider marrying a woman who knows you well enough to indulge your need for order and a sense of purpose in your work? I do not think a woman of such caliber exists. Would you consider Miss Audrey Benton? Fletcher stumbled as he lifted his foot into the stirrup. Archie waited for him to recover before setting out for the next hothouse. He had 6 more on his list and was not convinced he would find 700 more white lilies. When they entered the gardens to make their selections, Archie again questioned his brother. Miss Benton knows your personality well. She has been a friend of the family since we were children. Fletcher cleared his throat. She is like a younger sister to us. I could not possibly consider her a match. I believe she admires you. You are mistaken, Archie. Miss Benton does not think of me as a match. Did she not finish her 3rd season last month? A 4th season without an offer of marriage would put her on the edge of the shelf. A 5th season would be a firm indication that she will not marry. Fletcher carefully rifled through the flowers, extracting the ones Archie needed while ignoring the insinuation of saving Miss Benton from a life of spinsterhood. So Archie continued speaking. She set her cap for you when we were children. It amazes me you are blinded to her feelings. Fletcher added 2 more lilies to the collection and stretched his back before continuing his search. You are wrong, Archie. Audrey looks upon me as a friend and a brother. Shall we continue this ridiculous search for white lilies or consider the hundreds you have already purchased enough? I need a total of 1,000. Archie went back to searching through lilies instead of plaguing his brother with questions. This first attempt would lay the groundwork for Fletcher to consider Miss Benton in a different light than he had previously. Archie was certain success was a few months away. Chapter 35. Rosalind closed her eyes as the carriage rumbled toward Grafton House. Shopping had never worn her out to the extent of the trip she'd had with Gigi and Briar. During their shopping excursion, Lady Grafton had insisted Rosalind use her Christian name. The gesture not only made her feel accepted into the family, but it encouraged Rosalind to enjoy her time with both women. They'd visited every shop imaginable and had purchased an unprecedented number of unnecessary items, attempting to ignore the delay in information regarding Phineas. She couldn't fault Gigi for hiding her grief behind frivolous purchases. With new jewelry, slippers, and a year's worth of mourning clothing on order, along with hats and gloves to accompany each dress, Rosalind knew she, Briar, and Gigi would be the most stylish women in mourning once word inevitably arrived. Rosalind knew words would do little when confronted with grief, so she supported Gigi by holding the elderly woman's hand while picking out mourning clothes. With the bleak morning behind her, Rosalind wanted to rest for a bit of time before supper. Her head fell to the side of the carriage, and the bliss of sleep seeped over her thoughts as she heard Briar laugh. She wasn't certain what was happening, but the excitement pulled Rosalind out of her drowsy state. "Pardon me," Rosalind said as she held a hand over her mouth while yawning. Briar pointed out the window. "Could it be flowers?" Rosalind peered out the window and gasped at the sight of white lilies lining the walkway to Grafton House. "Lilies!" As the carriage rolled to a stop, Rosalind clasped her hands and then quickly moved them up to cover the blush heating her cheeks. Her chin quivered as she held back tears. Archie had accomplished everything on her list, but he hadn't done so in a systematic way to fulfill a desire. He'd slowly developed a connection between them and had proven his feelings while encouraging admiration on her part as well. Rosalind no longer found a need to hold back a declaration of love. When the carriage door opened, she allowed the footman to assist her, and then she ran through the open front door to see the hall was lined with more lilies. Each room she passed had vases of lilies set upon tables. Lilies lined the stairs, baskets hung from wall sconces, and finally she found her husband. Standing in the drawing room, Archie held a bouquet of white lilies and a sheet of paper.
I wrote the poem I promised.
Rosalind wanted to hear the poem, but she could wait. More than anything, she needed to say the words aching to burst from her heart. She ran across the room and threw her arms around his neck as he lifted her in an embrace. I love you, Archie. Chapter 36. Archie lay his head against Rosalind's as she leaned into his embrace. The evening's activities were nearly at an end, and he was too exhausted to think about turning in for the night. It was easier to stay where he was, instead of climbing the stairs. The lilies he'd bought still adorned the house days after surprising Rosalind. Each day, a few more wilted flowers were removed, leaving his 1,000 lilies dwindling, but the love he had with his wife continued to grow, leaving him longing for the seclusion of Brookside Manor. The only reason he and Rosalind remained in London was for the news of Phineas. He could not bear being away from his family during this difficult time, yet the drudgery of waiting upon the company who owned the ship was enough to drive him to insanity. Archie absent-mindedly wrapped his finger around one of the curls in Rosalind's hair as he listened to Oliver play his flute. He had little to occupy his mind and was near to giving in for the night when a knock sounded on the front door, startling him out of his reverie.
Who could that be at this hour?
Baxter grumbled. He placed his book to the side and looked to his wife.
We are not expecting anyone, are we, my dear?
Could it be news of Phineas? Briar's question brought everyone in the room to a state of alarm. It was the only possible reason anyone would visit so late in the evening. As the front door clicked shut, everyone sat in a state of nervous unrest. As if every occupant in the house knew this was a moment of truth, not a word interrupted the silence. Each clap of the butler's shoes hitting against the wood flooring sounded throughout the house. It seemed an eternity before the door to the drawing room silently opened and Baxter stood to receive the letter. Before breaking the seal, Baxter turned to Gigi and Gilbert. They sat next to each other, waiting for the worst of it.
If you would prefer to read it in private, I think we should understand.
Gigi took hold of Gilbert's arm and straightened her shoulders. I will not be able to say the words, Baxter. Please read it to us. The snap of the seal and the opening of the letter took less than 5 seconds, but seemed an hour as Archie held his breath. He wanted to grab the letter from Baxter's hands and read it himself, but found his legs were weighted down by fear, and he could not move from his position on the sofa. Archie kept watch on Gilbert, knowing this moment would be forever imprinted on his brother's life. Archie wasn't surprised to find his brother in a tortured position, with his shoulders slumped and his head bowed. He held to Gigi as tightly as she did him. Baxter read the words to himself and then closed his eyes. Clearing his throat, he shared the information they'd waited far too long to hear.
Phineas left on the Elizabeth. The ship at the bottom of the Atlantic is the Anna.
Then he lives, Archie said, needing the words spoken out loud.
Yes. The original report was incorrect. Phineas is yet alive and should be halfway to Egypt by now.
The audible sigh from each of his family was punctuated by the relieved tears of Gigi and weeks of suppressed sobs escaping from Gilbert. Gilbert's shoulders shook as the tension released, showing his feigned acceptance of Phineas's choices had not been as passive as he'd led everyone to believe. Witnessing the distress of his family, Archie planned to send Phineas a well-worded rebuke for causing their family distress. He would have started the letter with haste, but Gilbert's wisdom left him rooted to the sofa. With a voice hoarse from the tears he'd shed, Gilbert spoke in a near whisper. Phineas' new adventures were not without danger. We were aware of this aspect of his choices. Let us remember to respect his decision and offer support. Instead of filling our letters with doubt, may we share our love and concern for his welfare. Archie growled in response. Are you requesting we not share the overwhelming stress we have suffered these last weeks? If Phineas knows we have worried ourselves to this extent, he will return, Gilbert argued. Baxter threw the letter on the table and walked to the window to stare out into the dark night. Is his return not what we desire? Not in this manner. Gigi wiped at her swollen eyes as tears continued dripping down her face. Phineas's return must be a decision he makes. Otherwise, he will always wonder what waits beyond his front door. And if he stays away forever? Archie couldn't fathom knowing he would never see his brother again. Every time he thought of speaking with Phineas, the pain of his brother's departure re-entered his soul. Are we supposed to bite our tongues for the rest of our lives while he plays archaeologist? Gigi locked eyes with each of her sons in turn before answering Archie's question. You are expected to make the best out of what you have been given. I certainly pray Phineas is doing the same. We must remember Phineas as we go about our duties and pray for the families of those lost at sea on the Anna. Gigi was right, but that knowledge didn't instantly resolve Archie's concerns. By the following morning, his brothers were back to their summer activities. Gilbert had plans to return to his vicarage in Yorkshire. Fletcher moved back to his rented rooms so he could return to his profession as a barrister. Cornelius set out for his regiment on the continent, and Oliver sequestered himself in his bedchambers while he studied the finer points of teaching music. Although Baxter requested that they stay in London and visit longer, Archie and Rosalind left town as the last of the lilies wilted. The trip back to Brookside Manor was less eventful than their first time as man and wife. This time, the biggest difference was that Archie sensed with every part of his heart and soul that his life had taken a turn in the best possible way when he married Rosalind. Instead of sitting on the opposite side of the carriage, he sat close to her. He offered his shoulder when she slipped off to sleep, and he played with the loose strands of her hair to pass the time. Archie was no longer a writer searching for the next storyline. He was a husband, a man with purpose, and a man in love. Epilogue. Rosalind slowly made her way across the yard to the stables. She planned to take Dimples out for exercise to pass the morning. As she pulled the stable door open, she turned at the sound of hooves racing across the bridge and up to the front door of Brookside Manor. Delaying her morning plans, Rosalind waved to the rider, indicating she would accept the letter. Without dismounting from his horse, the messenger passed a parcel to her and held his hand out for coin. Thankful for the hidden pocket in her riding habit, Rosalind retrieved a farthing and passed it to the man. Not a word passed between them. It was not necessary. As he rode away, Rosalind looked to the writing on the parcel to see it had travelled from the office of Mr. Alexander Chalmers in London. Realizing this was the parcel Archie had long awaited, Rosalind rushed toward the house, forgetting about her previous plans. As Addison opened the door for her, she ignored his request to take her bonnet and gloves as she nearly ran down the hall to Archie's den. "Dearest, I thought you had plans to ride this morning." Holding out the parcel, Rosalind's excitement couldn't be contained. "Your book, Archie! I am certain it must be your book!" She watched in anticipation as Archie used a knife to cut the strings on the parcel and remove the outer paper. As he picked up one copy of the book, a letter fell to the desk. "It is everything I ever hoped." Turning the book so she could see the cover, Archie pointed to the title. The dark brown leather was indented with a gold overlay and the words, "The Adventures of Little Miss." Rosalind hadn't expected tears to form in the corners of her eyes. Wiping them away, she blinked a few times to gain control of her emotions. "I have never seen a more beautiful book." Archie placed it lovingly on the desk and then pulled her into his arms. "I could never have accomplished it without you." "I believe Edwin will have an argument against that claim." "I owe him a debt of gratitude. But you, my dear Rosalind, you are the reason I had the strength to finish Little Miss's story." As he swept light kisses across her cheeks and nose, she understood his reasons for sharing the glory of the moment with her. Their new and fragile marriage had suffered during the weeks he'd focused on writing Little Miss's story. Now that it was finished and arriving on bookstore shelves for anyone with an inclination to read, it seemed the first year of their marriage had finally come full circle. This has been Mr. Fernley and the Lady, Fernley Family, a Regency-era romance, Book 2. Written by Angela Johnson. Narrated by Grace Noble. Copyright 2022 by Angela Johnson. Thank you for listening.